Chapter 413. After leaving the grotto, Lin Xian stopped. "Little White, where are we going this time?" He turned around and asked. The little white monkey was like a little charlatan. It continued to perform divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted cheerfully, "Oh, I'll listen to you." Lin Xian smiled and ran in that direction. Not long after the wind shadow sword appeared in the evil king's tomb, strange phenomena appeared in other places. There was one place where there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Of course, it was the jade-faced playboy and the green-clothed girl. They were fighting against a girl in a white dress. Her whole body was hazy like moonlight covering her body. This girl was only at the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, but her attack was very strange. It was similar to Lin Xian's soul attack. Relying on this strange attack, the white-clothed girl was able to deal with the jade-faced playboy. However, even so, her situation was getting more and more dangerous. "Little bitch, you actually got that thing. If you know what's good for you, take it out quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer." The jade-faced playboy snorted. As he spoke, he continuously threw out 3 palms. Each palm contained a terrifying force. Even the void couldn't withstand this force, and exploded. The hazy moonlight on the girl in white dress rippled and formed a protection to resist this force. Humph! Treasures belong to those who are destined to get them. If you want the treasure, then it depends on your ability. The voice was unusually cold. However, in the next moment, it became very strange. "Look, your junior sister is sneakily attacking you." The white-clothed girl's voice floated, as if it had endless magic. The jade-faced playboy frowned. Suddenly, he felt a sound of air breaking behind him. He quickly turned his head and found that the green-clothed girl beside him was raising her sword and slashing at him. "Bitch, you're courting death." The jade-faced playboy was furious. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand. An unstoppable and violent force gushed out and instantly collided with the long sword, sending the green-robed woman flying. Puff! The green-clothed girl was sent flying and vomited blood. She trembled and shouted, "Senior brother, why did you attack me? Damn it!" The jade-faced playboy's body slightly shook, and he suddenly woke up. "Damn it! I've fallen into an illusion." His face became extremely ugly, and his body flashed to the side of the green-clothed woman. Taking out 2 medicinal pills, jade-faced playboy had the green-clothed woman take them. "Just now, I was affected by that slut's illusion, so I attacked you. Junior sister, you're also an illusionist. Can you help me stall her?" Hearing this, the woman in green nodded. Then she slowly stood up with a dazzling light in her eyes. A strange green light appeared in his eyes, pulsing rapidly like the fire of the underworld. A strange and unpredictable soul power gushed out, enveloping the white-robed woman. At the same time, jade-faced playboy struck out the peach blossom artistic conception, which covered an area of 10 feet. Humph! The woman in white seemed to know how powerful it was, and didn't dare to take it head-on. Runes floated out of her eyes and blocked the green light. Then she ran backward. Peach blossom chi. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan, and the peach blossoms in the sky rotated. Countless pink mist floated out of the petals. The woman in white could not resist the suction and inhaled a little. Immediately, her body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. "Ha ha! You've sucked in my peach blossom chi. Let's see how you can escape." Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. "Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment." The peach blossom chi had an evil power. The woman in white felt powerless, as if there were flames burning on her body. An abnormal pink color appeared on her face, and even some hallucinations appeared in front of her eyes. Fortunately, the woman in white was also an illusionist. Her soul power was extremely strong, so she could stay awake for the time being. looking at jade-faced playboy who was slowly walking toward her. The woman in white clenched her teeth. She turned her jade-like hand and took out a fist-sized stone bead. The stone bead had a strange shape like an eyeball. After taking out the stone eyeball, the woman in white fully activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead emitted a simple light. The eyeball in the center seemed to pulsate. A heart-palpitating power gushed out of the stone bead, diffusing between the heaven and the earth. This power had already surpassed a warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Jade-faced Playboy's body stiffened, and he felt a heart-palpitating pressure. Oh no! His face changed greatly, and he stared at the stone eyeball in horror. His face revealed a look of fear and greed. Senior brother, is this the eyeball that Master left behind? The woman in green exclaimed. Little bitch, quickly hand over the eyeball, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Jade-faced Playboy shouted. The stone eyeball was extremely powerful, so he didn't dare to move forward. He could only wait for the woman in white's peach blossom chi to take effect. If you want the stone bead, you'll have to kill me. The woman in white clenched her teeth and said, Humph, you've been hit by my peach blossom chi. Let's see how long you can last. Jade-faced Playboy laughed evilly. Hand over the stone bead. And after I'm done, I may let you go. Go to hell. The woman in white said with hatred, Senior brother, you haven't even seen the person yet, and you're already so anxious? The demonic woman in green said, Let me help you. After saying that, she waved her hand and shot out a green light, which quickly bombarded the hazy moonlight outside the woman in white clouds. Suddenly, the air surged, and the hazy moonlight was torn apart, revealing the true face of the woman in white. Ha! I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Seeing the face of the woman in white, jade-faced Playboy showed a satisfied smile. The woman in green next to him also showed a jealous expression. Senior brother, why don't you give her to me? I promise I'll train her into a qualified slave. With junior sister's help, I'll naturally rest assured. Jade-faced Playboy smiled evilly. The two of them spoke lewdly, treating the woman in white as a lamb to be slaughtered. The woman in white's face flushed. She didn't want to fall into their hands, even if she died. When she was ready to launch a desperate attack, there was suddenly a brilliant sword light in the sky. Seeing that sword light, the woman in white showed a hopeful expression. She used all her strength to shout, Lin Xian, help me, Lin Xian. Hearing that, jade-faced Playboy and the demonic woman in green both looked at the sky. The dazzling sword light in the sky abruptly came to a halt. The man in the sword light was Lin Xian. He heard someone shouting and looked down. When he saw the scene below, he suddenly stopped. The two people below were his enemies, jade-faced Playboy, and the one who shouted was Zhao Shui, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Zhao Shui's state, Lin Xian's face immediately sank. Damn guy, how dare he hurt Zhao Shui? Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly descended from the sky. Whoosh! Endless wind rushed, blowing the gravel on the ground. The sword light disappeared, and Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Shui. How is it? He asked anxiously, and at the same time, he used his soul power to sense, Take me away quickly. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she said weakly, Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Chapter 4:14. Not only did this brat ruin his chance to obtain the Wind Shadow Sword, he even ignored him as a spirit transformation realm warrior. How could jade-faced Playboy endure this? You want to leave? Naive. Jade-faced Playboy sneered. Both of you, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't have time to fight with you. Get lost. Lin Xian said in a domineering tone. Brat, you're courting death. Jade-faced Playboy was furious. His aura surged and countless peach blossoms spun around him at high speed, emitting a terrifying aura. Who was he? He was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even warriors of the same level wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. But now, a harmonious spirit brat dared to tell him to get lost? You're just an early harmonious spirit brat. How dare you talk big like this? Jade-faced Playboy was furious. You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to skin you alive and torture you for 100 days, then chop you into pieces. His voice was extremely vicious. Every word of his made the air tremble. In the end, the peach blossoms formed a huge pink folding fan, fluttering in the air. Lin Xian, run. Zhao Shui gasped for breath. He's a spirit transformation realm warrior. You can't beat him. Don't fight him head on. Don't worry, he's just a trash who only knows how to play dirty tricks. I can handle him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. You can handle him? Jade-faced Playboy's tone was ferocious. If it wasn't for those insects last time, you would have died. How dare you talk big here? Let's see who can save you now. Jade-faced Playboy stretched out his palm. A huge glass-like hand appeared in the air. There were countless lines on it, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The wind shadow sword was quickly unsheathed, drawing a sword light in the air. Boom! The air was sucked dry. Endless gusts of wind spread to both sides. The wind shadow sword was as fast as the wind, colliding with the glass-like hand. The two collided, causing an explosion of energy that rolled in all directions. The glass-like hand trembled and deviated from its original direction, piercing through the ground nearby. Lin Xian, on the other hand, suddenly took 3 steps back, each step causing the ground to crack. What? That's impossible! The woman in green beside him screamed, as if she had seen a ghost. He blocked it. Zhao Shui, who was behind him, was also surprised. Lin Xian had actually managed to block that palm strike. He didn't rely on his movement technique to dodge it, but had actually blocked it. How is this possible? That was the attack of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation level? The green-robed woman's eyes darted around. However, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Beside him, Jade-faced Playboy was silent, and his face was very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Xian could block his attack, but such a thing really happened. Jade-faced Playboy stared at Lin Xian. When he saw the green jade sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wind Shadow Sword. You actually got the Wind Shadow Sword. Jade-faced Playboy cried out involuntarily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph! What spirit transformation realm cultivator? In my opinion, it's just SOL. Lin Xian said with disdain. He helped Zhao Shui up and prepared to leave. It's worthy of being called the Wind Shadow Sword. It can actually allow an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator to display the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If I can get it, I will be invincible under the spirit detecting realm. Jade-faced Playboy's heart was burning with passion. Brat, I have to thank you this time. I originally thought that I had no fate with the Wind Shadow Sword, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver it to me. Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. Self-righteous. Lin Xian sneered. I will take your dog life with my own hands another day. Lin Xian saw that Zhao Shui's condition wasn't good, so he didn't want to continue fighting. After all, he had plenty of chances to kill Jade-faced Playboy. Let's go. Carrying Zhao Shui with one hand, Lin Xian used the dragon counterstep and soared into the sky. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here. Jade-faced Playboy soared into the sky. Countless pink peach blossoms appeared around his body, enveloping the entire area. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were 2 fat sheep in his eyes. How could he let them go? Strands of pink chi floated out from the peach blossoms and quickly filled the entire space. Not good. This is the chi of peach blossoms. Don't breathe it in. Zhao Shui tried her best to suppress the qi of peach blossoms in her body, while reminding Lin Xian, returning wind whisks willow sword. Ooh. Rays of sword light surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, quickly forming an impact force. The willow twig-like sword qi wrapped around the two of them and soared into the sky, sweeping away all the qi of peach blossoms in the surroundings. Moonbreak. Lin Xian slashed out the half-moon sword qi, fusing the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind, tearing a crack in the concept of peach blossoms. Jade-faced playboy. The next time we meet will be the day I take your dog life. Lin Xian's voice came from the sky and spread out. His body quickly flew into the sky. Damn it! Jade-faced playboy crazily attacked, but Lin Xian's speed was beyond his imagination. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. Ah, Jade-faced playboy was furious. Peach blossoms filled the sky and emitted a terrifying qi, destroying everything in the surroundings. However, even so, it was still difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Stone bead, wind shadow sword. Jade-faced playboy clenched his fist. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would not be able to get the wind shadow sword, since he came out of the grotto so early. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian get the wind shadow sword, but his strength also increased greatly. In the past, Lin Xian could not resist his attacks at all. However, this time, Lin Xian could actually fight him head-on, and even easily break through his peach blossoms concept. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. There was a huge gap between the spirit transformation realm and the spirit harmonious realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms. However, not only did Lin Xian do it, but he also looked very relaxed. This kind of performance was too heaven-defying. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Jade-faced playboy's heart had a trace of uneasiness. If Lin Xian was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian in the future. Only by eliminating Lin Xian could he live in peace. Senior brother, what should we do now? The green-clothed girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not have any ideas. We must find the inheritance left by Master. As long as we get the inheritance crystal, I will not be afraid of anyone. Jade-faced playboy took a deep breath. The two of them began to search among the surrounding stone statues. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Zhao Shui to a safe place. How are you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Hot, so hot. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she began to tear her clothes. Don't move. I will help you expel the poison. Lin Xian controlled Zhao Shui and quickly urged the great dragon sword intent. Traces of the great dragon sword intent entered Zhao Shui's body and quickly extinguished the peach blossom qi in her body. This peach blossom qi was very insidious. It could burn a person's body and make them lose their mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent and could destroy everything. In the past, he could even destroy the immortal flame, let alone this peach blossom qi. Soon, Zhao Shui's complexion returned to normal, but her body was still a little weak. Glancing at Lin Xian, who was helping her expel the poison, Zhao Shui's cheeks blushed again. Chapter 4:15. You scoundrel! Zhao Shui angrily glared at him. She clenched her teeth and said, Do you have any common sense? You have to use your body to detoxify this kind of poison. Am I really that unattractive? Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian's deflated appearance, Zhao Shui laughed until she bent over. She once again regained her charming appearance. She lifted Lin Xian's chin with one hand and said, Little brother, I still have some residual poison. Why don't you help me take a look? You. Lin Xian slapped away Zhao Shui's jade fingers and pinched her little face. Don't come to such a dangerous place alone. Tell me, why are you here? Lin Xian said as he handed her a cup of spirit wine. Zhao Shui playfully blinked her eyes. I also want to ask you, this is the evil king's tomb. Why are you here? Also, when did you become so strong? You can actually resist a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui curiously stared at Lin Xian. I'm here for this. Lin Xian pointed at the wind shadow sword in his hand. I'm also here to look for the stone beads. Zhao Shui slowly said as she took out the stone eyeball. This stone eyeball is a pair. It originally belonged to the evil king. Later, one of them was lost outside, and I obtained it. Now, I want to find the other one. If I can find it, my cultivation method will be complete. So it's like this. This is also the evil king's item. This evil king is really mysterious. Lin Xian suddenly understood. This stone eyeball was something he had cultivated before. However, it was after being modified by Wine Lord. Do you need my help? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Zhao Shui revealed a sly smile. Without you, how can I defeat the jade-faced playboy? Lin Xian smiled. All right, we'll set off once you've recovered. Half a day later, Zhao Shui returned to normal. The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed towards the horizon. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Statue Complex. At this time, the surroundings of the stone statue had already changed. Trenches appeared around it, as if an underground palace had been opened. Underground, there was a huge mausoleum. It was very majestic. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman were busy around the mausoleum. The jade-faced Playboy held the jade slip in his hand and released an indescribable spiritual energy. The green-clothed woman beside him was also assisting. It was very obvious that the two of them were breaking the restrictions around the mausoleum. After a long time, the two of them finally opened a gap. Instantly, the aura of the mausoleum leaked out, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that swept out in all directions. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan and split the violent aura apart. This was the aura of a spirit-detecting realm expert. Although he was dead, he was still inviolable. However, the evil king was dead after all. Moreover, Jade-faced Playboy was the evil king's disciple, so he had a better understanding of these methods. As a result, he did not spend much effort to block this pressure. Looking at the gap that was torn open, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman both revealed smiles. What was recorded in the jade slip is indeed correct. As long as we follow this method, we will soon be able to enter the mausoleum and obtain the real treasure. The two of them worked even harder. Moreover, as the restrictions were broken, a few scattered items appeared on the ground around them. In the past, the evil king did not distinguish between good and evil. He only did things according to his personal preferences. The amount of treasures in his hands was definitely unimaginable. Junior sister, hurry up, Jade-faced Playboy said to the green-clothed woman beside him. The two of them continued to make hand seals. At this time, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the sky. A black-clothed youth and a white-clothed woman descended from the sky. They were like an immortal couple. Brat, it's you again. Jade-faced Playboy raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. When he saw Zhao Shui, his expression was astonished. At this time, Zhao Shui was no longer covered by the hazy moonlight. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were completely revealed. Moreover, within her frown and smile, there was an endless temptation that made people unable to resist. Although Jade-faced Playboy had seen countless women, when he saw Zhao Shui, he still felt the blood in his entire body boil, as if it was burning. This woman was simply the best in the world. The green-clothed woman beside him looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Her appearance was also considered to be top-notch. However, when compared to Zhao Shui, It was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Ha ha ha! Little beauty, why did you take the initiative to deliver yourself to me? Could it be that the little one cannot satisfy you? Jade-faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. Brat, to be able to enjoy such a beauty before you die, it is not a loss for you. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of malevolence on his face. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, I will properly asterisk this little beauty in front of you. Ha ha! Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. The green-clothed woman beside him also revealed a sneer. None of the women that Jade-faced Playboy took a fancy to could escape. Moreover, their fates were very miserable. His enemies were even more miserable. They all died in endless despair. Therefore, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were already dead. Lin Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Although he did not have the confidence to kill Jade-faced Playboy, it was also impossible for him to kill him. Ignoring Jade-faced Playboy, Lin Xian looked at the tomb below. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. His soul force was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the extraordinariness of this tomb. Could this be the evil king's tomb? Zhao Shui beside him had an excited expression. That stone eyeball definitely lived in the evil king's tomb. However, in order to enter the evil king's tomb, they had to first get rid of Jade-faced Playboy. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Jade-faced Playboy was extremely angry. Just as he was about to shout, something strange happened again. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and quickly descended, bringing with it endless wind. Lin Xian and the others looked over. They saw a person in a blood-red robe that covered his entire body. His body exuded a terrifying aura. That aura was much stronger than that of Violent Tiger, who had turned into a mummy. Beside him, there was a strange bird. Its entire body was red, and it had 3 heads. The 2 heads on both sides were unconscious. Only the head in the middle was very alert. 3-headed crimson blood bird. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had met the mysterious monster again. This person was the blood-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian not long ago in Blackfeather City. The 3-headed crimson blood bird looked around and put on a disdainful expression. However, when he saw the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, he suddenly screamed. As an ancient mutant, he had never been defeated. However, not long ago, he had been defeated by the snow-white monkey. This made him very angry. Now that he saw the snow-white monkey, his eyes were exceptionally red. "Kid, it's you?" the blood-robed man said in a hoarse voice. His words were filled with endless murderous intent. "Since we have met here, it's just the right time to get rid of you." Chapter 416. Jade-faced Playboy frowned. That glance just now made his heart palpitate. Needless to say, the other party was also a spirit transformation realm martial artist, and his cultivation was a bit stronger than his. Damn it, when did this person come in? Jade-faced Playboy felt irritated. The blood-robed man had a serious expression. Although Jade-faced Playboy's aura was weaker than his, as a spirit transformation realm martial artist, none of them were easy to deal with. The 2 of them were on guard against each other, which actually left Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian was also happy with this. Although his strength could contend against a spirit transformation realm martial artist, if 2 spirit transformation realm martial artists wanted to deal with him, then he could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had a tempting item like the evil king would. Presumably, the 2 of them would not be able to work together. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian quickly sized up the tomb below. Soon, Lin Xian sighed. The restriction outside was very complicated. Even if he had the Wine Lord, he would not be able to break it in a short amount of time. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow, how about we work together to break this restriction?" The blood-robed man was slightly stunned, then nodded. Sure. Firstly, he was not good at breaking restrictions. Secondly, with his cultivation, he was not afraid of Jade-faced Playboy playing any tricks. Therefore, temporarily working together was the best choice. They actually worked together. Lin Xian sighed again. This was not good news for him. "Fellow, before we break the restriction, shouldn't we first deal with this brat?" Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Jade-faced Playboy's malicious smile, Lin Xian's gaze became gloomy. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from the tomb. Now that he was facing two spirit transformation realm martial artists working together, he could not contend at all. He could only retreat first. However, this did not mean that he had given up on the treasures in the tomb. "I'll let you live a little longer," Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he watched Lin Xian escape. Now was not the time to deal with Lin Xian. The most important thing right now was to destroy the mausoleum. The crimson-robed man didn't chase after him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was weak, and he could kill him with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Soon, the two of them reached an agreement and began to work together to break the restriction. As for the distribution of the treasures, the two of them also had a reasonable plan. However, it was unknown whether this plan would be carried out in the end. "Humph! Wait until I get the evil monarch's crystal. Let's see who can stop me." Jade-faced Playboy sneered in his heart. The woman in green beside him also revealed a playful smile. As long as they could obtain the evil king's crystal, Jade-faced Playboy's strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for them to kill the man in the red robe. Although the blood-robed man didn't know what Jade-faced Playboy was thinking, he had his own plans. His purpose in coming here was to find a powerful elemental energy source for the 3 crimson bloodbirds. According to the information he received, there was such a source of energy in the Diablo's tomb. The restriction was quickly lifted. Jade-faced Playboy and the man in the red robe quickly took over the tomb. Soon, all the restrictions around them were lifted. However, the two of them didn't relax. Instead, they focused on the tomb. There were also restrictions in the tomb, and they were more powerful than those outside. However, Jade-faced Playboy had the Jade Slip, so the two of them could deal with them easily. After a period of time, the first layer of restriction was lifted, revealing the treasures inside. There were dozens of treasures, including cultivation methods, precious weapons, and elixirs. Among them, there was an inconspicuous stone bead. When Jade-faced Playboy saw this stone bead, he was ecstatic. This stone bead looked exactly the same as Zhao Shui's stone bead. They should be the same thing. He had seen the power of Zhao Shui's stone bead that day. However, Jade-faced Playboy and the woman in green concealed it very well. Although the man in the red robe didn't know the magic of making stone eyeballs, the 3 crimson bloodbirds beside him showed an excited expression. He was shocked and inadvertently glanced at the stone bead. Something that could make the 3 crimson bloodbirds excited was definitely not ordinary. He slightly probed and found that the woman in green was a little abnormal. Humph! The man in the red robe sneered and secretly became vigilant. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't leave. Instead, they nervously watched every movement in the tomb. Fortunately, the two of them had strong soul power and could clearly see the situation in the tomb. When the stone bead appeared, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, and Zhao Shui's whole body trembled. Her body shook, and she was about to rush over. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and pulled her back. "If you go now, you are obviously going to die, but I can't just watch them take the stone bead. Zhao Shui looked anxious. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked through sound transmission. He also didn't want this treasure to fall into the hands of those two people. There are two ways. One is to let the little girl activate the stone bead in her hand and see if there is a connection. Or you can try Little White's bowl, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Little bowl. Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey in surprise. It still had the old bowl on its head. Although the little white monkey treated the bowl as a treasure, Lin Xian still couldn't find what was so special about the bowl. Forget it. Let's try the first method. Lin Xian thought. Activate the stone bead and see if there is a connection, he said to Zhao Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded and took out the stone bead, activating her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead in her hand bloomed with a simple light, and the eyeball in the middle seemed to move. Buzz. Inside the tomb, the stone bead also suddenly emitted light. It spun quickly, as if it was trying to break free from the restriction. This scene directly alarmed Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. In an instant, the two released a shocking light, and the aura on their bodies surged. The air roared, as if two mountains had collided, causing the entire Imperial Mausoleum to tremble. The green-clothed girl quickly retreated to avoid the energy storm. Jade-Faced Playboy quickly used the peach blossom conception and rushed towards the stone bead. The surrounding peach blossoms fell, forming a terrifying murderous aura. Humph! The blood-robed man snorted, and the blood chi around his body shook, forming a sea of blood around him and colliding with the peach blossom conception. At the same time, the three crimson blood birds beside him rushed towards the stone bead. Jade-Faced Playboy roared. He had seen the power of the stone bead, and he wouldn't give it to his opponent. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless pink lights flashed in the air, all attacking the three crimson blood birds. The three crimson blood birds screamed and spat out flames, forming a 10-jong-high wall of fire in front of them. At the same time, he spat out a small ball of purple flame, carrying a terrifying heat, flying towards Jade-Faced Playboy. Peach blossom cut. The sky full of peach blossoms condensed, forming a huge folding fan, and fell down with a loud bang. The terrifying energy collided, and a storm swept in all directions. The two used all their strength to fight for the simple stone bead. In the distance, Zhao Shui tried her best, but she still couldn't break through the restriction. Wuji the snow-white monkey held a small bowl, swaying in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 417. The snow-white little monkey nodded, then extended its little paw and gestured. Zhao Shui was amazed, while Lin Xian helplessly covered his face with his hands. This guy actually wanted to make a deal with him, and the item to be traded was top-quality spirit wine. In the past, the snow-white little monkey had secretly drunk a lot of Lin Xian's spirit wine. Now, the snow-white little monkey's taste had become picky, and it disdained normal spirit wine. It wanted Lin Xian to make a special spirit wine for it. Lin Xian's forehead was full of black lines. This snow-white little monkey was a fraud and loved to drink. It was not like a monkey at all. Okay, I agree, Lin Xian helplessly said. The snow-white little monkey's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Then it took down the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it began to walk around the small bowl. Its hands constantly gestured, and an indescribable aura surged out from its body. Suddenly, the shabby little bowl emitted a ray of light. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had suspicious looks on their faces as they waited quietly. In the tomb, the stone bead was moving back and forth as the two spirit transformation realm experts fought over it. At this moment, black ripples suddenly appeared around the stone bead and quickly wrapped around it. In the next moment, the stone bead flashed and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were both stunned. The two of them quickly searched around the tomb, but they did not find anything. Impossible! How could the stone bead disappear into thin air? Someone must have secretly made a move. Jade-faced Playboy angrily shouted, "Could it be that brat?" Jade-faced Playboy frowned, and the blood-robed man also had a suspicious expression. The two of them thought of Lin Xian at the same time. Impossible! How could that brat have such a method? The two of them were very good at denying this idea. Is that a spirit-detecting realm expert? Jade-faced Playboy became vigilant. Humph! If it was a spirit-detecting realm expert, why would he be so sneaky? The blood-robed man sneered. The two of them continued to speculate, but neither of them was willing to leave. The two of them gave up on the stone bead, and once again fought over the remaining treasures. In the distance, in the stone forest, the snow-white little monkey happily opened the small bowl and then picked up a stone eyeball. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were very interesting. "This is that stone bead." Zhao Shui's voice trembled. Lin Xian also fiercely rubbed his eyes. This was too miraculous, but how did it get it? Zhao Shui was very confused. Not only did he look at it, Playboy, but he also looked at it, Playboy. Then, under the unwilling gaze of the little white monkey, he picked up the small bowl and studied it carefully. Was calm, and Lin Xian was excited. If that's the case, then won't he be able to steal treasures as he pleases? In your dreams. Wine Lord coldly snorted. That bowl is broken. It's already not bad that it can use 10 or 20% of its power. What is this thing? Lin Xian was very curious. Have you heard of a treasure basin? A treasure basin that can gather all the treasures in the world. Lin Xian was shocked. That's something from legends. This little bowl is a treasure basin. His mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a real treasure basin, but it's not far from it, Wine Lord said. If used properly, it can also be very useful. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. For example, this time, he didn't even enter the tomb, but he was able to easily steal the treasures inside. Lin Xian, thank you so much, Zhao Shui said with a smile. Then she picked up the little white monkey and kissed it fiercely. Zhao Shui was indeed very happy. The stone bead was too important to her. Now that she could obtain the stone bead, her future cultivation method would be complete. What do we do now? Do we leave? Zhao Shui asked. No rush. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Xian said with a smile. Since Little White had a treasure basin, there was no reason for him to leave. According to his observation, there must be other treasures in the tomb. Then, Lin Xian closely observed the situation inside the tomb, while Zhao Shui began to comprehend the stone bead. Inside the tomb of the evil king, Jade-faced Playboy, and the blood-robed man temporarily separated and frantically seized the treasures inside the tomb. The two spirit transformation realm warriors didn't care about ordinary treasures. They only took some precious treasures. The rest were taken by the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. However, there were still some treasures that were quietly disappearing. However, these treasures disappeared very stealthily. In addition, everyone was eager to get the treasures, so they didn't notice. The missing treasures all went into the little white monkey's bowl. Soon, Lin Xian obtained 5 or 6 treasures. As more and more treasures disappeared, the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion bloodbird became vigilant. During this time, the woman in green grabbed a precious weapon. However, with a flash of black light, the precious weapon disappeared in front of her eyes. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird bit at a crystal core the size of a longan. However, before it could touch it, the crystal core had already disappeared. Who is it? Come out! The woman in green screamed. This was not the first time, but She didn't even see the shadow of the person. The treasures being stolen one after another attracted the attention of jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. However, the two of them didn't find anything after searching several times, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Jade-faced Playboy's face was gloomy. His glazed hand grabbed the brocade pouch in the distance. Buzz! With a flash of black light, the brocade pouch quickly disappeared. Stay here. The glazed hand suddenly fell, shattering the air, but it still couldn't stop it. Who is attacking? Come out! Jade-faced Playboy roared angrily. The brocade pouch was compatible with his cultivation method. If he obtained it, his strength would greatly increase. However, such a treasure had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could Jade-faced Playboy not be angry? His voice was like a wave that swept in all directions. However, no matter how angry he was, the brocade pouch didn't appear. In the distance, Lin Xian held the brocade pouch with a satisfied smile. This method was much more refreshing than entering the tomb to seize treasures himself. Moreover, this method of being stealthy could also avoid some trouble. Oh, another restriction has been broken. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the tomb again. Inside the tomb, the blood-robed man and jade-faced Playboy had been rushing all the way. They had already broken through most of the restrictions and arrived at the center of the tomb. There was a pitch-black coffin emitting a faint pressure. On top of it, there was an irregular crystal that was slowly floating. The evil king's crystal. Jade-faced Playboy looked excited. On the side, the three-headed crimson bloodbird also let out a cheerful cry. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded. The blood-robed man and jade-faced Playboy burst out with powerful auras and collided with each other. This belongs to the flowery sect. Get out of here! Jade-faced Playboy shouted angrily. The sky full of peach blossoms quickly revolved around him, forming a terrifying attack. Humph! Treasures belong to those who are capable. Give this to me. The blood-robed man sneered. Behind him, the shadow of a sea of blood appeared. It was extremely terrifying. In the sea of blood, demonic beasts appeared one after another, their roars shaking the sky. The two of them fought, destroying everything around them. Fortunately, the black coffin buried a psychic elite. The pressure it emitted resisted the aftermath of the two's energy, so it was preserved. Chapter 4:18. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. Over the years, he had learned all kinds of knowledge from Wine Lord. His knowledge was far greater than before. The Diablo crystal was a treasure that contained terrifying energy. The Diablo must have injected his power into it before he died and left it for his descendants. If he could get this kind of thing, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. After all, it contained very pure spiritual power. Jade-faced Playboy knew about this, and his ultimate goal in the Diablo tomb was to get the Diablo crystal. If he could get the Diablo crystal, he might be able to break through to the spirit-detecting realm. By then, he would be the overlord of the Dragon Star Kingdom. Thinking of this, Jade-faced Playboy's moves became fiercer. The spiritual power in his whole body seemed to be burning. The sky was full of peach blossoms, forming a terrifying attack. The red-robed man also fought back. His cultivation was higher than Jade-faced Playboy's, so he was very powerful. Moreover, he had to get the Diablo crystal. With the Diablo crystal, he could completely awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson bloodbird. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the evil king's crystal suddenly shook violently, and black cracks appeared around it, quickly wrapping it up. Not good. Jade-faced Playboy's face changed. Thinking of the treasure that had disappeared, he suddenly became vigilant. Boom! Countless peach blossoms gushed out, covering everything in front of him. The red-robed man also condensed blood arrows and stabbed at the Diablo crystal. No matter what, they would not let the Diablo crystal disappear this time. Seeing that the Diablo crystal was about to disappear, Jade-faced Playboy and the red-robed man tried to stop it. However, the black ripples had a mysterious power that quickly wrapped the Diablo crystal and disappeared. Ah, Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily, and his voice spread in all directions. The peach blossoms around him fluctuated and released a dazzling light, as if they were going to burn. Little bastard, I will kill you. Jade-faced Playboy released an endless murderous aura, which turned into a cold light and pierced into the void. The red-robed man next to him also looked ferocious. The bloody aura on his body was surging, as if it was going to devour people. The Diablo crystal was needed to awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Now that it had been taken away, how could he not be angry? Who was behind this? The two of them quickly sensed their surroundings. In the forest far away, the snow-white monkey opened its small bowl and took out a palm-sized transparent crystal, jumping happily. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and quickly put it away. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had a stunned look on her face. This little bowl was too miraculous. Not only did it snatch her stone bead, it even snatched the evil monarch's crystal. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian knew that after the disappearance of the evil monarch crystal, the jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man would definitely be furious. If the two of them searched frantically, they would definitely discover them. Since that was the case, it was better to steal it now. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had thought. After the evil monarch crystal disappeared, jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly searched for it. Their terrifying power directly shrouded the entire area. The two of them quickly discovered that something was amiss. It was that brat. He actually didn't leave. After jade-faced Playboy and blood-robed man detected the existence of Lin Xian, their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that this brat really knew about ghosts? Although the two of them didn't believe it, there was only Lin Xian and his group of suspicious people around. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. In addition, Lin Xian was originally the person they wanted to kill, so the two of them didn't hesitate at all. Two powerful auras approached at lightning speed. Not good. Let's go. Lin Xian sensed the two auras, and his face changed greatly. He and Zhao Shui quickly fled into the distance. Brat, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. The evil monarch crystal was his hope of dominating a region. This time, he came to the evil monarch's tomb and placed all his hopes on it. However, when he was about to get the evil monarch crystal, it was forcibly taken away by someone. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Brat, did you take the crystal or not? The blood-robed man also shouted in a deep voice. Beside him, the 3 vermilion bloodbirds let out anxious cries. Their eyes directly locked onto Lin Xian. Humph! It was me who took it. You two pieces of trash, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Although Lin Xian was running for his life, he was very happy in his heart to be able to snatch such a precious treasure from the hands of his two enemies. That feeling was too great. Brat, it really was you. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had killed Lin Xian back then, this wouldn't have happened. When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world. Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. Threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. I'll refine it now. After saying that, he took out the crystal-clear evil monarch crystal, held it in his hand, and then activated it with all his strength. Buzz! The air trembled, and traces of white gas rushed out from the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Such pure energy! Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. He could feel that this spiritual energy was not inferior to the energy produced by the art of longevity at all. Moreover, This energy would not be rejected by his body at all. As long as he absorbed it with all his strength, it would be fine. It was indeed a peerless treasure. No wonder those two people were so crazy. Lin Xian could not help but hold the evil monarch crystal tightly. This kind of thing could be very precious, not to mention Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it hard to resist this temptation. After all, the evil monarch's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. The inheritance that he left behind would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man saw that Lin Xian dared to refine the energy in the evil monarch crystal in front of them, and their lungs exploded with anger. The spiritual energy in their bodies boiled and almost burned. Today, even if I have to risk damaging my origin, I'll catch you. Jade-Faced Playboy went completely crazy. The peach blossom conception around him bloomed with dazzling light, and traces of pink mist merged into Jade-Faced Playboy's body. Suddenly, the cloud-faced Playboy's aura skyrocketed, and his speed also rapidly increased. Boom! The air behind him exploded, and Jade-Faced Playboy burst out in an instant, quickly rushing toward Lin Xian. The blood-robed man was not willing to fall behind. The blood waves behind him slapped and merged with his body, turning into a scarlet blood light, rushing toward Lin Xian. This kind of speed made Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions change. It should be known that their speed was already fast enough, so Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man could not catch up for a while. However, spirit-transforming realm martial artists were really crazy when they went crazy. Their speed of improvement instantly surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel the terrifying aura behind him. Blood sacrifice cloak. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and used a secret technique. His body turned into a blood light, and he instantly appeared far away. After appearing, Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. The two did not stop and continued to escape into the distance. Chapter 419. What? This brat also has a secret skill. Jade-Faced Playboy saw Lin Xian widen the distance between them once again. He was both shocked and angry. After fusing with the peach blossom concept, his speed surpassed most spirit transformation realm cultivators. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Xian. Damn it! This brat has too many secrets. I must kill him. The blood-robed man's eyes lit up. Not only the evil monarch's crystal. If he could kill Lin Xian, then all of Lin Xian's treasures would be his. At that time, he might be able to awaken all three heads of the three-headed vermilion blood bird. Once all three heads were awakened, his mission would be complete. He could then leave the Tianan region and return to his family. Thinking of this, the blood-robed man's body became excited. He used the monstrous blood sea with all his strength and increased his speed with the three-headed vermilion blood bird. Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the evil monarch's crystal with all his strength. At this time, a faint voice suddenly entered his mind. Fated person, congratulations on obtaining my crystal. If you can complete my last wish, you will receive all of my inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. He then looked at the evil monarch's crystal in his hand with vigilance. The evil monarch, is he still alive? Lin Xian was shocked. He died a long time ago. This should be a spiritual imprint he left behind, Wine Lord said. Hearing Wine Lord's answer, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If the evil monarch was still alive, he wouldn't hesitate to throw away the evil monarch's crystal. But fortunately, this was only a spiritual imprint left behind by the evil monarch. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the evil monarch's crystal and absorbed the energy inside, they would trigger this spiritual imprint. Last wish. What last wish? Lin Xian maintained his speed and asked in confusion. Send my body back to my hometown. The evil monarch's voice was filled with fatigue. If you can do it, I will pass on all of my knowledge to you. If you can, then put down the crystal and wait for the next fated person. Don't doubt my ability. If you absorb more energy without my approval, it will cause an explosion. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to survive that kind of attack. Motherfucker, what a lunatic! Lin Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked via voice transmission, Wine Lord, is this true? Indeed. Wine Lord nodded. If you really can't do it, just throw this Diablo crystal away. Xian's heart thumped when he heard that. This damned evil king is indeed abnormal. He actually used such a method. If he did not agree, then he would not be able to obtain a trace of energy from the crystal. If that was the case, the crystal would become a useless rock. Not only that, but he was also being pursued by the two people behind him. Lin Xian was unwilling to just throw it away. After all, the Diablo crystal contained pure energy. If he could absorb all of it, then his cultivation would reach the late harmonious spirit realm. This was a terrifying speed of improvement. Even if it did not stop, it would save Lin Xian tens of years of hard work. Moreover, it would greatly increase his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Assembly. Therefore, Lin Xian could not give up. Send your body back to your hometown. Tell me, where is your hometown? What do I have to do? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he separated a part of his soul power to maintain his speed and deal with the group behind him. My hometown is in the Sky Martial region. You just have to put my body in the ancestral land of the Yu family in the Tianxiang country. Sky Martial region. Tianxiang country's Yu family. Lin Xian frowned and thought quickly. This request was not too difficult. He just had to send the body there. Moreover, he would have to go to the Sky Martial region sooner or later. It's that simple? No other requests? Lin Xian was puzzled. Simple. The Diablo remnant was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed happily. Yes, it's that simple. As long as you can do it, all of my things will be yours. All right, I promise you, Lin Xian quickly said. Then, can I absorb the energy of the crystal now? Don't worry. It's not enough to just promise. What if you go back on your words? The Diablo remnant said. But I'm already dead. Even if you go back on your words, I can't do anything to you. So, you have to make an oath first. Oath? Lin Xian's expression was strange. That's right. Oath. Blood sacrifice curse. The Diablo remnant said. Now, drop your blood essence into my body and leave the rest to me. After saying that, the Diablo remnant became silent. Brat, you have to think carefully. Wine Lord reminded, the blood sacrifice curse is very effective. If you can't do it, I'm afraid there will be a great disaster. Is it really that effective? Lin Xian didn't believe it. In the past, there was a venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm. He once made this oath, but in the end, he didn't do it. Later, he was attacked by an unknown creature, and his body was split into several pieces. A venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm also died. Lin Xian felt a chill. However, since he dared to promise, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, the Diablo remnant crystal was very important to him. Therefore, Lin Xian thought for a moment and agreed. Since he agreed, he needed to use the blood sacrifice curse. He had to return to the Diablo tomb and obtain the Diablo remnant Will's corpse. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and suddenly changed direction. Zhao Shui didn't know what happened, but he still chose to believe in Lin Xian. Behind them, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man saw Lin Xian suddenly change direction. They didn't think too much and continued to follow. Lin Xian didn't immediately turn back. Instead, he kept changing direction and circled around. If he went back directly, it was very likely that he would attract the attention of Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. If the two of them were guarding the tomb ahead of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he gradually changed direction in order to numb the two of them. After many changes, Lin Xian finally flew back in his original direction. However, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man weren't fools. They observed for a moment and discovered Lin Xian's goal. He wants to return to the tomb. Could it be that he found something in the Diablo remnant crystals? Jade-Faced Playboy's expression was uncertain. Back then, he was chasing after the Diablo remnant crystal and didn't carefully investigate anything else. However, it seemed that there was something more important in the tomb. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't risk his life to turn back. On the side, the blood-robed man had the same idea. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he increased his speed again. Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind. His speed far surpassed that of a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. In addition, he had the black cloak and the dragon rebel step. Therefore, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man couldn't catch up to him. After a long time, Lin Xian came to the vicinity of the tomb again. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly entered the tomb. Behind him, Jade-Faced Playboy suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, quickly stop him." In the tomb, there was a green figure looking for other treasures. At this moment, the figure heard Jade-Faced Playboy's roar and immediately looked up. Chapter 4:20. She did not follow Jade-Faced Playboy and the others. Instead, she chose to stay in the tomb to search for treasures. At this moment, Lin Xian returned and coincidentally met her. Why did this little thief come back? The green-clothed woman was shocked. However, since Jade-Faced Playboy had spoken, she could not disobey. Although she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, she was confident that she could block him for a while. The green light was hazy as it transformed into a large dark green snake that surged forward. The terrifying figure circled and blocked the path in front. There was no need to fight with Lin Xian. She only needed to make Lin Xian stop, and Jade-Faced Playboy would naturally catch up. It had to be said that the green-clothed woman's method was very clear. Not only could she ensure her own safety, she could also block Lin Xian. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. "Get lost!" Lin Xian angrily shouted as the wind shadow sword was suddenly unsheathed. A terrifying sword intent surged and transformed into a 100-meter-long sword light. It collided with the dark green snake shadow and produced a shocking explosion. Boom! The large dark green snake was instantly slashed apart and fell to the sides. The green-clothed woman was also affected by this wave of energy and flew out while vomiting blood. Lin Xian was not affected at all. He flew past quickly and did not stop at all. Seeing Lin Xian enter the tomb, Jade-Faced Playboy's expression turned crazy. Going in is easy, but coming out is difficult. The blood-robed man beside him sneered. His palms held up the sky as the sea of blood surged behind him. Waves of blood quickly surrounded the entire tomb. The sea of blood instantly enveloped the tomb, and the blood-robed man revealed a cold smile. Jade-Faced Playboy also let out a carefree laugh. His palms danced and shot out countless flower petals, forming a solid cage outside of the sea of blood. "Humph, stupid kid. Let's see how you escape this time." Jade-Faced Playboy sneered. The two of them planned to catch a turtle in a jar. With a flash, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man entered the tomb. Inside the tomb, Lin Xian's figure quickly shuttled and approached the black coffin in the center. He naturally knew that it was very likely that he would be surrounded if he entered the mausoleum. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. "Lin Xian, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Shui was very confused and finally asked, "Take away the black coffin Lin Xian's answer was very simple. What? Zhao Shui covered her mouth and exclaimed. This was too crazy. Not only did he take away the inheritance, he even wanted to steal the corpse. For a moment, Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. It's not what you think. Forget it, I'll explain it later. Lin Xian approached the coffin. Behind him, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly rushed over and blocked Lin Xian. Boy, let's see where you can run this time. Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. Hand over the evil monarch crystal, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Kiki, regardless of whether you hand it over or not, your body belongs to the three-headed bird. The blood-robed man stroked the three-headed vermilion bird with a cold expression. Fated person, it seems that your situation is rather dangerous. Let me help you. The evil monarch's remnant consciousness voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Many thanks. Since someone was willing to help, Lin Xian naturally would not refuse. Open my coffin and temporarily place the crystal on me. This way, I can help you control one of them. Lin Xian was clearly stunned. This evil monarch was strange in every way. If he placed the energy essence on him, there was no telling what would happen. Don't worry, I'm already dead. I won't come back to life. This is only my remnant soul. The evil monarch seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's apprehension and explained, Little Xian, it's impossible for this corpse to come back to life. Wine Lord confirmed once again. Hearing this, Lin Xian slapped open the black coffin, revealing the corpse inside. This action directly frightened Jade-faced Playboy and the others. They stared blankly at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. Lin Xian quickly placed the crystal on the forehead of the evil monarch's corpse. Traces of pure white energy seeped into it. The originally dead evil monarch suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, a corpse coming back to life. Zhao Shui's little face was pale with fright. Her hands tightly grasped Lin Xian. Even Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were shocked. Their expressions were filled with horror. The evil monarch, the spirit-detecting realm master whose name shook the Dragonstar Nation, had actually come back to life. What did this brat do? The blood-robed man felt a trace of fear. He moved his feet, ready to escape at any time. There was no other way. The evil monarch was too terrifying. When he was alive, he was already a master at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He even almost took that crucial step. This was far from what they could resist. Mom Master, Jade-faced Playboy's voice trembled as he looked at the figure in front of him in horror. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the evil disciple. What? You finally can't hold back and want to dig up my grave? The evil monarch slightly turned his head and sent out a trace of spiritual fluctuation. Mom Master, I don't dare. Jade-faced Playboy lowered his head. The spiritual fluctuation snorted coldly. Now, my inheritance will be left to the fated one. Don't think too much. After that, the evil monarch's corpse looked at Lin Xian next to him. What? The fated one. Jade-faced Playboy suddenly raised his head. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lin Xian. I'm not satisfied. I'm your disciple. Why should I leave the inheritance to others? Disciple? The evil monarch sneered. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Since we're master and disciple, I won't kill you. Get out of here. At the same time, the evil monarch's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. The fated one should quickly sign the blood sacrifice agreement. I can't hold on for long. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He cut his finger and quickly drew a strange blood rune on the back of the dead body, sinking into the corpse. After doing all this, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. Blood sacrifice agreement, the crimson-robed man exclaimed. He had a mysterious origin. So naturally, he had heard of the blood sacrifice agreement. What evil monarch? How can a dead person come back to life? No matter what the hell you are, the evil monarch's crystal is mine. The crimson-robed man understood and immediately stretched out his bloody hand to grab the evil monarch's crystal. Next to him, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had just completed the blood sacrifice agreement and lost about 1/3 of his blood. In addition, he had used the blood sacrifice cloak not long ago, so he still had about half of his blood essence left. It was a bit too much for him. Fortunately, he still had a few drops of earth spirit liquid on him. He immediately swallowed a drop. Sword intent surged. Lin Xian wanted to slash at the bloody hand in the sky. However, the evil monarch suddenly made his move. He pointed his finger and instantly pierced through the bloody hand in the sky. Then he covered the crimson-robed man. The fated one, since you've signed the blood sacrifice agreement, I'll give you a part of the crystal's energy. After saying that, a jade-white energy ball gushed out of the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body, forming waves of energy that swept in all directions. Mid-harmonious spirit realm, Zhao Shui exclaimed. Chapter 4:21. In the distance, Jade-faced Playboy looked at Lin Xian, who was increasing his cultivation. His heart was bleeding. It was supposed to be his. If he could get it, he would be able to enter the spirit-detecting realm in a short time. But now, Lin Xian had taken advantage of him. Old bastard, you are already dead, but you are still not at ease. Why do you have to jump out and seek death? Jade-faced Playboy also realized that the evil king was not really resurrected. He was in some kind of abnormal state. Although he was afraid, the greed in his heart overcame his reason. The evil king's crystal must be mine. Beside Jade-faced Playboy, the peach blossom conception suddenly spread out. It formed a huge pink folding fan in the air and slashed down. Wind Slayer. Lin Xian had entered the mid-harmonious spirit realm. His strength had increased greatly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved out a sharp sword chi. In a flash, the huge folding fan in the sky was torn apart. What a terrifying sword chi. The evil king's spirit sense fluctuated. Fated one, according to our agreement, I will control this bloody freak. As for the others, I can't do anything with my current strength. It's enough. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He was already satisfied to be able to trap a spirit transformation realm warrior. As for Jade-faced Playboy, he was able to resist before he successfully broke through. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, it would be easier to deal with him. Lin Xian's aura was strong. He slashed open the huge peach blossom folding fan. Brat, although you are powerful, you can only tie with me at most. Moreover, once I use my trump card, you will definitely not be my opponent. How about this? You give me the evil king's crystal, and I will let you live. Jade-faced Playboy said. Humph, no way. Lin Xian sneered and completely ignored him. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me. Jade-faced Playboy waved the peach blossom conception with all his strength. It emitted a strange fragrance that filled the air. Not good. The fragrance is poisonous. Hold your breath. Zhao Shui's face changed. You and I will work together to kill him. Lin Xian turned his head and said. Then 70% of the great dragon sword intent in his body surged out, and a huge dragon shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, streaks of green ripples flickered as the concept of wind was unleashed. With a wave of the wind shadow sword chi shot out in all directions. Zhao Shui took out the stone bead and poured her soul power into it, pushing it with all her might. The stone bead trembled, and the central eyeball emitted light. Countless symbols flew out, forming a terrifying killing move. The two of them joined forces to fight Jade-Faced Playboy. In the distance, the blood-robed man had been imprisoned by Evil King, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Beside him, the 3 vermilion bloodbirds kept chirping. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the air, and the 3 figures quickly separated. Jade-Faced Playboy floated down, with shock in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed. How is that possible? Jade-Faced Playboy's heart was in turmoil. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword was a high-grade spirit-grade artifact, and he had the support of a 70% sword intent and small success wind concept. His strength was very strong, comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui also had the mysterious stone pearl, and her soul attack was even more bizarre. When the two of them joined forces, they put a lot of pressure on Jade-Faced Playboy, both physically and spiritually. Jade-Faced Playboy's face was gloomy, and the folding fan in his hand was creaking. Now that the blood-robed man was under control, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Do I have to use my trump card? But the side effect of using my trump card is very big. Jade-Faced Playboy hesitated, and finally decided to use his trump card first to get rid of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he looked at Evil King. Evil King was also looking at him with a faint smile. Jade-Faced Playboy felt his heart tremble, as if he had been seen through. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. If you have the ability to kill them, then Evil King's crystal is yours. Evil King's voice had a trace of indifference. Hearing this, Jade-Faced Playboy sneered. Boy, let's see who can save you this time. Without the threat of Evil King, Jade-Faced Playboy felt a lot less pressure. As long as he used his trump card, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Jade-Faced Playboy took out 2 red elixirs from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. The next moment, his momentum increased greatly, and his skin turned pink, as bright as peach blossoms. A shocking power gushed out from Jade-Faced Playboy's body. He has reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Evil King was surprised. The middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian was shocked. Hurry up, he shouted and waved his sword with all his strength. There was a huge gap between the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm and the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If Jade-Faced Playboy reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, then they would have no chance of winning. The stone pearl vibrated, and Zhao Shui launched a soul attack. The inscriptions in the sky condensed into beams of light, bombarding Jade-Faced Playboy's soul. Jade-Faced Playboy's body trembled, and his face became ferocious. His aura also stopped. Although he hadn't reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was not far from it. Next, I will let you know what fear is. Jade-Faced Playboy's whole body turned pink, and he was surrounded by the essence of peach blossoms. He grinned and stepped out. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. So fast, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly performed the dragon inverse steps and dodged quickly with the help of the black cloak. The air fluctuated, and a dazzling light burst out from Jade-Faced Playboy's palm. Boom! Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but his body was still grazed by the palm wind. Suddenly, he felt that all his internal organs were shaking, and his body was about to explode. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jade-Faced Playboy's voice was cold. Boom! Lin Xian's body hit the wall, and he became a pile of rubble. Lin Xian, Zhao Shui shouted anxiously. Jade-Faced Playboy moved again. The folding fan in his hand drew a strange arc and instantly covered Zhao Shui. Illusory fish hand. Zhao Shui waved her hands, and an illusory palm shadow appeared. In an instant, countless illusory arms appeared in the sky. Moreover, these arms carried the power of the soul, which was impossible to defend against. Cut! The peach blossom folding fan was like a scythe of death. It cut off all the palm shadows in the sky, and then hit Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly formed a hazy moonlight to protect her body, but she was still sent flying by the terrifying force. Ha ha ha! Even if you two ants have treasures in your hands, you still can't withstand a single blow from absolute power. Next, I will let you know what hell is on earth. Jade-faced Playboy grinned as he walked toward Zhao Shui. At this moment, a cold light flashed from his left. It's useless. Jade-faced Playboy's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he quickly reached out and caught the sword Qi. Buzz. The air trembled, and Lin Xian appeared in the air with the wind shadow sword in his hand. He had been hit by a palm, but fortunately, he had the golden inner armor and the silver thunder body, so his body wasn't seriously injured. Humph. Chapter 4:22. Lightning Storm. Thunder suddenly appeared. Lin Xian's body was covered in thunder. Countless silver thunderbolts surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of thunder. However, the peach blossom aura was derived from peach blossoms. Although Lin Xian's thunderbolts were powerful, he hadn't comprehended the essence of thunder. Therefore, in terms of attack, Lin Xian's silver thunderbolts were not enough to resist the peach blossom aura. In an instant, the silver thunderbolts were wrapped by the peach blossom aura and quickly dissipated. Wind, thunder, lightning ring. Seeing that the thunderbolts were ineffective, Lin Xian had to use the essence of wind. The combination of wind and thunder formed a powerful force that blocked the peach blossom aura. Moreover, he activated 70% of the great dragon sword intent, making the wind shadow sword shine brightly. Countless sword auras flew out, rushing toward Jade-faced Playboy. Although Jade-faced Playboy had temporarily increased his cultivation to the peak of the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, 70% of the great dragon sword intent was still a threat to him. The peach blossom aura protecting his body was cut open, and the endless sword auras flew toward his palm. He had no choice but to step back. Jade-faced Playboy waved his sleeve, shooting out several cold lights that disappeared into the peach blossom aura. This was his hidden weapon, the peach blossom poisonous needles. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would be seriously injured if hit. He wanted to use the peach blossom aura to cover the traces of the peach blossom poisonous needles. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. With a slight perception, he found the hidden attack. Returning wind whisks willow sword. Fine sword, auras like willow branches appeared around his body, forming a sword curtain that blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he held the wind shadow sword tightly with both hands and suddenly stabbed out. Wind Emperor's sword. Endless wind surged, and the sword auras flew toward Jade-faced Playboy. On the other side, Zhao Shui waved her hands and used the illusory fish hand. The black and white yin-yang fish rotated together, forming the yin-yang illusory fish picture. At the same time, it also carried a strange illusion. Peach blossom cut. Jade-faced Playboy's body formed a peach blossom armor. He held a huge folding fan in his hand, and all the attacks were blown away. However, he was also pushed back by the two forces, and several shocking cracks appeared on the peach blossom armor on his body. Impossible. His sword intent has become stronger. Jade-faced Playboy frowned as he looked at the cracks on his armor. Slash. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel step to give chase. Streaks of swift and fierce sword techniques rapidly unfolded in the air. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing the surrounding air to condense. Suddenly, Jade-faced Playboy felt an inexplicable power on his body, making his movements slow down. This is the small success concept of wind. Jade-faced Playboy was shocked once again. He didn't expect that Lin Xian's artistic conception of scenery had reached the small success realm in just a few days. This kind of concept could completely affect his attack. Jade-faced Playboy's face was gloomy as the aura in his body surged. He used all of his strength to activate the peach blossom conception and struggled with all his might. The folding fan in his hand even slapped towards Lin Xian. The two concepts collided, causing the air to ripple. The terrifying waves spread out in all directions, causing the ground to crack. It was as if the entire mausoleum had been split open from the middle. Cracks that were nearly 1,000 meters long appeared on the ground. As the sword light flashed, Jade-faced Playboy was enveloped in it. Fantasy moon concept. On the other side, Zhao Shui quickly rushed over. A hazy, bright moon rose behind her and pressed down on Jade-faced Playboy. Another small success concept. Jade-faced Playboy felt the pressure increase, and his face became abnormally ugly. The petals that filled the sky became dim, as if they had lost their luster. "You've gone too far." Jade-faced Playboy's lungs were about to explode. The swift and fierce aura on his body quickly fluctuated, and the peach blossom conception became even more unstable. Is the effect of the medicine about to end? Jade-faced Playboy's heart tightened. The reason he could have such a cultivation was all because of the 2 pills. However, this kind of trump card had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would enter a period of weakness. Fight. While the medicine was still effective, Jade-faced Playboy decided to go crazy. He began to burn the spiritual power in his body, deciding to fight to the death. Is he going to fight to the death? In the distance, the blood-robed man was controlled by the evil king and could not move. However, he still paid close attention to the battle. When he saw Jade-faced Playboy burn his spiritual power, his heart beat wildly. This kind of method was extremely harmful to a warrior's origin. If it was not life-threatening, a general warrior would not use it. Obviously, Jade-faced Playboy was forced into a desperate situation. It was not surprising. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had a conception that was not inferior to Jade-faced Playboy's. In addition, they both had treasures in their hands, so their attacking power was close to that of a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Under the joint attack of the two, Jade-faced Playboy was suffering unspeakably. If he had not taken the pills in advance, perhaps he would have been seriously injured and dying. I didn't expect that after dozens of years in Jianghu, I would be bullied by 2 little devils in the end. Today, I will pay a painful price to kill you too. Jade-faced Playboy was completely out of control. The surrounding air vibrated, and the surrounding spiritual chi quickly entered his body. Jade-faced Playboy's body was full of spiritual chi, like a dancing flame. Not good. This guy is going to fight to the death. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Attack with all your strength. You must kill him. Jade-faced Playboy had chased him several times, so Lin Xian had long wanted to kill him. Now was the best time to get rid of him. The spiritual chi in the sky gathered into Jade-faced Playboy's body, forming a 100-meter-long folding fan behind him. There were countless peach blossoms engraved on it. Take my strongest attack. Peach blossom, destroy the world. Jade-faced Playboy waved his hands and fell toward the front of the battle area. The 100-meter-high huge folding fan behind him also fell with his movement. Lin Xian looked dignified. The wind shadow sword quickly drew some inexplicable tracks in the void. The clouds in the sky rolled, and a huge heavenly sword was formed. It carried a horrible pressure, as if it could destroy everything. Gale lightning sword. One sword breaks mountains and rivers. As the wind shadow sword fell, the huge heavenly sword in the sky also chopped down with endless momentum. On the other side, Zhao Shui merged with a stone bead and shot out a strange talisman. The talisman looked simple, but it contained a horrible aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Gale lightning sword. The three violent forces collided with each other. Suddenly, countless gusts of wind swept through, and a horrible energy wave quickly spread out. The entire mausoleum was enveloped and turned into fragments. Boom! The destruction continued and spread out to an extremely far distance. Lin Xian's entire body emitted silver lightning. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated. When everything calmed down, he looked ahead with a dignified expression. The entire mausoleum was cut open, and horrible cracks spread out in all directions. Other than the place where the evil king sat, the other places had turned into ruins. In front of him, there was a horrible deep pit with a trace of destructive aura. It was caused by the Gale Lightning Sword and the Stone Bead Talisman. In the deep pit, a figure with disheveled hair stood there with blood all over his body. His body was trembling, as if he could fall at any time. Earth rank martial art. It's actually an Earth rank martial art. Jade-faced Playboy's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Under the attacks of the two, he suffered severe internal injuries. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, so he managed to survive. Chapter 4:23. Earth-level martial arts were extremely precious martial arts in the entire Tianan region. Only a few top sects had access to them. Moreover, only a few disciples of the sects could learn them. You are about to die. You don't need to know anything. Lin Xian slowly walked over with the Wind Shadow Sword. Don't kill me. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I beg you to let me live. Jade-faced Playboy's body trembled as he began to beg for mercy. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. When you were chasing me, did you ever think that you would one day be killed by someone else? Lin Xian was like a god of death, carrying an endless, murderous aura. However, when Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Jade-faced Playboy, who was originally begging for mercy, revealed a gloomy expression. Brat, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He opened his arms and pounced at Lin Xian like an octopus. Moreover, he burned all of his essence blood, turning into a bloody red ball and quickly pouncing over. Jade-faced Playboy actually wanted to perish together with Lin Xian. Not good. Retreat. Zhao Shui anxiously shouted from behind. Perish together? Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He quickly waved the Wind Shadow Sword, and countless cyan sword shadows flashed in the air. I will not give you any chance. The cyan sword shadows that filled the sky merged into one and instantly slashed through Jade-faced Playboy's body. Jade-faced Playboy's body that was flying in the air suddenly stiffened and then slowly slid down. An extremely fine sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. Plop! Jade-faced Playboy fell to the ground, but no blood flowed. A spirit transformation realm expert died. Just like that. The blood-robed man's face was full of shock. He felt that it was unreal. He actually killed someone who was a realm above him. This brat's strength is too heaven-defying. He was extremely shocked. Now he was in a very dangerous situation. If the evil king made a move, he would most likely die here. Just as he was struggling, a cold gaze looked at him. Suddenly, the blood-robed man's body trembled, as if he was pierced by thousands of swords. Lin Xian, he roared through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Xian was too sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, causing people's hearts to turn cold. The crimson-robed man felt a trace of fear in his heart. He looked at Lin Xian, who was gradually approaching him, and secretly channeled his spirit energy, preparing to launch his strongest attack. Little Xian, kill this three-headed crimson bloodbird first. Its body contains the wind and thunder attribute, which can further enhance the power of your wind and thunder dual swords. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Another upgrade. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He stared at the 3 crimson bloodbirds beside the blood-robed man. Immediately, the strange bird felt uneasy and began to cry out. The head in the center emitted purple flames that crashed into the restrictions in all directions. "Brat, what do you think you're doing?" The crimson-robed man was shocked. Lin Xian's gaze was too frightening, giving him a bad premonition. "Let me tell you, this 3-headed bird has an extraordinary background. It's not something you can provoke. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you." The crimson-robed man wasn't lying. Although he was a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, his true identity was the servant of the 3-headed crimson bloodbird. His purpose in coming to the Tianan region was to awaken all 3 heads of the 3-headed crimson bloodbird, and then bring it back to his family. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This crimson-robed man had tried to kill him many times, so he wouldn't show mercy. "Can you release this strange bird alone?" Lin Xian looked at the Diablo's corpse and asked. The Diablo's remnant consciousness paused for a moment, then said, "These 3 crimson bloodbirds indeed have an extraordinary background. If I remember correctly, they should also be from a terrifying family in the Tianwu region." "Fated One, are you really going to kill them? If you kill them, you might encounter unexpected dangers when you go to the Tianwu region in the future. Don't worry," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Only one of us can survive." Hearing this, the Diablo's corpse sighed and didn't force him. He waved his arm and forcibly separated the 3-headed crimson bloodbird. "Brat, how dare you?" The crimson-robed man shouted crazily as he used all his strength to resist the Diablo's restriction. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The 3-headed crimson bloodbird landed on the ground and let out a sharp cry. Purple, inextinguishable flames rose around its body, exuding a terrifying heat. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Full of malice, it took the initiative to attack. A purple flame as thick as a chopstick flew out and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He pulled out the Wind Shadow sword and quickly stabbed at the purple flame. The Wind Emperor's sword flashed and slashed at the purple flame. Instantly, a sizzling sound was heard. Lin Xian's great dragon sword could destroy everything. Back then, he had extinguished the 5-colored peacock's eternal flame. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was easier for him to deal with the purple flame. The sword fell, and the purple flame was cut in half, dissipating in the sky. "What? Impossible!" The crimson-robed man in the cage was shocked. He knew the power of the purple flame. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would find it difficult to destroy it. However, Lin Xian had extinguished the eternal flame with a single slash, which made him feel even more desperate. "Brat, if you heard it, the Divine Bird Clan won't let you go." The crimson-robed man's voice was unusually cold. "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He didn't know how the dead would send the news back. He held the sword with one hand and used the dragon counterstep. He quickly arrived in front of the 3-headed crimson bloodbird and stabbed with the Wind Shadow sword, carrying a terrifying sword will. For a moment, the 3-headed crimson bloodbird's feathers stood up. Purple flames the size of a fingernail rose from each of them, forming a sea of purple flames in front of them. At the same time, flames flew in all directions. Returning wind whisks, willow sword. The sword light circled and formed a solid defense. Lin Xian faced it head-on. Countless sword chi slashed down, tearing the void like a cloth. It couldn't be helped. The 70% dragon sword was too terrifying. Moreover, the 3-headed crimson bloodbird hadn't really grown up yet. In an instant, the dazzling sword chi split the sea of purple flames and slashed toward the head in the center. Whoosh! The 3-headed crimson bloodbird flapped its wings and dodged quickly. Moreover, the second head on the left trembled slightly, as if it could wake up at any time. Seeing this, The crimson-robed man let out a sigh of relief. Although the three-headed crimson blood bird needed a large amount of energy to wake up, he would also wake up the second head in a critical moment. Doing this would cause a lot of damage, but it was worth it to save his life. Brat, if it wakes up the second head, I'm afraid that even a warrior of the spirit transformation stage would have a hard time fighting against it, Wine Lord reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and sped up again. He turned into a beam of sword light and attacked the three-headed crimson blood bird. Little White, Lin Xian shouted. The little white monkey's body shook and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside the three-headed crimson blood bird. Its furry little paw slapped the second head that was about to wake up. Buzz! An extremely strange dizziness was unleashed by the little white monkey. The second head that was about to wake up fell asleep again. Chapter 4:24. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any external factors that could stop the second head from waking up. However, the little white monkey had interrupted the awakening process with one claw, which had completely overturned the blood-robed man's understanding. The three-headed crimson bloodbird was both shocked and furious. The head in the middle let out a piercing demonic sound that spread in all directions. As an ancient species, its potential was limitless. If it could wake up the second head, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill the abominable human in front of it. However, the little white monkey was like its nemesis. It was able to stop its awakening. The three-headed crimson bloodbird was very intelligent. Its eyes were filled with malice. If it didn't succeed this time, it still had a chance to wake up again. The three-headed crimson bloodbird moved quickly, preparing to wake up the second head. At this moment, Lin Xian's long sword arrived. The sword light was like a rainbow, as it instantly pierced the head in the middle. The 70% dragon sword essence condensed into an illusory azure dragon and sank into the head. Puff! There was a flash of blood as the head in the middle was mercilessly cut open. No! The blood-robed man screamed crazily. The sea of blood around him was tumbling as he crazily attacked the restriction. Ripples floated and appeared on the restriction. The evil king frowned slightly. Fated one, hurry up. I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He rotated his long sword, and the head in the middle exploded completely. Kid, you're dead. No one can save you. The blood-robed man quickly burned his spiritual power and made a terrifying attack. The sea of blood in the sky hit the restriction. With each hit, the light of the restriction dimmed a little. Don't even think about leaving today. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He took out the black scabbard and absorbed the purple flame in the middle head according to the method taught by the Wine Lord. Then, the long sword moved again. Lin Xian chopped at the second head. The head split open, and a dark blue airflow spun quickly. Its power was far above his wind essence. The second head contained the wind attribute. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning as he absorbed the wind into the black scabbard. The black scabbard was indeed mysterious. After absorbing the terrifying energy, it did not have much of a reaction. Only a faint glow appeared on its surface. The blood-robed man had gone completely mad. He burned his essence blood without any regard for his life, unleashing his strongest attack. Boom! The evil king's restriction was broken, and the blood-robed man appeared in the sky again. Fated person, I can only help you to this extent. After saying that, evil king's corpse fell back into the coffin. After the blood-robed man broke free from the restriction, he pounced on Lin Xian like a madman. At this moment, Lin Xian sliced open the third head with his sword. A streak of golden lightning flashed and was absorbed into the black scabbard. Since then, the three heads of the three-headed crimson bloodbird had been completely destroyed by Lin Xian, and the 3 types of energy had also been absorbed by him. The crimson-robed man's body trembled. He threw himself to the side of the 3-headed crimson blood bird, hugging the blood-red corpse and howling into the sky. His voice was like a demonic diamond, causing people's scalps to go numb. "Brat, even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for your sins." The crimson-robed man was like a demon, his entire body covered in a layer of scarlet blood. An aura that far surpassed jade-faced playboys gushed out from his body, burning spiritual power. Lin Xian frowned. The wind shadow sword quickly drew strange strokes in the air. It was obvious that the crimson-robed man didn't care about his life anymore. He just wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian also used his most powerful attack, the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the clouds, the firmament giant sword flashed again, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. The wind shadow sword fell, as if it could cut through mountains and rivers. Blood stains the firmament. The crimson-robed man ignited the chi and blood in his entire body. He blasted both his hands toward Lin Xian. In the sky, a blood-red waterfall hung upside down. An extremely strange and terrifying energy gushed out, as if it was going to tear it apart. The Gale Lightning Sword slashed down quickly. The sea of blood surged and countless blood flowers appeared. However, this was an attack that the crimson-robed man used with all his might. It was far stronger than before. Although the Gale Lightning Sword technique was an Earth-tier martial art, it was still blocked at this moment. "Brat, I'll kill you." The crimson-robed man's voice was vicious. Gale Lightning Sword technique. Dual sword star annihilation. Lin Xian let out a low shout. He pulled out the star extinction sword and swung it again. In the sky, a huge sword shadow appeared next to the firmament giant sword again, tearing the sky apart. The dual swords seemed to be able to destroy the stars. An extremely terrifying energy gushed out and enveloped the crimson-robed man in an instant. Sword light danced, blood light filled the air, and a shocking explosion occurred in the air. Zhao Shue's face was slightly pale. She quickly retreated with the evil king's coffin. The entire evil king's tomb was completely destroyed. The dual swords were too powerful. Even the crimson-robed man, who burned his blood essence, couldn't resist. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. Although the dual swords were powerful, they consumed more than half of his spirit power in an instant. Sheathing the wind and lightning swords, Lin Xian quickly searched in his soul. The 3 vermilion bloodbirds had been killed, and the crimson-robed man beside him was also split in half. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and quickly left the place. Then he put away the evil king's coffin and quickly left the evil king's tomb with Zhao Shui. Not long after the two left, the remaining blood on the crimson-robed man's body quickly rolled and wrapped around the 3 vermilion bloodbirds' bodies, disappearing. In the terrifying Demon Mountain, there was a colorful palace. It was full of multicolored light, like an immortal palace. However, there was a roar in this seemingly sacred palace. The disciple who was training in the Tianan region has fallen. No matter who killed him, bring him back and accept the death sentence. Everything related to him must be destroyed. I want the world to know that the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace can't be killed just because they want to. This voice carried boundless pressure and spread to every corner of the palace. Suddenly, several fiery red figures with extremely powerful auras quickly left the palace. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what happened far away. He had already left the evil king's tomb and was meditating in a nearby cave. This training could be said to be a great harvest. Not only did he find a lot of treasures, but he also obtained 2 supreme treasures. One was the Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade spirit treasure. This treasure sword was extraordinary, allowing him to fight against spirit transformation experts. The other was the evil king's crystal. As long as he was given some time, he could use the energy inside the crystal to break through to the late harmonious spirit realm. The evil king's crystal not only contained pure energy, but also all the inheritances of the evil king. This included cultivation methods and martial techniques. In terms of cultivation methods, Lin Xian's art of long life was very powerful, so he didn't need other cultivation methods to replace it. However, he could use martial techniques for reference. Moreover, this evil king also cultivated both sword and soul very similar to him. One of them was the phantom sword art, which was a unique sword art that combined sword arts and illusions. This sword art made Lin Xian very happy. He had high attainments in both sword arts and soul arts, so he quickly mastered the phantom sword art. In addition, Wine Lord also created a lightning sword art for his star extinction sword, the 3,000 lightning haste. Chapter 425. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird was indeed amazing. The three attributes in its body were very unique, allowing Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword and Star of Extinction Sword to improve. Although the grade did not change, the quality had improved by a large margin. Moreover, the black scabbard had also changed greatly. Other than the wind and thunder attributes, there seemed to be a ball of fire attribute slowly forming. Other than that, there was another martial art that made Lin Xian's heart beat faster. The Phantom Demon Steps was an earth-rank martial art known for its speed and agility. It was one of the Diablo's ultimate arts. An earth-rank martial art was a martial art that could tempt even spirit illumination martial artists. There were only a few earth-rank martial arts in the entire Dragonstar Nation. Back then, the Diablo had relied on the Phantom Demon Steps to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian knew the power of an earth-rank martial art. His Gale Lightning Sword was an earth-rank martial art. It was extremely powerful and could kill enemies above his level. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to learn the Phantom Demon Steps to replace the Dragon Rebel Steps. However, he kept the powerful Dragon Rebel 7 Steps. After sorting out his gains, he gave some of the treasures to Zhao Shui. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Shui asked with a smile. "I came to Dragonstar Nation to get a spot to join the Azure Dragon Association. I'll be going to Desolate Flame City next." "Azure Dragon Association? Hee, I want to join too. You have to be merciful when you meet, sister." Zhao Shui glanced at him seductively. "You want to join too? Do you have a spot?" Lin Xian asked. "I should have enough this time. Those who join the Azure Dragon Association are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. You can't be careless." Zhao Shui reminded him seriously. Then the two chatted as they ate. Before they knew it, the night had passed. "Sister is leaving. Don't miss me," Zhao Shui whispered into Lin Xian's ear. Then she quickly left. Lin Xian also sorted out his emotions and prepared for what to do next. There was only half a year left before the Azure Dragon Society, so he had to make the best use of his time. However, before that, Lin Xian was prepared to find a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest to practice his swordsmanship. He mainly wanted to test out the power of the two sword techniques he had just learned, Phantom Sword and Lightning Haste. The former was soft and sinister, and even had an illusory attack. The latter was violent and domineering, and its attacks were bold and powerful. The two sword techniques were completely different, and the way they were executed was also very different. In the forest, a 30-meter-long illusion demon butterfly flapped its wings and stared at Lin Xian. This was a type of demonic beast that specialized in illusions. Its attacks were very strange, and ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for it. Lin Xian planned to use it to test the Phantom Sword. As he swung his long sword, Sword shadows filled the air. Among the sword chi, there were both real and fake. It was hard to tell what was real and what was not. Moreover, although these sword chis appear to be chaotic, they actually contained an illusory formation, which could often cause the enemy to inadvertently fall into an illusory formation and be easily killed. This sword technique could be said to be Evil King's famous sword technique. The illusory swordsmanship deceived the illusion demon butterfly. That strange attack gave the illusion demon butterfly a headache. The illusory sword chi formed a strange sword formation and killed the illusion demon butterfly. Lin Xian put away the illusion demon butterfly's demon crystal and started to search for demonic beasts again. This time, he wanted to test the power of the lightning haste. With the help of his soul power, he quickly found a demonic beast that he was satisfied with. The rock tortoise was a demonic beast that was famous for its defense. It was as hard as a diamond, abnormally hard. It was said that although this demonic beast was only at the 7th grade, a harmonious spirit realm warrior of the same level would not be able to break its defense. Only a spirit transformation realm warrior could kill it. The rock tortoise that was like a small boat looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It directly ignored Lin Xian. In its eyes, amid harmonious spirit realm human was not enough to break its defense. That attack was just like scratching an itch. Lin Xian moved quickly and pulled out the star extinction sword. The sword chi turned into a thunderclap that shook the sky. The sword slashed through the air and turned into lightning. The rock tortoise shrunk its body and hid in its hard shell. Boom! Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the terrifying sword light bombarded the rock tortoise's shell, emitting a dazzling light. This sword was too violent. Countless sword marks were left on the tortoise's shell. The rock tortoise's body was severely injured, and blood kept flowing out. At this moment, it finally showed a terrified expression. The human in front of it was too strong. The power of that sword strike was even more terrifying than a spirit transformation realm warrior. Luckily, the human did not have any intention to continue attacking, so it was able to keep its life. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this result. Whether it was the phantom sword or the 3,000 lightning haste, the power of the sword art was beyond his expectations. He used to mainly use the Wind Emperor's one sword and the 9 Azure Cloud swords. He also had the Outer Sky Meteor. Now that he had 2 more sword arts, it could be said that he did not have any weaknesses in sword arts. In terms of body movement, he had a new Earth rank martial art, the Phantom Demon Steps. Perhaps even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not be able to withstand it. In terms of defense, he had the Silver Lightning body and the Golden Inner Armor. With the combination of the two, he could withstand the attacks of a spirit transformation realm warrior. It could be said that Lin Xian's current state was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Next, it's time to go to the Desolate Flame City. Lin Xian summoned Xiaojin and rushed toward the Desolate Flame City. The Star Dragon Strong country was divided into 8 counties. The Desolate Flame City was one of the more famous cities in the Heaven Desolate County. After leaving the forest, Lin Xian saw a huge city standing on the plains. The dark red city walls were like a 1,000-year-old volcano, exuding an ancient aura. Entering the city, there were many people coming and going. It was very lively. There were young warriors coming and going everywhere, talking and laughing with a sense of vitality. As Lin Xian passed by, he heard a few words. It seemed that the Desolate Flame City had a gathering of young warriors recently. That was why there were so many young warriors gathered here. However, this had nothing to do with him. He came to the Desolate Flame City to find Iron Hand and fulfill his wish. It was easy to find the Great Banner Sect. Lin Xian only needed to see which building had the symbol of the Iron Blood Banner. Moreover, with the Great Banner Sect status, it would definitely not be in an ordinary corner. Therefore, Lin Xian directly went to the most prosperous area in the city. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw a magnificent building in the center of the city. There was a bronze banner on top of the building. The blood-red banner fluttered in the wind, making a loud noise. "Stop! This is the Great Banner Sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, leave at once." The gatekeeper shouted coldly, "I'm looking for Sir Iron Hand." Lin Xian took out the Great Banner token and placed it in front of him. "Great Banner token." The guard's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. A moment later, he respectfully said, "Young master, please forgive us. We were reckless earlier. Please come in." The Great Banner token was not an ordinary item in the Great Banner sect. Normally, only the elders with high status could issue it. Lin Xian's token was even more peculiar. It was obviously issued by Sir Iron Hand himself. Chapter 4:26. After leading Lin Xian to a living room, the guard respectfully said, "Young master, please have some tea. I will inform Sir Iron Hand." Lin Xian nodded and slowly sat down. Soon, a beautiful maid came in and carefully served him tea. Lin Xian calmly waited and soon raised his head, because his soul power sensed an aura quickly approaching. "Young Master Lin, please follow me to the study," the previous guard respectfully said. Under his lead, Lin Xian arrived in front of an independent attic. "Young master can go to the 3rd floor." Lin Xian nodded and pushed the door open. He steadily walked to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, in the study on the 2nd floor, he saw a stalwart figure, dressed in a black robe. His face was as cold as a knife, and he carried the dignity of a superior. It was Sir Iron Hand. "Greetings, senior." Lin Xian slightly bowed. "You came—" Iron Hand slightly nodded. "You helped me take out the blood-red flag. So, if you have any requests, just say it." "Then, I thank Senior." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I want to ask Senior to help me find a person." "Oh, who?" Iron Hand was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lin Xian would ask for a treasure, martial arts, etc. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would ask him to find a person. "This person is called Jiang Sanfeng. He is over 50 years old and has been to the Heavenly Mountain country." Hearing this, Sir Iron Hand's body stiffened. His aura suddenly erupted, shattering the nearby tables and chairs. However, his face quickly returned to normal, and the violent aura also disappeared. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know why Iron Hand would have such an intense reaction. Could it be that Jiang Sanfeng had a grudge against him? For a moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. This was almost his last chance. The remaining time didn't allow him to find another way. If this time didn't work, he could only try the dragon platform. Iron Hand slowly stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. Although Iron Arms did not release any aura, he felt as if there was a mountain in front of him, suffocating him. However, he had seen many big scenes. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword intent, so he was naturally immune to such pressure. Therefore, in front of Iron Arms, he was calm and collected. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Iron Arms was slightly surprised. To be able to have such willpower at such a young age was truly commendable. "Who allowed you to come here? Why are you looking for Jiang Sanfeng?" "Master Han Lei, the alchemy master of the Tianshan Kingdom, asked me to come," Lin Xian said as he took out the token that Old Man DK had given him. "I came to look for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota." Seeing the token in Lin Xian's hand, Iron Hand's eyes narrowed, as if he had fallen into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said slowly, "Don't look for this person anymore. Jiang Sanfeng is already dead." "Dead?" Lin Xian was flabbergasted. The person he was looking for was dead. What about his quota? However, Iron Arm's next words made him feel much more at ease. "Although I can't help you find Jiang Sanfeng, I can help you with the quota for the Azure Dragon Association." "Really?" Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was looking for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota. Now, that Iron Arms could help, it couldn't be better. Iron Arms said in a deep voice, as one of the 6 top forces of the Longxing Kingdom, the Great Flag Sect has a quota for the Azure Dragon Association every time. I can recommend you to participate in the competition for the quota, but you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, I can't help you. My strength? Lin Xian was puzzled. What kind of strength do I need? Although he didn't know the top forces of the younger generation in the Longxing Kingdom, he was still very confident in his own strength. I want you to be famous in the desolate flame city, Iron Arms said. If you can't even do this, then I can't help you. Famous in the desolate flame city, Lin Xian muttered. Then his eyes shone with a shocking light. I promise you, recently, there's a tea garden competition in the city. Can you go there and try? Yun Duo, Iron Arms shouted. Immediately, a young girl came into the study and said respectfully, Sir, please give me your orders. Take him down and arrange a place for him to stay. Also, bring him to the tea garden competition in 2 days. Yun Duo looked at the broken pieces of the table and chair on the ground in astonishment. Then she respectfully agreed. Young master, please follow me. After bidding farewell to Iron Arms, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out of the pavilion and walked into the depths of the palace. This is your room. If you have nothing to do, just stay inside. Don't run around. I'll bring you to the tea garden competition in 3 days. After saying that, Yun Duo turned and left. Wait a minute, Lin Xian said. What's the matter? Yun Duo turned around with a trace of impatience in her eyes. When she saw the broken table and chair in the study, she guessed that it was caused by Sir Iron Arms' anger. A person who could make Sir Iron Arms angry was definitely not a good person. Therefore, Yun Duo didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't mind and asked in a deep voice, What is the purpose of this tea garden competition? You don't know? Yun Duo was astonished and then looked at him seriously. She sensed Lin Xian's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation and saw his plain clothes. She shook her head slightly. Although this kind of cultivation wasn't bad, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the tea garden competition. She really didn't know why Sir Iron Arms would let this kind of person participate in the tea garden competition. Wasn't this just throwing away the face of a famous sect? Yun Duo said coldly. The tea garden competition is a small gathering of the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. It gathers the young geniuses of the Heaven Desolate County. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. This was a meeting between the young warriors. Is there anything else? Yun Duo said coldly. If you have any questions, it's best to ask them all at once. It'll save you the trouble. That's all. Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian didn't care about Yun Duo's attitude. He didn't need to be angry with the little girl. What he needed to do now was to adjust his condition and prepare for the tea garden competition in 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Xian fully comprehended the Earth rank martial art Phantom steps. With his comprehension and Wine Lord's guidance, he could be considered to have grasped the first step of this martial art. In the blink of an eye, the day of the tea garden competition arrived. On this day, the desolate flame city was unusually lively. Countless young elites flocked to the Breeze Tea Garden in the north of the city. This was a grand event. It was a competition between the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. The hosts of this tea garden competition were 2 top powers, the Star Ocean Sect and the Duan family. The Star Ocean Sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Dragon Star country, one of the 6 top powers. The Duan family was also one of the 4 great families with a prominent position. Chapter 4:27. At this moment, the Breeze Tea Garden was already crowded with people. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, they were all young warriors. These people had strong chi and blood. and their cultivation were all above the harmonious spirit realm. With this kind of strength, they would be at the level of sect elders in Xia country. One had to admit that the martial Tao of Dragon Star country was very strong. This morning, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out. The two of them went to the Breeze Tea Garden. Along the way, Yun Duo was excited and kept repeating Duan Wuqing's name. This made Lin Xian a little curious. Who is Duan Wuqing? Humph. If you don't even know who Duan Wuqing is, then why are you participating in the tea garden gathering? Yun Duo snorted. Listen carefully. Duan Wuqing is the young master of the Duan family. He has a prominent background. He is one of the hosts of this tea garden competition. He is my idol. Yun Duo's eyes were full of stars. So that's how it is. A disciple of one of the four great families and a host of the tea garden. It seems like his status is very high. If I defeat him, I should be able to become famous in Desolate Flame City, right? Lin Xian thought. The fastest way to become famous was to challenge a famous warrior, and this Duan Wuqing was one of the best targets. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. He was looking forward to the tea garden gathering. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Yun Duo snorted disdainfully. Humph. Country bumpkin, young Master Duan can defeat you with just one finger. Also, although I don't know why Lord Iron Hand wants you to participate in the tea garden gathering, I still have to warn you. This tea garden gathering will gather many geniuses. You should go and gain some knowledge. Don't fight with others, or else you will embarrass the Great Flag sect. After saying that, she ignored Lin Xian and quickened her pace. Lin Xian shook his head and calmly followed behind her. Miss, please wait. Do you have an invitation? At the entrance of the tea garden, two young men in embroidered clothes smiled. The tea garden gathering was very high standard. Not everyone could participate. These two people were responsible for chasing away those who tried to sneak in. Yun Duo took out an invitation and handed it over. So, you're from the Great Flag sect. Please come in. The two young men smiled warmly. Like a proud little princess, Yun Duo walked into the tea garden with her head held high. At this moment, a voice came from behind again. Dear guest, where is your invitation? Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly and said, I came with her. He pointed at the clouds. Together, the young man's face revealed a suspicious look, as if he didn't believe it. It was no wonder. The guests who came and went were all dressed in luxurious clothes. They were either rich or respectable. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was dressed simply. What was the cloud wearing? That was made from precious demonic beast materials. They all had a certain defensive function. On the other hand, Lin Xian's clothes were ordinary clothes. How could the two of them come together? Brat, this is the tea garden gathering. I advise you not to cause trouble here. The two of them sneered. Cause trouble? Lin Xian was displeased. These people really looked down on him. Yun Duo heard the commotion and turned her head. She sighed. Let him in. The two young men were slightly surprised. They unwillingly made way for him. How can this poor brat be related to Great Flag? I think he's most likely a servant. The two of them whispered to each other. They agreed that Lin Xian was Yun Tu's servant. All right, since you're in the tea garden, you can take a look at the rest. I'm going to find my sisters to play. Don't make a move. Go back after you're done. Yun Duo hurriedly ran away after giving her orders. Lin Xian found a pavilion and prepared to conserve his energy. There were exquisite snacks and spirit wine in the pavilion for the young martial artist to enjoy. After he sat down, he began to secretly size up these martial artists. Then he was slightly speechless. These martial artists were all at the harmonious spirit realm. Most of them were at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. There were also some late harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Could it be that Yun Duo didn't allow him to make a move? A mid-harmonious spirit realm martial artist was nothing here. As expected of the young generation's geniuses, There are so many young experts. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that these were only the experts of one county. There were 8 counties in the Dragonstar country. Moreover, the core disciples of those top sects wouldn't participate in this kind of gathering. At least, Lin Xian didn't see any disciples from Great Flag sect participating. I wonder how strong the top young experts of the Dragonstar country are. Thinking of this, his blood boiled. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was only 18 years old this year. He had just joined the youth team. Although he looked calm, he also had a hot-blooded and battle-hungry heart, fighting against peerless geniuses and comprehending the supreme martial Tao. This was the goal that every martial artist pursued with all their might. However, at this moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. "I'm so tired. Senior brother, I want to rest. I want to sit there." A coquettish voice was heard. "All right, junior sister, as you wish." Then a young man walked in front of Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "You get lost?" Lin Xian frowned and looked back. He saw a man and a woman standing behind him. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and wore luxurious accessories. One look, and one could tell that they were from a prestigious family. The two of them had arrogant expressions and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. How can a country bumpkin come in? What are those gatekeepers doing? The flirtatious woman mocked. "Kid, I'm in a good mood. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to sit." The young man was very arrogant. Lin Xian didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He was sitting there perfectly fine. How could he not be angry when he was threatened and looked down on for no reason? He immediately snorted coldly. "Apologize or you'll have to bear the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" The young man was so angry that he laughed. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to apologize to a servant like you? You have a death wish. Get lost, or I'll slap you to death. No one will care about a nobody like you even if you die." The flirtatious woman sneered as well. "Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just slap him to death." "Ooh." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Am I that easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate?" "Iron plate?" The young man laughed arrogantly. "In the Heaven Desolate County, other than the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family, there is no one that my Yanling school is afraid of. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself an iron plate? Late harmonious spirit realm. Is this what you get for being so arrogant?" Lin Xian sneered. "I won't leave. If you want to fight, you can try." After saying that, he ignored the two and slowly tasted the spirit wine. Who is this kid? Isn't he too arrogant? The others in the pavilion looked over. Isn't that Luo Yang from the Yanling school? I heard that he is one of the top young experts in the Yanling school. He reached the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20. Yeah, I heard that his comprehension is very high. He has a high chance of entering the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 428. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. Apparently, they all knew this arrogant young man. Reaching the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20 was indeed a genius. That kid is dead for sure after offending the genius of Yanling sect. That goes without saying. Look at his clothes. He's definitely not a disciple of any sect or aristocratic family. He's probably a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator is still so arrogant? Look at his chi. He's only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Who knows? Maybe he's just an ignorant kid who doesn't know how powerful Luo Yang is. Kid, did you hear that? I'll give you one more chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake, and I'll spare your life. Luo Yang was unusually arrogant. Get lost. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he spat out the words clearly. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He still dared to scold Luo Yang even after knowing his identity. Kid, You're courting death. Luo Yang was furious. He raised his palm, and a terrifying force gushed out. Lin Xian bent his fingers, ready to shoot out a sword chi at any time. If Luo Yang really attacked, he wouldn't mind crippling his cultivation. Just as Luo Yang's palm was about to land, a loud laughter came from outside the pavilion. "Haha, isn't this Brother Luo? Where have you been? I've been looking for you." A young man in white walked through the crowd and slowly walked over. The young man was wearing a white robe with the word Duan on his chest. He grabbed Luo Yang with a warm expression. "Brother Luo, come, let's have a few drinks." "Oh, it's Brother Duan." Luo Yang put down his palm and smiled. When the crowd saw the young man in white, they looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. "Kid, you're lucky this time. I'll let you live a little longer. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am later." Luo Yang looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "What's going on? Who dares to offend Brother Luo?" The young man in white's face darkened as he looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. "Forget it. I'll deal with this myself." Luo Yang revealed a sinister smile and left with the seductive woman beside him. Lin Xian sneered. This guy didn't know that he was still alive. If the other party dared to make a move, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson. This small disturbance passed quickly, and the whole tea garden was bustling with noise and excitement. Soon, two young men appeared with a large group of supporters behind them. "Look, young Master Wu Qing. It's young Master Wu Qing." Suddenly, screams rang out in the tea garden. The young girls were screaming crazily. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into the arms of the young man in white. Lin Xian looked up and saw two figures standing proudly in the crowd. The person on the left was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a graceful bearing. When he raised his hand, there was a noble and arrogant air about him. Needless to say, that person was Duan Wu Qing. "Peak harmonious spirit realm, I hope you won't disappoint me." Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Then he looked at the person on the right. It was a blue-robed youth with a saber on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a sharp aura circulating around his body. Saber intent. This person has comprehended saber intent. Lin Xian secretly observed. He had comprehended sword intent, so he was very sensitive to both sword intent and saber intent. In addition, the blue-robed youth didn't deliberately hide his sharp aura, so Lin Xian could clearly sense it. This person is also at the peak of harmonious spirit realm, but with saber intent, he should be able to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. I wonder what level his saber intent has reached. While Lin Xian was observing, Duan Wu Qing slowly opened his mouth. This isn't the first time that everyone has participated in the tea garden gathering, so I won't go into the details. I hope that everyone will know when to stop and don't hurt each other. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. All right, let's begin. Then Duan Wu Qing and the blue-robed youth sat down and began to watch the competition. Lin Xian wasn't clear about the rules of the tea garden gathering, but luckily there were many first-timers like Lin Xian who explained it to him. The rules are actually very simple. That is, challenge by name. The named cultivators can choose to accept the challenge or not. There's no need to force them to do so. Moreover, if the one who accepts the challenge wins, he can continue the competition. The others can also go back and rest. What kind of rules are these? Isn't this just no rules? Indeed, this is equivalent to no rules. To put it bluntly, this tea garden gathering is for people to interact with each other. Some people want to become famous. Some people want to find a partner. That's why the tea garden gathering isn't as strict as other competitions. However, for the sake of face, almost everyone who is named will accept the challenge. After listening, Lin Xian silently nodded. It turned out that he only needed to challenge by name. This was really convenient. He looked at Duan Wu Qing and the blue-robed swordsman in the distance. If he challenged these two and won, he should be able to become famous in Desolate Flame City. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them. He just silently watched. There was a special place in the tea garden for martial arts competitions. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely. Purple ripples were floating like silk, carrying an endless amount of spiritual energy, sweeping in all directions. On the other side, the sky was filled with palm shadows. The two fought fiercely, setting off a terrifying wave of chi that rushed to the sky. In the end, the warrior who used the palm technique won and defeated his opponent with a single palm strike. However, his strength was very precise and didn't injure his opponent. I welcome everyone to challenge me. The victorious yellow-robed youth laughed. Let me. A warrior jumped up high. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon, thrusting forward. Boom. The dazzling spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Ha ha, good one. Stormy waves. The yellow-robed youth waved his hands. The wind from his palms contained the sound of waves. The palm shadows were like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. In the end, 7 waves overlapped, forming a terrifying wave that crashed onto the long spear, forcing the spear-wielding warrior to retreat. This is the Stormy Waves palm. Is this youth a disciple of Heavenly Sea Pavilion? Everyone was discussing what a terrifying palm force. I seemed to hear the sound of waves crashing. Ooh, that spear-wielding warrior should be a late, harmonious spirit expert. But he was sent flying. The Heavenly Sea Pavilion disciple stood in the middle of the field and laughed loudly. Who else wants to challenge me? This was a good opportunity to become famous. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot. What bullshit, Heavenly Sea Pavilion lose? An extremely domineering voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure quickly floated over, moving as fast as a ghost. Mountain embracing palm seal. The figure was unusually domineering. He suddenly launched an attack in the air. The air vibrated. A mountain was formed. It was like a real mountain pressing down on the crowd. Everyone was shocked. They felt an endless pressure rolling towards them. Mountain embracing palm seal. That's the secret art of Yenling sect. Could it be Luo Yang? Chapter 429. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wave after wave swept across the sky, as if the ocean was descending. The collision between the ocean and the mountain created a loud noise. The entire void trembled incessantly as ripples of energy swept out in all directions. Some of the martial artists nearby were sent flying by the force. Boom! The ocean was torn apart as the yellow-robed young man was sent flying. I've lost, he said bitterly as he prepared to leave. However, the mountain in the sky did not disappear. It continued to press down on him. What? The crowd exclaimed. Puff! The yellow-robed martial artist was sent flying by the mountain. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior! The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples rushed out and surrounded the yellow-robed young man anxiously. My senior lost in a sparring match. How could you be so ruthless? You've broken the rules. That was indeed the case. Although the yellow-robed martial artist had defeated his opponent, his attacks were accurate and did not injure his opponent. Yet now, there was actually someone who disregarded the rules and continued to heavily injure him even after he had admitted defeat. This was simply going too far. Humph, what do you mean by ruthless? That was just an ordinary palm strike. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to take one of my palms. Luo Yang sneered as he landed on the ground. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples were furious. Luo Yang was the one who had broken the rules and attacked, but he had twisted the facts. This was simply blatant bullying. If you're not strong enough, go back and train for another 2 years. Don't embarrass yourself here, Duan Tianlang sneered. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples trembled with anger. However, they did not dare to speak up against the Duan family. "Shut up and help me back," the yellow-robed martial artist said with difficulty as he propped himself up. He knew that Luo Yang was a genius from the Yen Mountain sect and had the support of the Duan family. If he persisted, the Celestial Sea Pavilion would be at a disadvantage. The crowd was silent. Although they sympathized with the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples, no one dared to persuade them. Lin Xian frowned. That guy was really arrogant. He dared to hurt someone so brazenly. Thinking of that, he sighed and shook his head. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to provoke Luo Yang. Luo Yang looked at the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples leaving and sneered. Then he placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the crowd. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a joke! If he fought with Luo Yang, he would definitely be injured or killed. Luo Yang's gaze lingered on the pavilion as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "It's you?" He slowly extended his finger and pointed at a figure in the pavilion. The cultivators who were far away from the pavilion suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked over curiously. As for the warriors in the pavilion, their hearts were hanging high in their throats. However, when they saw who Luo Yang was pointing at, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It was a young man in black. He had a delicate and pretty appearance, but his clothes were extremely ordinary. With this kind of attire, it was very likely that he would be mistaken for a servant in a crowd. "Who is he? He doesn't look like much." "He's only a mid-stage Zhong spirit realm martial artist." Did Luo Yang make a mistake? Everyone was puzzled. However, the conflict between Lin Xian and Luo Yang quickly spread. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had refused to give up his seat and had even scolded Luo Yang, their jaws dropped. "Fuck, this brat is so fierce. He's definitely going to die this time." "That's right. He dares to not give face to Luo Yang. I'm afraid he'll suffer in this competition. Brat, I've said that you'll see my true strength. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to participate in this competition." Luo Yang's voice was unusually arrogant, as if he was the controller of the tea garden. "Who do you think you are? Do you own the tea garden? Or are you the host of this competition?" Lin Xian sneered as he raised his wine cup. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Lin Xian's words seemed to imply something. As expected, the blue-robed swordsman and Lord Wu Qing frowned slightly and looked over. "This Luo Yang is getting more and more arrogant," the blue-robed swordsman said coldly. "Brat, you want to sow discord? You're too weak. Do you think you don't have to compete just because of this?" Luo Yang sneered as he walked over step by step. Immediately, the crowd made a path for him. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. "This brat must be crazy. Does he know who he's talking to? Does he have a trump card? It doesn't look like it." The crowd was puzzled. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so calm. In the crowd, when Yun Duo saw Lin Xian's bold and arrogant behavior, she was so angry that her face turned pale. "*MN brat, didn't I warn you not to fight? You didn't listen and provoked Luo Yang. I'm so angry." Yun Duo was going crazy. "Hey, Yun Duo, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Are you not feeling well?" A woman beside her asked. "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired." Yun Duo shook her head. She looked into the distance and wondered if she should stop this competition. "Forget it. It's good to teach this brat a lesson. I don't want him to cause more trouble for me." Yun Duo made up her mind. However, she wouldn't directly attack Luo Yang. Luo Yang revealed a cruel smile when he saw Lin Xian walk out of the pavilion. "Brat, you have guts, but your brain isn't working well. How dare you provoke me? Today, I'll make you crawl away." Luo Yang's voice was cold. Obviously, he didn't care about the rules. he had decided to seriously injure Lin Xian. You're a late harmonious spirit warrior. It's not good to challenge a mid-harmonious spirit warrior, Yun Duo said from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although it was the truth, no one dared to say it out loud. Who is this person? How bold! Luo Yang also turned his head abruptly. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake as he stared at the person who spoke. But then he was stunned. Although he didn't know Yun Duo, he knew the logo of the Great Banner Sect. The Great Banner Sect was one of the 6 top powers. Its strength was far beyond the Yen Mountain Sect. Even the Duan family was no match for it. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to go against Yun Duo in public. Humph! Since the beauty has spoken, then I'll only use one hand. How about that? Luo Yang sneered. Even if he only used one hand, he could still crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yun Duo to speak up for him at this moment. He smiled faintly. Since you're only using one hand, then I'll thank you, but you'll regret it. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll let you know that I can easily kill you with one hand. Brat, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to attack first. Come on. Luo Yang was very generous. In his opinion, Lin Xian was no match for him. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't hold back, Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 430. Lin Xian took a step forward and dashed forward. Humph! Luo Yang placed his right hand in front of him and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Lin Xian's body swayed. He didn't use any heaven-defying movement technique, so he looked ordinary. Soon he raised his fist and punched out. How dare you attack me directly? You're courting death. Luo Yang sneered. This punch was too ordinary. It didn't have any shocking speed or terrifying momentum. How could it hurt him? Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. As he punched out, lines of rock-like patterns appeared on his palm. His entire arm seemed to have been petrified. Boom! The palm and the fist collided, producing a thunderous sound that spread to all corners of the tea garden. A terrifying gust of wind blew, wrapping Lin Xian and Luo Yang inside. Many people squinted their eyes and looked at the scene. Judging from the fluctuation of qi, it seems like Luo Yang didn't hold back. That kid is unlucky. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Luo Yang's rock-like palm couldn't be broken by a warrior of the same realm. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior had no chance at all. At first, Luo Yang thought so too. However, when he touched Lin Xian's fist, his expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying energy bombarded his arm, causing countless cracks to appear on his petrified arm. Crack, crack, crack. A deep sound was heard. Luo Yang's arm cracked and blood spurted out. When the gust of wind stopped, everyone in the tea garden was stunned. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field with a smile. There wasn't a single wound on his body, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Luo Yang, on the other hand, was clutching his arm in pain and groaning. Blood flowed down his deformed arm. Impossible! Luo Yang is injured. No way! That's a rock-like palm. How could it be deformed? Everyone was stunned. They felt like they were dreaming. Who is this kid? What just happened? How could he defeat Luo Yang? A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior defeated Luo Yang with one punch. Isn't this too crazy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior brother won't lose. The beautiful woman from the Yen Mountain sect was terrified. Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman also frowned. To be honest, they didn't expect such an outcome. Could it be that Luo Yang was careless? The Duan clan disciple beside him wondered. Careless? Humph! No matter how careless he is, how can a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior injure a late harmonious spirit realm warrior? The Blue Mountain swordsman sneered and shook his head. What do you think? He looked at Duan Wuqing. It's hard to say. He might be an expert, or he might have used some unknown means. The two of them kept staring at Lin Xian. In the field, Luo Yang's expression was hideous, and his body trembled in pain. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you. Luo Yang roared ferociously. His left hand pressed on his right arm to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he swallowed a few healing pills. Die. Luo Yang threw a small black mountain at Lin Xian with his left hand. The air trembled, and the palm-sized mountain quickly enlarged in front of everyone's horrified eyes. In the end, it looked like a real mountain floating in the air. That wave of pressure was so great that it made many people pale and tremble uncontrollably. Die. Luo Yang raised his palm and controlled the black mountain to fall down. Not good. That's the Yen Mountain sex treasure. The Black Prison Devil Mountain. It's several times heavier than a real mountain. Someone recognized the terrifying treasure and quickly retreated in fear. Damn bastard. Get out of the way. Among the crowd, Yun Duo anxiously shouted. Although she didn't like Lin Xian and even wanted to make Lin Xian suffer, she didn't want Lin Xian to be in any danger. After all, this was Lord Iron Hand's order. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. As the Black Mountain fell down, a huge fluctuation occurred in the air. Countless waves of qi spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The air below exploded from the pressure. Lin Xian was locked down by an unknown force. He looked at the Black Mountain falling from the sky, his brows furrowed. Without dodging, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slashed at the air with his fingers like a sword. Whoosh! The resplendent sword radiance exploded in the air like 3,000 lightning bolts. The terrifying lightning sword qi bombarded the Black Mountain and sent it flying. Lin Xian moved and came to Luo Yang's side in an instant. What are you trying to do? Luo Yang screamed when he saw Lin Xian's figure. He couldn't understand why the sex treasure couldn't hurt Lin Xian. People like you will only be trouble if you live. Lin Xian's expression was cold as lightning sword radiance shot out from his fingertips. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yang felt the shocking lightning sword qi and turned around to run like a madman. However, Lin Xian was faster. His fingers danced like 3,000 lightning bolts, and a sharp sword radiance pierced towards Luo Yang. Brat, how dare you? An angry roar was heard. Then a terrifying palm slapped towards Lin Xian. The palm technique was amazing, but it was still too late. Lin Xian moved like a phantom and appeared far away in an instant. Luo Yang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine such a scene. The person who attacked was a disciple of the Shi family. It was Duan Tianlang, who was with Luo Yang. He quickly went to Luo Yang and used his spiritual power to sense him. His expression changed drastically. You crippled him. Duan Tianlang's expression turned ugly. What? Luo Yang was crippled? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. That was Luo Yang. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the eldest disciple of the Yanling sect. How could he be crippled just like that? Especially since the person who crippled Luo Yang was a martial artist that they didn't think highly of. Brat, how could you be so heavy-handed? I can kill you on the spot. Duan Tianlang's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Heavy-handed? Lin Xian sneered. What heavy-handed? It was just a casual attack. He can only blame himself for being too weak. Everyone was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion trembled as they looked at Lin Xian in excitement. These were the words that Luo Yang had said before, but this time he was the unlucky one. Retribution. This is retribution. People like Luo Yang should be crippled. The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion cheered. Brat, You are courting death. Duan Tian, Lang shouted angrily when he saw Luo Yang almost fainting from anger. Are you blind? The Black Mountain just now was enough to crush dozens of harmonious spirit realm warriors to death. Isn't his action a vicious attack? Or do you have some shady business with him, so you are trying to cover for him? Lin Xian didn't back down when he faced the disciples of the Duan family. How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to? Duan Tian, Lang shouted coldly. So, what if he is a disciple of the Duan family? Do you think that a disciple of the Duan family can confuse right and wrong? Or do you think that you can represent the Duan families? Lin Xian said loudly, Brat, don't quibble. You are the one who crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. You have violated the rules of the Tea Garden Association. Not only will the Duan family not forgive you, the Yenling sect will not let you go either. Don't use these sects to pressure me. Lin Xian snorted. Since I dared to take action, I can bear the consequences. Chapter 431. The crowd exclaimed, That's right. How could a genius with such strength not have a backer? Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, Who are you? Who am I? Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a shocking light. My name is Lin Xian. I believe that soon the entire barren flame city will know my name. At that moment, Lin Xian exuded an inexplicable aura. He looked down on everyone like a demon. The crowd was shocked by the aura. They looked at Lin Xian in shock, as if they were worshipping an ancient giant. Lin Xian? That's a strange name. Have I heard of it before? Which sect is he from? Why do I feel that he's so terrifying? The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked at Lin Xian with reverence. Among the crowd, Yunduo also stared blankly at the figure. The situation was completely out of her expectations. She did not know what to do. What Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. Hurry up and tell us your sect. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Tian, Lang shouted. You don't have to worry. I don't have a sect. No sect. Duan Tian Lang laughed. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Luo Yang also shouted crazily. Brother Duan, help me kill him. You must kill him. His cultivation was destroyed. He would be a cripple for the rest of his life. He could only be bullied by others. Therefore, he hated Lin Xian to death. However, he did not consider that if he had not been arrogant and bullied Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. He was the one who brought all of this upon himself. Don't worry, I'll take his head. Duan Tianlang's spiritual power surged out. His aura was even stronger than Luo Yang's. Stubborn. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Duan Tianlang did not distinguish between right and wrong. It was obvious that he was using his position to avenge his personal grudge. However, he was not a pushover. He was not someone who could be bullied as he wished. Bright jade palm. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air gathered madly. A terrifying palm shadow instantly pounced on Lin Xian. As one of the 4 great clans, the Duan clan had an extraordinary status. The Duan clan's disciples were the targets of everyone everywhere. But today, there was actually someone who dared to go against them. Duan Tianlang could not tolerate this. I'll let you know that the Duan clan's might is unquestionable. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and a bright light rushed towards Lin Xian. The Duan clan sure is impressive. They can't tell right from wrong, and they want to silence us. Lin Xian's voice drifted, and his body became even more blurry. This time, he used the illusory demon step, leaving countless shadows in the air. The Void Spirit illusory demonic steps was an earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. Not only was it extremely fast, but the illusions it left behind were also difficult to differentiate between real and fake, not to mention Duan Tianlang. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to tell which was Lin Xian's real body. The bright jade palm mercilessly fell and destroyed countless illusions, but none of them were Lin Xian's real body. Cowardly rat, come out and fight if you have the guts. Duan Tianlang yelled madly. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. Is that so? I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Lin Xian's voice came from behind Duan Tianlang. Everyone's heart palpitated. What a fast speed! They did not even notice when Lin Xian appeared behind Duan Tianlang. Brat! Die! Duan Tianlang turned around, but an even colder aura enveloped his body. You better not move, or I can't guarantee that your body is intact. A thunderous sword aura blocked his body. You dare to attack me? Duan Tianlang instantly stopped, but he was so angry that his whole body trembled. As a Duan clan disciple, he had a noble status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If you dare to attack me, the Duan clan will not let you go. I don't want to kill trash like you, who relies on your clan to bully others. However, if you continue to act recklessly, I can't guarantee that you won't end up like him. With that, Lin Xian pointed at Luo Yang, who was lying on the ground. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Just like Luo Yang, his cultivation had been crippled. A disciple whose cultivation had been crippled was useless. All right, everyone stop. Duan Wuqing stood up. He pointed his finger, and an azure light instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Its speed was shocking. So fast. Lin Xian was shocked. He retreated swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage. Whoosh! The resplendent finger beam destroyed the afterimage, and it disappeared. Without the threat of the lightning sword aura, Duan Tianlang quickly arrived at a safe place. Men, take this brat down. I'm so angry. Duan Tianlang shouted crazily. Trash! Get lost! Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and he dared not speak again. He could only stare at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. All right, everyone knows what's right and wrong. I don't want to say anything more. However, this can only be done once. If there's a next time, don't blame the Duan clan for being heartless. Everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar. Duan Wuqing had let Lin Xian go. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Tianlang was shocked. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Duan Wuqing's cold eyes, he lowered his head. He was just an ordinary disciple of the clan, while Duan Wuqing was a core disciple. There was a huge difference between their statuses. In front of Duan Wuqing, Duan Tianlang did not dare to act rashly. It's not like that. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yang shouted crazily. He had lost his last hope. Brat, I'll kill you. The Yanling clan won't let you go. Junior sister, help me kill him. Luo Yang crawled to the side of the beautiful woman. Get lost. The beautiful woman kicked Luo Yang away and said with disgust, Men, throw this trash out. She did not dare to seek revenge from Lin Xian. Even a genius like her senior brother was crippled, let alone her. Everyone was shocked. Yun Duo stared blankly at Lin Xian. This young man had brought her too much shock. First, he shattered Luo Yang's arm with a single punch. Then, he overbearingly crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. Finally, he was not even afraid of the Duan clan's disciples. Who is he? Yun Duo was very curious. All right, the tea garden will continue. Duan Wuqing said in a deep voice. There were two reasons why he made the decision just now. First, he could not see through Lin Xian's strength. Being able to defeat Luo Yang and cripple his cultivation in one move was enough to prove that Lin Xian was an expert. He was at least at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Secondly, he sent people to quickly gather information about Lin Xian. He found out that Lin Xian came with the Great Flag sect. Although he did not know the relationship between Lin Xian and the Great Flag sect, such a genius must have a close relationship. He could not ignore it. These two reasons made Duan Wuqing unable to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 432. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field and said with a smile, "I've defeated Luo Yang. Is it time for me to challenge someone?" Seeing that the crowd was silent, Lin Xian continued, "I want to challenge you." He pointed at Duan Wuqing. "What?" The crowd screamed again, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. "This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge Duan Wuqing." "It's possible. I think he must have been blinded by the victory just now. Unfortunately, if he really dares to challenge Duan Wuqing, he will end up in a miserable state." Who was Duan Wuqing? He was a core disciple of the Duan family. Someone like Luo Yang couldn't compare to him. It was rumored that although Duan Wuqing was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he had defeated the older generation of spirit transformation realm experts. Although it was just a rumor, it showed how powerful and mysterious Duan Wuqing was. In the past Tea Garden gathering, those who challenged Duan Wuqing were usually at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, even those at the same level were defeated by Duan Wuqing in one move. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Duan Wuqing. "Who do you think you are to challenge our young master Wuqing?" Tian Lang shouted again. This time, not only him. All the disciples of the Duan family stared at Lin Xian fiercely. These people formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The pressure did not affect him at all. He said calmly, "I remember the rules of the Tea Garden gathering. The winner can challenge anyone he wants, and the one who is challenged can accept or not. I didn't break the rules, did I? Then why can't I challenge you?" At the end, his voice was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Lin Xian wanted to challenge Duan Wuqing. This action shocked everyone in the tea garden. "If you want to challenge young Master Wuqing, you have to go through me first." A figure flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian with lightning speed. The spiritual energy in the air fluctuated and countless cold lights pierced through the void. Lin Xian's soul probed and felt danger. He took a step, and his body disappeared. Chi. Countless rays of cold light tore apart the space where he was originally standing, and a cold aura spread out. "It's Han Yan Ku. I've heard that his cold mist sword art is exceptionally sharp. It's hard to find a match for him in the harmonious spirit realm. I didn't expect this person to be Lord Wuqing's supporter. If he makes a move, I'm afraid that kid will be in danger." That's right. Han Yanku is exceptionally powerful. Luo Yang can't compare to him. "Kid, if you can't even beat me, then don't even think about challenging young Master Wuqing." Han Yan guest shouted coldly with his sword in hand. "Really? Then you'll lose for me." Lin Xian's hand slid to his jade belt, and a black scabbard suddenly appeared in his hand. The absolute star sword was quickly unsheathed, and a violent sword chi surged. 3,000 thunderstorms. The sword light flashed with thunder and lightning shooting into the sky. The tea garden was surrounded by thunderous sword chi, emitting a violent aura. Cold mist sword art. Han Yan guest quickly swung his long sword. The sword light was abnormally cold, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The bone-piercing coldness pierced straight into people's souls. Boom. The void shook. The 3,000 thunderbolt sword art was too violent, and it dispersed the cold mist sword art in an instant. The thunderbolts in the sky condensed into a dazzling sword light, slashing toward Han Yanku. Han Yanku was shocked. He blocked the attack with his sword, forming a solid sword light in front of him. Ka. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, shattering Han Yanku's sword light and sending him flying. "What? Han Yen Ku was defeated, and he was defeated in one move. The crowd went crazy. The young man in front of them had given them too much shock. Am I qualified? Lin Xian withdrew his absolute star sword. His eyes were like a sword light piercing toward Lord Wuqing. No, I'll take you on. Another figure flew out. This person was 2 meters tall, and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. He carried the aura of a dragon and tiger as he walked. Could he be the disciple of the great Titan sect? Wang Dali? That's right. It's him. Rumor has it that his strength is so great that he can pull out a mountain. He once smashed a peak harmonious spirit warrior into meat paste with one palm. I didn't expect him to come on stage. The crowd was excited, and they all looked at the stage. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. Kid, come on. You can only challenge Lord Wuqing if you defeat me, Wang Dali shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. A hazy golden light covered his body, as if he was made of gold. He looked extraordinarily powerful. He took a step forward, and the ground under his feet cracked open. The glaring cracks quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The ground cracked as if it was being torn apart by someone. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky, defying the heavens. 7 steps of the dragon. Under his feet, a hazy green light appeared like the purple claw of a giant dragon. Lin Xian took a step forward, and he stepped toward Wang Dali. Wang Dali shouted angrily and punched out. Too arrogant. Someone dared to step on him in the sky. He couldn't stand it. The fist carried a golden light, and it shattered the void. Lin Xian was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, constantly swaying. However, he didn't care about it at all, as he had comprehended the concept of wind. He stepped on the golden fist, and a deep dragon roar sounded in the sky. The void surged as if it was about to split open, forming a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and flew upward. Wang Dali didn't move, but his face was unusually serious. Was he sent flying? Everyone exclaimed. It was still not enough. Yeah, no one can compete with Wang Dali in strength, but that kid isn't injured. That's rare. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Lin Xian's rising body suddenly stopped, and then he came down with an even more violent aura. He stepped out again, and an illusory dragon claw appeared under his feet. With a heart-palpitating power, it grabbed toward Wang Dali. Get lost! Wang Dali's body emitted a golden light, and he waved his fist toward the sky again. The two of them exchanged blows, and every collision caused the entire tea garden to tremble. Too terrifying. Who is this kid? He can actually compete with Wang Dali in strength? It's already the 6th move. Does he not have a limit? One move to decide the winner. Wang Dali was furious. No one had ever been able to compete with him in strength for so long. Uprooting mountains and rivers, he shook his arms 7 times and blasted toward the sky. Endless golden light rushed to the sky, dyeing the sky golden. This power was enough to threaten a spirit transformation realm warrior. 7th step. Lin Xian stepped out for the last time, and an illusory azure dragon appeared under his feet. It roared ferociously and rushed downward. The golden light in the sky was torn apart, and the azure dragon's roar instantly hit Wang Dali's fist. The sky was messed up, and the ground sank. Wang Dali's hands were trembling, and he kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, the ground would crack. This scene was too terrifying. Wang Dali, who had always been the strongest in the harmonious spirit realm, was actually pushed back. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Xian, who was floating down, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. No one has ever been able to beat me in strength. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Wang Dali shook his head and sighed, as he felt his arm go numb. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Duan Wuqing. Chapter 433. Everyone was silent. Even the Duan clan was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Perhaps only Duan Wuqing could withstand his strength. If anyone else went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. Duan Wuqing's eyes glowed as he slowly stood up. "You are very strong. You are worth my time." Everyone was shocked. Was young Master Wuqing finally going to make a move? They were extremely excited. "Very well, please." Lin Xian made a gesture of invitation. "Please." Duan Wuqing also bowed. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in the middle of the field. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for the two of them to fight. When such peerless geniuses fought, they couldn't get too close. Otherwise, they would be unlucky if they were accidentally injured. "Who do you think will win?" a martial artist asked. Needless to say, young Master Wuqing, of course. He is a genius youth who defeated a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. "Yeah, I heard that the Duan clan's Starfinger is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that if it is practiced to perfection, even the stars will explode. Although that kid is strong, how can he be compared to young Master Wuqing?" Everyone discussed in low voices. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian. It was no wonder. Although Lin Xian was valiant, young Master Wuqing was even stronger. In everyone's hearts, he was the symbol of invincibility. Take Wang Dali, for example. Lin Xian forced Wang Dali back in 7 moves. Back then, young Master Wuqing defeated Wang Dali with 1 finger. Everyone clearly saw the gap between them. Starfinger is the Duan clan's secret art. It is extremely powerful, so you have to be careful. Starfinger is the Duan clan's secret art. Legend has it that 1 finger can explode stars. Even if this martial art wasn't an earth-tier martial art, it wasn't too far off. Duan Wuqing extended his finger. The surrounding spirit chi quickly surged, and the finger emitted a dazzling light. It was like jade with mysterious patterns on it. As he pointed his finger, the sky flickered. A thin needle-like finger light flew towards Lin Xian's forehead. Duan Wuqing appeared gentle, but his attack was cold and merciless. He aimed directly at Lin Xian's vital point. In an instant, Lin Xian's aura tightened. He felt as if he was being locked down by an unknown force. Illusory demon steps. Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. The Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step was a true Earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian broke free from Starfinger. So fast. What kind of footwork is that? Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's figure clearly. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a blade light that enveloped the entire void. Although the speed is fast, the Starfinger is not that easy to dodge. The blue-robed swordsman shook his head slightly. Indeed, even though Lin Xian had dodged that resplendent purple light in an instant, the sense of danger in his heart still hadn't disappeared. Using his soul power, he quickly scanned the surroundings. His expression changed drastically. Although he dodged the sharp finger light, the resplendent purple light did not disappear. Instead, it continued to pursue him at a strange speed. What kind of finger technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked that it could automatically change directions. His body moved again, shuttling back and forth in the tea garden like a ghost. However, the light followed him like a shadow and quickly chased after him. It should have locked onto you. Looks like you can only resist with all your strength. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Since I can't dodge it, I'll just destroy it. He suddenly turned around and quickly pulled out the Star of Extinction sword. With the 3,000 lightning movement, the sword chi in the sky turned into thunderbolts and slashed at the finger light behind him. However, The star finger was so sharp that it actually pierced through the thunderbolts. That's not how you destroy the star finger. Kid, just wait for your death. Duan Tianlang sneered. It actually pierced through. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the star finger. Try this. A trace of dragon sword essence gushed out and merged with the sword chi. Chi. Suddenly, the resplendent finger light was split open and dissipated between heaven and earth. What? The star finger was split open? This is impossible. Duan Tianlang screamed in horror. As a disciple of the Duan family, of course he knew the power of the star finger. Even a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm could not destroy it so easily. Duan Wuqing stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. You can destroy the star finger. Interesting. It seems that you can make me a little more serious. Say that after you beat me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Watch this. Duan Wuqing stretched out his palm again. On his jade-like finger, there were blue lines entwined, emitting a light blue light. A finger light as thick as a stone pillar appeared in the void, and a huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian. What a terrifying aura! Everyone's faces turned pale, and they could not breathe. The star finger was extremely mysterious. A moment ago, it was as thin as a silver needle, but now it was as thick as a mountain. The terrifying finger light pressed down, as if it could destroy everything. Let's see how you block it this time. The disciple of the Duan family sneered. In the crowd, Yunwa's small hands kept rubbing the corner of her clothes. She was very nervous. Nothing must happen to this bastard. Wind Slayer. The star extinction sword was swung out, and the violent lightning disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange and unpredictable sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the concept of wind quickly spread out. In the sky, the bright finger light seemed to be under great resistance, and its speed slowed down little by little. An inexplicable power filled the void, and it kept breaking down the bright finger light. What's going on? What happened? Everyone exclaimed. They could not understand, but the experts frowned tightly. This is a concept. The blue-robed swordsman looked at the sky, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Duan Wuqing snorted coldly. He also felt the concept of wind. In the sky, the bright finger light quickly became smaller, and finally it disappeared between heaven and earth. His astonishing means had stunned everyone. Concept of wind. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. Duan Wuqing's expression was gloomy. I really underestimated you. What? Concept of wind. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Yunwa's mouth was also slightly open, and she was very surprised. A martial artist who could comprehend a concept was definitely a genius. Lin Xian actually comprehended the concept of wind at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Now Yunduo knew why Lord Iron Hand wanted Lin Xian to participate in the Tea Garden gathering. It was because Lin Xian's talent and strength were not inferior to Lord Wuqing. It was ridiculous that he had warned him not to make a move. Yunduo smiled bitterly. The disciples of the Yan Mountain sect looked at Lin Xian in horror, and they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not help Luo Yang at that time. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. Even their senior brother, Luo Yang, did not comprehend a concept. They could imagine how abnormal Lin Xian's talent was. You are very strong, but it is not enough to defeat me. Duan Wuqing was very confident. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy was released from his body, stirring up the wind and clouds. I will let you see the true power of the star finger. Chapter 434. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine that the power was not Lord Wuqing's full strength. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Duan Wuching did not look like he was lying. Let me see your Duan clan's secret technique. Lin Xian was surrounded by the concept of wind. His black hair was like a waterfall fluttering in the wind. The first move of the star finger, void dimension, he pointed out with his finger, and a bright light flashed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. They could not see the finger light at all, let alone feel it. Lin Xian frowned deeply. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. His body flashed quickly as he performed an extreme movement technique. A sword-like finger light instantly pierced through his shadow and quickly disappeared. What? It merged into the void. How can he dodge it? No wonder Lord Wuqing is so confident. Is this the true power of the star finger? The Blue Mountain swordsman also took a deep breath as he stared at Lin Xian's figure. He was also a little afraid of the Duan clan's star finger. I wonder how this kid is going to dodge it. Lin Xian was shocked. The star finger was indeed beyond his expectations. Its effect was similar to his concept of wind, which could merge into the wind. Moreover, what surprised him was that he could not accurately lock onto it in his soul. The star finger's speed was extremely fast. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a misjudgment. Since I can't dodge it, then I won't waste it. Lin Xian stopped abruptly and swung his long sword. Sword patterns that looked like willow branches circled around his body. Returning wind, whisking willow sword. Many green patterns of sword qi surrounded Lin Xian. These sword qi had merged with the concept of wind. Its power was far beyond normal. It seemed to have changed the surrounding space. Boom! The star finger appeared instantly and collided with the defense, creating countless sparks. Qi, qi. Countless waves appeared on the sword screen. Many sharp sword qi shot out from the sword screen and slashed toward the star finger. Lin Xian used himself as bait to draw out the unpredictable finger light. Then he used the concept of wind to defend himself before using the great dragon sword intent to destroy it. This series of actions happened in an instant. So, when everyone came back to their senses, Starfinger had already disappeared. What? He actually blocked it. Duan Wuqing was stunned. This move was the killing move of the Starfinger. It came and went without a trace and could kill people without leaving a trace. It was far from comparable to the previous few fingers. However, this killing move was easily blocked by Lin Xian. This made him feel unreal. Impossible. This must be a coincidence. Duan Wuqing did not believe it. He flicked his fingers continuously, shooting out rays of finger light one after another. Divine radiance lit up the sky, illuminating all directions as it rushed towards Lin Xian with a biting cold, killing intent. This scene made everyone tremble. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, this time, Lin Xian faced it head-on. The spiritual energy in his body revolved, and the concept of wind was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the absolute star sword slashed out streaks of sword light, all of which contained terrifying sword intent. Boom! The void trembled as the finger light was split into two and dissipated in the sky. Chi. Another two finger lights disappeared. The sword energy was unstoppable. Lin Xian was like a sword god. Every sword had an unpredictable power, causing the star finger light to disappear. No, this is not the concept of wind. Duan Wuqing looked at the sky with an ugly expression. This attack power, could it be sword intent? Impossible. He already has the concept of wind. How can he have sword intent? Duan Wuqing did not believe it because it was simply impossible. He had never heard of a person having two concepts. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also stood up suddenly. The table in front of him was cut in half by the invisible sword energy. At this moment, he was even more surprised than Duan Wuqing. Sword intent. He actually comprehended sword intent. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes bloomed with sword light, and a shocking aura rose from his body. He had comprehended sword intent, so he could clearly feel Lin Xian's sword intent. Hearing the blue-robed swordsman's words, everyone exclaimed. Sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend in the concept. Once comprehended, the attack power would increase exponentially. That's not right. Didn't that kid comprehend the concept of wind? Why did it become sword intent? Yeah. Could that swordsman have sensed it wrong? How could it be? Do you know who he is? He is Chiu Si Hai from the Star Ocean sect. How could he have sensed it wrong? Hearing this, everyone was silent. Lin Xian actually comprehended two types of concepts. This talent was also too terrifying. Duan Wuqing's expression was even more unsightly. Who is this kid? How can he comprehend two concepts? He was extremely jealous. As a core disciple of the Duan family, he did not comprehend concepts, but Lin Xian, an unknown brat, actually comprehended two kinds of concepts. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat. No, I can't admit defeat. How about comprehending concepts? My cultivation is far higher than his. I can't lose. Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, the aura in his body surged, burning with the blue flame. He used the star finger again, and it was like a dragon roaring in the air. 3,000 lightning haste. A sword chi was like thunder, containing a terrifying sword intent, slashing towards the void. This sword was abnormally violent. It was as if divine lightning had struck the ground and destroyed everything. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, increasing his speed to the limit, instantly arriving in front of Duan Wuqing. Phantom sword. Lin Xian changed his sword technique again. The sword chi was illusory, slashing in all directions. Duan Wuqing's expression changed. This sword chi made him feel a strong sense of danger. His fingers moved, and an arc of light flew out, forming a half-moon attack in front of him. However, the phantom sword was illusory and had an illusion attack. Duan Wuqing could not distinguish it at all, and was instantly hit by the two-sword chi. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Although he had activated his defensive armor at the first moment, the terrifying sword chi still caused his blood to churn. Impossible. This is impossible. He can actually resist my starfinger. Duan Wuqing could not accept this. Who was he? He was a core disciple of the Duan family, and his cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. One should know that the gap between the harmonious spirit realm was huge, and the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. Unless one was a peerless genius or had a powerful weapon, then it was possible to fight across realms. Even then, it was only possible to fight across one realm. But Lin Xian was able to fight across 2 realms, and he even had the upper hand. This was too shocking. Even if he had sword intent, it was still impossible. Duan Wuqing looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. There's no need to fight anymore. You've lost. Lin Xian put away the star extinction sword and said in a deep voice, "What did you say? You're only temporarily in the lead. I haven't used all my strength yet." Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said he could not accept this result. Moreover, Lin Xian's attitude made him even angrier. Lin Xian shook his head. "I've already held back just now. If we continue, you'll be seriously injured." Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian's strength was already terrifying enough, but he still held back. Chapter 435. Lin Xian was right. He had only used part of his sword intent, which was only at the minor accomplishment level. Even so, Duan Wuqing couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword intent had reached 70%. If he used all of it, he could instantly kill Duan Wuqing. One should know that Lin Xian had killed two spirit transformation experts. Duan Wuqing didn't know this. In his opinion, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. "Brat, I will let you know that the disciples of the Duan clan are not to be humiliated." Duan Wuqing's spirit energy surged. However, Lin Xian's speed was faster. The Wind Emperor's sword arrived in front of Duan Wuqing in a flash. Star point. Duan Wuqing's right hand shot out a finger light. His left hand was also raised high, slapping toward Lin Xian. The bright jade palm was also one of the secret arts of the Duan clan. The two ultimate techniques attacked Lin Xian at the same time. Divine light filled the sky. The jade palm covered the sky. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This kind of attack was enough to kill any harmonious spirit expert. However, Lin Xian's Wind Emperor's sword was a combination of two great intents. Its power was beyond Duan Wuqing's understanding. The sword energy swept across. Duan Wuqing was sent flying again. Everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank. The disciples of the Duan clan exclaimed and ran toward Duan Wuqing. "Brat, you dare to injure a disciple of the Duan clan. You are finished. No one can save you." Duan Tianlang's face was ferocious. "Shut up." Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. "I am not a sore loser. You are very strong. You have won." Young Master Wu Qing, whose name shook the entire desolate flame city, had actually lost. It wouldn't take long for the entire desolate flame city to know. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He didn't have any enmity with Duan Wuqing. This was just a competition. His goal was to become famous in the desolate flame city. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from Duan Wuqing to the Blue Mountain swordsman. Everyone was stunned. Does he want to continue the challenge? As expected, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Can we fight?" "I couldn't ask for more." Blue Mountain swordsman Qiu Sihai stood up, and his aura surrounded him like a saber light. Unlike Lord Wu Qing's carefree aura, Qiu Sihai's aura was extremely sharp, like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. This was saber intent, an indestructible saber intent. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he also activated a shocking sword intent. However, he still only used a portion of his sword intent and controlled it at the minor accomplishment realm. "Take this." Qiu Sihai didn't talk nonsense. The long saber behind him clanged, and the sharp saber instantly slashed towards Lin Xian. An aura as heavy as a mountain, but not lacking in sharpness, instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The void buzzed, as if it was about to break open at any moment. Everyone held their breaths, as they couldn't withstand such an aura. Even a peak, harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Pulling out the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian took the opportunity to attack. The sword light was like thunder, violent and domineering. The saber and sword collided, shaking the earth and the whole tea garden. In the next moment, the sword chi and saber light both disappeared in the sky. "It's on par with my saber intent." Qiu Sihai looked dignified. "Minor accomplishment saber intent. Not bad." Lin Xian nodded slightly. Among all the warriors he knew, except for Lin Feng's sword intent, Qiu Sihai's saber intent was the strongest. "Let's use our strongest attack to determine the winner," Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. 4 swordsmen like them who had comprehended sword intent. Their attacks were extremely sharp, and they could often determine the winner in 1 or 2 moves. All right. Lin Xian didn't want to waste any more time. Splitting mountain wave. Qiu Sihai condensed all the spiritual energy in his body and slashed out a stunning saber. The minor accomplishment saber intent surged in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky in half. The dazzling saber light mercilessly fell, covering half of the tea garden. 3,000 lightning haste, unification shocking heaven. The lightning flashed, and condensed into a silver lightning, like the 9 heavens thunder crashing down. Boom! The lightning suddenly appeared, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and this attack moved all directions. At this moment, all the warriors frantically retreated, fearing that they would be involved in this violent force. Qiu Si-hai was surrounded by the saber, like a god of death. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. Not good. This sword intent has exceeded the minor accomplishment realm. He was shocked that the opponent's sword intent had surpassed his. The terrifying sword intent was vast and mighty, making him a little breathless. In an instant, he was shrouded in sword light. Not good. Qiu Si-hai is going to lose. In the distance, Duan Wuqing's eyes flashed, and his heart was bitter again. Lin Xian's aura at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting with him. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Xian did not use all his strength when fighting with him. Thinking of this, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Qiu Si-hai, who was in the middle of the sword light, was even more uncomfortable. His whole body was shrouded in sword light, and he could not move at all. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. As a disciple of Xinghai sect, he was respected more. He had comprehended a rare saber intent, and did not put anyone in his eyes. But now he knew how small he was, and what it meant to be strong. Lin Xian's sword intent made him feel a sense of despair. This is a peerless genius, Qiu Si-hai thought bitterly. This feeling was like facing the peerless genius of the sect. Am I going to die? He gave up resisting. However, in the next moment, the sword light disappeared, as if it had never appeared. What? Qiu Si-hai was shocked, and suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Xian slowly sheathing the Star of Extinction sword back into its scabbard, and standing with his hands behind his back. He could actually withdraw his sword intent at will. Qiu Si-hai was shocked. He found that Lin Xian was stronger than he imagined. Thank you for showing mercy. Qiu Si-hai landed, and said with a trace of gratitude. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. A powerful genius like Qiu Si-hai actually said such words to Lin Xian. Shock. Absolute shock. Lin Xian was a peerless genius. Compared to him, Duan Wuqing and Qiu Si-hai were much more ordinary. As expected, Lin Xian would be the topic of discussion in Desolate Flame City for the next few days. Thank you for letting me win, Lin Xian said. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he had achieved the condition of being famous in Desolate Flame City. You are strong, but you are not the strongest I have seen, Qiu Si-hai said in a deep voice. There are a few monsters in Xinghai sect. Their talent and strength are definitely not inferior to yours. I really hope to see a battle between you two. Xinghai sect, Lin Yuxuan repeated. Listening to Qiu Si-hai's tone, there was another peerless genius in Xinghai sect. Don't doubt it, Qiu Si-hai said. Although I am strong in the outside world, I am not even in the top 10 in Xinghai sect. Not even in the top 10? Everyone was shocked. They knew very little about the top forces. They only knew that the disciples inside were all experts among experts. However, they never thought that Qiu Si-hai would not even be in the top 10. Chapter 436. Don't worry, I think we'll meet in the Azure Dragon Gathering sooner or later. Azure Dragon Gathering. Qiu Si-hai's body trembled slightly, and Duan Wuqing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a genius like Lin Xian wouldn't miss out on the Azure Dragon Gathering. Goodbye. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Lin Xian smiled indifferently, and then floated away. Lin Xian, wait for me. In the crowd, Yun Duo followed behind Lin Xian with a red face, and the two quickly disappeared, leaving the tea garden. Barren Flame City. The city was unusually lively these days, and Lin Xian's matter had already spread. Everyone was shocked. Still shocked. Great Banner Mansion. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You really didn't let me down. I'll take you to the headquarters, and then you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering selection battle. Thank you, Lord Iron Hand. Lin Xian was happy. But there's one thing I need to remind you. Iron Hand said in a deep voice, although you defeated Duan Wuqing and Qiu Si Hai, it doesn't mean you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering. You should know that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Si Hai aren't qualified to participate in the selection battle. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gathering's qualification battle to be so high that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Si Hai weren't qualified. It seemed that the experts of the Dragon Star Kingdom were much stronger than he had imagined. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I'll work hard. Lin Xian said respectfully. Actually, if you're willing to stay in Great Banner Sect, you can participate in the next Azure Dragon Gathering with your talent. There won't be many who can be your opponent in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. Iron Hand slowly said. When he found out that Lin Xian had actually comprehended 2 types of intent realms, he became fond of talent and wanted to take Lin Xian into his sect. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I still want to seize this opportunity. Lin Xian's attitude was firm. He wasn't afraid of the selection battle, but more excited. Firstly, when he fought against Qiu Si Hai and Duan Wuqing, he only used about half of his strength. Moreover, he still had the Evil King's crystal, which could help him reach the late harmonious spirit realm in a short time. At that time, even if he encountered a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he would have the confidence to fight. All right, it's up to you. Iron Arms didn't say anything else. He knew that geniuses were all prideful. If Lin Xian didn't hit a wall, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. In the following days, Lin Xian temporarily settled down and cultivated diligently every day. Other than absorbing the energy within the crystals, he would also try to comprehend the illusory demon step whenever he had the time. The effect of this earth-tier martial art far exceeded his expectations. That day at the battle in the tea garden, he had only grasped a bit of it, but that speed had already surpassed his previous Dragon Ember steps. If he could reach the small success stage, his speed would surpass the majority of Spirit Transformation Realm warriors. The days of cultivation passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for a month. During this period of time, he had successfully broken through to the late middle spirit realm by absorbing the energy within the Evil King's crystal. Moreover, his illusory demon step had also made great progress. Although he hadn't reached the small success stage yet, he wasn't far from it. On this day, Iron Arms summoned Lin Xian once again. Let's go. Follow me to the headquarters. Lin Xian nodded and followed behind Iron Arms. He hid his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation base, making himself appear as a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. He did this to preserve his strength and also to not attract the attention of others. Otherwise, reaching the late harmonious spirit realm in just a month was too terrifying and would definitely attract the attention of others. He didn't want to be captured and studied like a lab rat. Lin Xian was very successful in hiding. Even Iron Arms didn't notice him. The 2 boarded the bronze chariot. 3 ferocious roaring flood dragons soared into the sky and disappeared from Desolate Flame City. Seeing that the day of the Azure Dragon Association was approaching, all the forces became active. This was the golden age of the younger generation. It was not only related to one's reputation, but also the fate of the sect, because the Azure Dragon True Chi from the Azure Dragon Association was not only magical for the individual, but also for the sect that the participant was from. Therefore, preparing for the Azure Dragon Association was not only a matter for the younger generation, but also for the entire sect. There were 6 top forces in the Dragon Star country. Each force was given 5 quotas to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. 5 spots were simply too few. One had to know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in a top force and countless genius disciples. However, even so, there were only 5 spots. When Lin Xian heard this news, he took a deep breath. 5 quotas. No wonder Iron Arms was so cautious and wanted to test his strength first. For a giant like the Great Flag sect, there must be a lot of genius disciples. If Lin Xian didn't have enough strength, he would only become a laughing stock. Even now, Iron Arms didn't have too much hope. He still hoped that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. The headquarters of the Great Flag sect was in Longxing Country's Yong County. The 3 flood dragons were 8th grade demonic beasts, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm expert. Even so, it took them 5 days to reach Yong County. The loud roar of the flood dragons resounded in all directions. The 3 flood dragons quickly rushed toward a group of magnificent buildings. Lord Iron Arms is back. The warriors below exclaimed when they saw the flood dragons and the bronze chariot in the sky. Not long after, a group of warriors gathered below. Each of them had a powerful aura. The weakest was at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, while the strongest was at the spirit transformation realm. These people all looked at the sky with a respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Iron Arms," a group of people said respectfully. The 3 flood dragons stopped in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The door of the bronze chariot opened, and Iron Arms slowly walked out. Lin Xian followed closely behind. The warriors below looked at the sky and were shocked. Who is that kid? How can he stay beside Lord Iron Arms? Moreover, when they sensed that Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, they were even more confused. But even so, no one dared to ask. "I came back to do one thing, and that is the Azure Dragon Association selection." Iron Arms strolled in the sky, his voice spreading in all directions. "Inform them that the selection will begin in 10 days. "Yes," the crowd below replied. "Also, this is Lin Xian. From now on, he will also be a member of the Great Flag sect. He will also participate in the Azure Dragon Association selection. Qing Shan, bring Lin Xian to rest." "Yes, Lord," a slightly fat youth replied. "Well, I can only help you to this extent. Whether you can participate in the Azure Dragon Association will depend on your strength." Iron Arms turned to Lin Xian and said, Chapter 437. Not long after, the whole Great Flag sect knew that Lord Iron Hand had brought back a young man who was going to participate in the selection. "Do you know that the kid I saw that day was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm?" "Mid-harmonious spirit realm? He has the nerve to participate in the selection? I don't know. Is it related to Lord Iron Hand? Did he go through the back door?" Someone was doubtful. "Impossible. Lord Iron Hand is the most impartial person. Even if he went through the back door, it would be useless. Otherwise, even if he passed the selection, he would still be ridiculed in the Azure Dragon Assembly." Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lord Iron Hand would recommend a mid-harmonious spirit realm kid to participate. "Have you heard the news from Desolate Flame City? That kid called Lin Xian defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing, even though he is only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing." Everyone was surprised. They knew these 2 people. Even though they weren't top geniuses, they were still experts. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior was able to defeat these 2 people. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It seems like this kid has the strength of a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. I also heard that this kid has mastered 2 types of intent realm. They are the intent realm of wind and the intent realm of sword. "What? 2 types of intent realm?" everyone exclaimed. This news was too shocking. Comprehending two types of intent realm was even rarer than challenging someone who was at a higher level. If one had a powerful treasure, it was possible to challenge someone who was at a higher level. However, comprehending two types of intent realm wasn't something that anyone could do. Even an ordinary genius wouldn't be able to do it. I didn't expect this kid to be a peerless genius despite his ordinary appearance. However, even though he is strong, it is still too difficult for him to get a spot. There are only 5 spots in the selection, and we have a lot of monstrous geniuses here. Indeed, the top few disciples in Great Flag Sect were all geniuses who could kill spirit transformation realm warriors. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was a monstrous genius, no one was optimistic about him. Looking at his age, he is only 17 or 18 years old. I think Lord Iron Hand wants to train him well. With his talent, he will definitely be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Assembly. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 types of intent realm. I think he will be able to enter the top 100. Everyone nodded, feeling more and more that this was the case. The Azure Dragon Society was held once every 10 years. 10 years later, Lin Xian would only be 27 or 28 years old, so he would definitely be able to participate. Everyone agreed that Lin Xian was chosen as a seeded player for the next generation. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he heard the news. He didn't try to explain himself. Everything would be clear once the names were announced. However, during the few days that he stayed in Daki Sect, he welcomed an acquaintance. "Brother Lin, it really is you. I didn't think we'd meet again." Yi Qianxing strode in. "Brother Yi, long time no see." Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. "Brother Lin, are you really going to participate in the competition?" Yi Qianxing asked. When he first heard about it, he didn't believe it either. When they first met, Lin Xian's strength was almost the same as his, but a few days ago, there was news that Lin Xian had defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing. This made him very surprised. After all, every advancement in the harmonious spirit realm was very difficult and required time to accumulate. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this understanding. What made him even more shocked was that Lin Xian wanted to participate in the competition. One should know that Daki Sect was a top power with countless geniuses. The top 10 core disciples were even more powerful than Duan Wuqing. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, Yi Qianxing sighed. "Brother Yi, why don't you tell me who is going to participate in the competition?" "All right," Yi Qianxing said slowly. "There are a total of 10 people who will participate in the competition. They are the top 10 core disciples of Daki Sect. These people were all at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. 2 of them had already reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, these people had the strength to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. The top few monstrous geniuses could even kill a spirit transformation realm warrior." Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He realized that the top 10 core disciples were about the same level as him. Now that he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to fight for a spot. "But Brother Lin, if you really want to participate, you must be careful of 2 people," Yi Qianxing said. "Oh, the 2 at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm? Not all of them. One of them is Ouyang Kuan. He is the number 1 core disciple. His cultivation is at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but he can easily kill a spirit transformation realm warrior. The other one is Hua Fei, who is ranked number 7. She specializes in soul attacks and is very strange." Ouyang Kuan, Hua Fei. Lin Xian silently memorized these 2, and then asked for some information about the others. After sending Yi Qianxing away, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. After hearing this news, he realized that these core disciples were definitely geniuses. Fortunately, he had broken through to the late, harmonious spirit realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with these people. 10 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his late, harmonious spirit realm cultivation. The competition for the Azure Dragon Society's quota had also begun. The Great Banner sect was bustling with noise and excitement on this day. All the disciples had gathered, and most of the sect elders had also arrived. Lin Xian followed Yi Qianxing to the square. Looking at the dense crowd, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. As long as he obtained the quota for the Azure Dragon Society, he could participate in the Azure Dragon Society. When he obtained the true dragon chi, he would be able to know the location of the great dragon sword. Brother Lin, those people are the top 10 core disciples, Yi Qianxing said. Lin Xian looked over and saw 10 figures standing proudly in the crowd. These people wore iron-blooded battle robes and had a strong aura. That person is Ouyang Kuan, Yi Qianxing whispered. A person stood in front of the core disciples. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning, like a dormant beast. Ouyang Kuan is 30 years old this year. He participated in the last Azure Dragon Society, so he has a lot of experience. You've participated in it once? Lin Xian was astonished as he observed Ouyang Kuan carefully. Yes, 10 years ago, Ouyang Kuan participated, but he was still young and didn't get a good result. The arrogant figure felt Lin Xian's gaze and silently turned his head. His gaze was like a divine light piercing through the void. When he saw Lin Xian, he was still expressionless and quickly turned his head. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This person's aura was very strong. Also, that girl with the dimples, she is Hua Fei. She is only 18 years old this year, but she has reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, and it is said that her soul has reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. 4-star inscription master? Lin Xian was astonished. These days, he had never stopped cultivating his soul force, so strictly speaking, his soul had reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. This time, before Lin Xian could look over, the girl with the dimples had already looked over. Chapter 438. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Such a strong soul force, worthy of being a core disciple. At this moment, Iron Arm stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the Azure Dragon Society. There are only 5 spots for the challenge. There are 11 participants, and the top 5 will be qualified. Moreover, the first place will receive an additional reward. This reward may affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society. A reward that can affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society." The crowd exclaimed, including the core disciples. Their eyes shone brightly as they trembled with excitement. No matter what, they had to give it their all. Ouyang Kuan, who was at the front, revealed a smile. In his opinion, the first place would be his, and the special reward would also be his. All right, let's cut to the chase. Lin Xian, you can come up. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in the middle of the square in an instant. Such a good movement skill. The Daki Sect's elder nodded slightly. For a moment, all eyes fell on Lin Xian. The top 10 core disciples stared at Lin Xian with different expressions. The top few disciples had a playful smile on their faces. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. On the other hand, the core disciples at the bottom of the rankings were somewhat worried. Originally, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. However, when they saw Lin Xian's movement skill, they became vigilant in their hearts. That speed made them shudder with fear and trepidation. All right, let the competition begin. In the middle of the square, 11 young warriors were competing for the 5 spots. Each of them had to fight 10 rounds to determine the top 5. The referee was a white-bearded old man, a late-stage flower spirit warrior. This kind of cultivation was completely above everyone else, allowing him to control the competition well. The first match was Lin Xian's. His opponent was the 8th-ranked core disciple, Han Jun's cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but his aura was much stronger than Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. I heard that you defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing? Han Jun sneered. I advise you to admit defeat. Those two can't be compared to me. Whether or not we can compete, we'll know after the battle, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Good boy, you're really arrogant. Take this. Han Jun shouted coldly, and his body floated out. Battle Wolf Divine Fist. His fist swung out like the howl of a demonic wolf, carrying with it a ruthless aura. The wind from his fists whistled, shaking the surroundings. Han Jun was right. He was not someone Duan Wuqing, and the others could compare to. Using the Battle Wolf Fist technique, he could probably defeat Duan Wuqing within 10 moves. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Within the violent fist shadows, Lin Xian's body was erratic, like a willow catkin swaying in the wind. It brushed past the shadows of the fists, but remained unscathed every time. What exquisite footwork! On the high platform, all the elders nodded and exclaimed, this little guy is not simple. He can remain undefeated in the innate realm with just this movement technique. Sure enough, after dozens of moves, Han Jun did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. Damn it! Han Jun's face was gloomy. He felt embarrassed that he could not hit a harmonious spirit brat. Wolf fighting in the wild. The shadows of the fists turned into hundreds of green shadow battle wolves, filling the entire arena. Each of the battle wolves had the strength to kill a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. The shadows of the wolves pounced on Lin Xian, looking ferocious and terrifying. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once and destroyed all of the attacks. Small success, sword intent. The news is true. Everyone felt the shocking sword intent and started to discuss among themselves. Small success, sword intent. So what? Watch my green wolf swallows the moon. Han Jun exerted all of his spirit energy and condensed the shadow of a green wolf behind him. Wind Emperor's sword. A shocking sword light flashed, like a flash of lightning. The sharp sword chi instantly pierced through the shadow of the green wolf. Han Jun's face turned pale. He trembled and retreated 10 steps, looking at Lin Xian in horror. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian could have easily killed him with that sword strike. If it wasn't for the competition, he would have died long ago. The winner is Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result quickly. Everyone was shocked. The result was out of their expectation. Even though Lin Xian was rumored to be a god, it was still unreal for him to defeat Han Jun so easily. Among the core disciples, the last 5 disciples were all nervous. Even the few in front had a trace of caution. Lin Xian's strength was out of their expectation. Perhaps only Ouyang Kuan and the others could remain calm. Sure enough, in the next match, Lin Xian's strength once again confirmed everyone's thoughts. The last 5 core disciples were no match for him, and he won with ease. Ouyang Kuan's performance was even more amazing. Even the second place, Yan Ming, was defeated by him within 30 moves. It seems like Ouyang Kuan will be the champion this time. Yeah, but I don't think the other 5 spots will be theirs. I think Hua Fei will get one of the spots. Her soul attack is too strange. That Lin Xian is not bad either. He is strong. Master Taisho is amazing to be able to find such a talented young man. Hey, look, Hua Fei and Lin Xian are fighting. On the stage, Hua Fei was cute and witty. She had 2 dimples on her face, making her look like a little girl next door. However, if someone really treated her like a little girl next door, then they would be wrong. Hee, let me see how strong a genius like you is. Hua Fei picked up a harp and gently played it. Ding dong! A pleasant sound rang out, intoxicating everyone. However, this music contained a strange soul attack. Ordinary Harmonious spirit realm warriors would be unlucky if they were caught off guard. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would have to be careful when facing this kind of attack. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He was also an expert in soul force. With light steps, he quickly dodged the curved attacks. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art to form a phantom sword formation. Hey, he actually resisted Hua Fei's soul attack. This kid is too strong. The crowd exclaimed. Hua Fei was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. You are also a soul cultivator. Her small mouth was slightly open. Her fingers that were playing the harp paused for a moment. However, this gap was seized by Lin Xian. His phantom sword formed a strange attack and slashed at Hua Fei. Humph! Hua Fei humphed. Her fingers moved, and beautiful music was heard. Her spirit energy vibrated and quickly condensed. Shadows of sacred birds and sacred beasts appeared on the stage, dancing with the sound of the harp. Harmony of Zither Dao. It seems like Hua Fei is going to use her ultimate skill. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger from these phantoms. Sword Qi soared to the sky. The great dragon sword intent let out a deep dragon roar. Terrifying sword light flashed in all directions. Ding! Hua Fei's fingers paused. One of the strings on her harp broke. This harp was a mid-grade spirit rank treasure. It was very powerful. Moreover, the strings were made from the tendons of 8th grade demonic beasts. They were very elastic and impossible to break. There was only one reason why it broke, and that was because it was cut by Lin Xian's sword intent. Lin Xian wins. The referee elder announced. Humph! Chapter 439. I didn't expect that even Hua Fei would lose. This Lin Xian is really amazing. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of awe. This was a world where the strong were respected. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more awe these people would have. The competition continued, and Hua Fei went up again. This time, her opponent was Yangquan. In the last competition, Hua Fei's harp had a broken string, so she didn't use her harp this time. Instead, she used a jade flute. Obviously, this jade flute was also a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Melodies that sounded like they were telling the tale of death slowly flowed and reverberated in the arena. Yangquan's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Spiritual energy surged, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge purple stone tablet fell from the sky and suppressed the surroundings. The entire arena trembled violently, and the sad tune was broken. Hua Fei was sent flying out of the arena. The winner is Yangquan. The judge saw that Hua Fei was only sent flying and wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he's the #1 core disciple. He's still so strong. He broke the soul attack in one move. Yeah, first place is definitely senior brother, Yangquan. Everyone was talking and looking at Yangquan with admiration. Yangquan didn't have any expression about his victory. His opponents weren't these people, but the powerhouses of the Azure Dragon Association. For example, the chief disciples of the other 5 top factions. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian looked at Yangquan in shock. To be honest, Yangquan's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, that move was very violent. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he was able to control his strength very well and only sent Hua Fei flying. This kind of method was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this person's aura had an inexplicable power. He should have comprehended a domain, but he didn't know what kind of domain it was. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't go up. He thought that he would know when he met him. Next, everyone took turns to go up. As the number of matches increased, the strength of each contestant was clearly displayed before everyone. The core disciples, ranked in the bottom 5, lost more than they won. They were already out of luck with the 5 spots of the Azure Dragon Association. However, these people did not give up. They treated every match seriously and gave it their all. From this point, it could be seen that they were different from ordinary cultivators. They would not give up on themselves just because they had lost their quota this time. Those who had the ability to fight for a spot were the core disciples ranked at the top. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was the cute girl, Hua Fei. She relied on her strange soul power to rush to the front. The other person was Lin Xian. His domineering display also made everyone gasp in amazement. Moreover, Lin Xian and Yangqun were the 2 martial artists who had yet to lose. Fuck, this Lin Xian is too terrifying. He hasn't lost yet. What's the big deal? He hasn't met a real expert yet. I'm guessing that if he meets Yangqun or Zuyang, he'll lose for sure. That being said, it was indeed surprising that he could reach such a level at his age. The focus of everyone's discussion was Lin Xian, the dark horse. Look, Lin Xian's opponent is Zuyang. Zuyang was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was ranked 2nd among the core disciples. Brat, your undefeated streak ends here. Zuyang drew out a blood-red long blade. He was very unhappy that he had lost to Yangqun just now. Now, Lin Xian, a mid-harmonious spirit brat, was able to maintain his undefeated streak. This made him even angrier. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate skill, the broken sun saber art. The blood-red blade, light, slashed through the void. It was like a broken sun, bringing with it a sense of desolation. He used his secret art right away. It seems like Zuyang is going to get angry. Sigh. It's Lin Xian's bad luck to have come across Zuyang. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They instinctively thought that Lin Xian would lose. There was no other way. Zuyang's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Xian's. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, the Savage Sunblade art was a high-rank spirit art. Its power was incomparable. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. However, many of the elders on the viewing platform were slightly interested in this. I wonder if this kid has any other secret arts. If he doesn't, I'm afraid he will lose. Ooh, the blood-red sun shone in all directions. The terrifying blade light swept across the stage. A sense of desolation spread out. The sky was dyed blood-red. Facing such a sharp blade art, Lin Xian quickly used the phantom illusion. No, he dodged while waving his star extinction sword. Every strike was aimed at the weakest part of the blade light. Therefore, even though the entire stage was filled with blade energy, the area 10 meters in front of Lin Xian was very safe. Good eyesight. He can find the flaw in every strike. Iron Arms nodded slightly. However, Zuyang was very shocked. He had practiced the Savage Sunblade art to the great completion realm. It was very difficult for warriors of the same level to find his flaw. However, a mid-harmonious spirit brat was able to find his weakness every time. He found it hard to believe. He didn't believe that it was luck. What kind of heaven-defying luck could accurately find his flaw every time? No matter what, he had to be the first to attack. He had to use his secret art and win with an overwhelming victory. Blood Sun intent. Savage Sun like blood. A savage sun appeared behind Zuyang's back and quickly merged with the blade. He swung his blade. The blood-red blade light was shocking. It fell down like a river of blood, covering the entire stage. Blood Sun intent. Zuyang is using his intent. It seems like the battle is about to end. Facing the Blood Sun intent, Lin Xian used the wind intent at the first moment. The void fluctuated. Spiritual chi condensed and turned into a tornado, sweeping across the stage. The blood-red blade light hit the tornado. creating a thunderous sound that shook the heaven and earth. What? He blocked the blood sun intent? Everyone exclaimed. So, what if he blocked it? My blood sun intent has already surpassed the minor completion realm. Sui Yong shouted and waved his long blade. The 100-meter long blood-red blade, light fell again. The airwaves in the air were like a tsunami rolling to both sides. The blade light completely covered Lin Xian. However, in the wind intent, a shocking sword intent rushed to the sky. The sword light flickered and surged in all directions. The terrifying sword chi cut the blood sun intent in half. Suddenly, Sui Yang's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The three forces collided with each other. The entire stage fell into a violent energy storm. What's the result? The crowd couldn't wait to look at the stage. However, the stage was covered by the energy storm. Suddenly, the late spirit realm judge frowned. He stretched out both of his hands and pulled with force. Asterisk, chi asterisk, the terrifying energy storm that covered the stage was torn apart. He waved his sleeve. The violent energy swept across the sky, and the stage returned to normal. Chapter 440. On the stage, Sui Yong was half kneeling on the ground with a long blade in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. The blood on the corner of his mouth was very eye-catching. What? Sui Yong lost? This is impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Sui Yong was the genius ranked second among the core disciples. His cultivation had reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm. No one could defeat him except for Ouyang Kun. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lin Xian? For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's discussion. Moreover, many people were comparing him with Ouyang Kun. With Lin Xian's current record, he was almost certain to get a spot. Moreover, he had yet to be defeated. The first place of this challenge would be between him and Ouyang Kun. Ouyang Kun turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Too weak, so weak that he couldn't arouse his interest. As a former participant of the Azure Dragon Association, Ouyang Kun was far superior to Sui Yong and the others in terms of cultivation and experience. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was a monstrous genius. However, in his eyes, Lin Xian was ordinary because he had seen too many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Dragon Association. The competition continued until the last 5 spots were decided. The top 3 core disciples had all obtained a spot. The remaining 2 were Gui Huafei and Lin Xian. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian and pondered. To be honest, he just wanted to let Lin Xian run into a wall and accumulate experience so that he could participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Not only did he obtain a spot, but he also defeated the second-ranked Sui Yong. This kind of talent was rarely seen in his life. I wonder how he will fare against Ouyang Kun. Will he be able to win? Iron Hand didn't know why, but a trace of expectation rose in his heart. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was obviously impossible. Ouyang Kun's strength was far beyond Lin Xian's. In the arena, Lin Xian and Ouyang Kun stood on opposite sides. They were about to enter the final round. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Although they knew that Lin Xian had no chance of winning, they still retained a trace of hope in their hearts. Brat, you're not bad. I feel like I'm looking at my past self in you. Ouyang Kun spoke for the first time, and his voice was as firm as a boulder. With your aptitude, you should have a great chance of entering the next Azure Dragon Society, he said in the tone of an elder. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Ouyang. Lin Xian smiled. However, we cultivators must seize every moment. I'm not sure if I'll participate in the next tournament, but this time I'll definitely shine with my own brilliance. Arrogant and ignorant, Ouyang Kun snorted. There are countless geniuses more monstrous than you in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Looks like you won't wake up until I show you some true strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and streaks of purple chi spread out from his fingertips. Universe devil suppressing hand. The purple palm fell, and the spirit chi in the sky vibrated, forming a huge vortex. The purple palm fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Xian. The purple palm was like a real mountain, and it fell quickly. Boom. The arena trembled, and it was forcefully pressed down by 3 feet. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and quickly dodged the attack. However, before he could react, Ouyang Kun had already arrived beside him. His right leg swept out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the arena. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian quickly used the Silver Thunder body and forcefully kicked. Lin Xian's terrifying power forced him back. Lin Xian's fall left a deep gash in the arena. He slid all the way to the edge of the arena. After the attack, Ouyang Kun stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. The crowd exclaimed. They didn't expect Ouyang Kun to push Lin Xian back in 2 moves. It seemed that Ouyang Kun was indeed powerful, suppressing so many geniuses. Lin Xian shook his numb palms, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. The kick just now had indeed made him suffer, but he was excited. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent who could make his blood boil. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile, as expected of someone who participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. You're indeed powerful. An opponent like you is worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that this kid had some kind of trump card? However, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging and was just trying to save some face. Iron Arms also frowned. He couldn't guess what kind of trump card Lin Xian had. Ouyang Kun sneered. No matter what kind of trump card you have, you can't win against me. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Release the seal. A slight sound came from his body, and suddenly a vast aura rushed out. This is late harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes. He actually hid his cultivation. This is too terrifying. Many people went crazy. Lin Xian was able to remain undefeated after hiding his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ouyang Kun, they wouldn't have known that Lin Xian was actually a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Zui Yang and the others looked at the arena, their faces burning. They had always thought of themselves as geniuses, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, they never thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to fight them. He actually hid his cultivation level. Iron Arms was also surprised. Even with his cultivation level and eyesight, he couldn't see Lin Xian's hidden cultivation level. This kid is interesting. Maybe he can create some surprises. On the arena, Ouyang Kun looked at Lin Xian with a dignified expression. It's useless. Even if you are at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, you still can't win against me, let alone a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now, it's time to end this. His voice was still echoing, but his figure still appeared in front of Lin Xian. A purple light bloomed on his body, dancing like a divine flame. His 5 fingers turned into a claw, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and at the same time, he unsheathed his star extinction sword. The sword hilt quickly hit the purple palm, creating a clanging sound. Then, Lin Xian held the long sword and slashed out. The sword light was fleeting, silently stabbing at Ouyang Kun's shoulder. This sword attack combined the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast. In a flash, Ouyang Kuan's spirit energy defense was cut open. However, Ouyang Kuan's strength was extraordinary. His shoulders shook, and at the same time, he used his fingers like a knife and quickly cut the sword. The long sword vibrated, creating a strange sword light in the air. With a tearing sound, a corner of Ouyang Kuan's iron blood battle robe was cut off. What? He almost injured Brother Ouyang. The crowd below exclaimed. Many people only saw the corner of the robe falling, but they couldn't see the trajectory of the sword and Ouyang Kuan's movements. Only Zhuiyang and a few others could see it clearly. On the high platform, the elders of the Great Flag sect narrowed their eyes. Chapter 441. Lin Xian's sword cut off the corner of Ouyang Kuan's clothes, causing a commotion. Looking at Lin Xian, whose aura had changed greatly, Ouyang Kuan's face became serious. He was surprised that the sword light could break through his defense. Moreover, the sword light was so fast that he was caught off guard. Universe Devil Subduing Palm. Purple light pulsed all over his body. It was as if he could suppress everything. Ouyang Kuan's body was covered in purple light. His aura was comparable to that of a spirit transformation realm warrior. With a wave of his palm, purple chi filled the sky. It was like a ray of light from outer space. It attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying aura. The entire arena was covered in purple light. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not dare to resist it. Looking at the terrifying attack on the arena, the crowd below exclaimed. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only swung his sword. He had raised his sword will to 50% for this strike. The sword chi was shocking. It split the purple light in half and quickly slashed at Ouyang Kuan. The 50% sword intent was too shocking. It caused the swords of the surrounding warriors to tremble, as if they were about to fly into the arena. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so terrifying. I can't breathe. Oh my God. This aura is far beyond that of a small success sword intent. Can he even hide his sword intent? Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. It was common to hide one's cultivation level. It was also relatively easy to do. However, a person's realm could not be hidden unless he did not use it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. Not only did he hide his cultivation level, but he also hid a part of his sword intent. This method was terrifying. In the crowd, Zhuiyang's face was pale. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Xian. However, facing this sword intent, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In the arena, Ouyang Kuan's face became gloomy. Every time he was full of confidence and used the tone of a senior to educate Lin Xian, the latter would show unexpected strength. This was clearly a slap to his face. 50% sword intent. This brat actually comprehended 50% sword intent. Ouyang Kuan's body flickered with purple light, sometimes high and sometimes low. He had once joined the Green Dragon Society. Back then, he had met many swordsmen who had comprehended sword intent. Some of them had even comprehended 70% sword intent. However, those people were far older than Lin Xian. He had never seen someone as young as Lin Xian who had comprehended such sword intent. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Ouyang Kuan's heart was heavy. He had originally intended to reserve his strength for when he faced the chief disciples of other sections. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to use his full strength. To be able to force me to use my full strength, even if you lose, you should be proud. Ouyang Kuan's voice was cold. The purple chi on his body flourished like a purple cloud that quickly flowed. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The chi on Ouyang Kuan's body floated quickly and separated from his body, gradually forming a blurry figure beside him. Everyone looked at the figure with fear on their faces. This was because they saw that the illusory fog eventually turned into a human figure, whose appearance was 80% similar to Oh Yonkwin. What is this? A doppelganger? Everyone was stunned. In the stands, Tai Shou and the others frowned. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. I didn't expect him to succeed. Rumor has it that this secret technique is comparable to an Earth-rank martial art and is extremely difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect to see it again today. Lin Xian's talent is heaven-defying, but Oh Yonkwin's talent is not bad either. Once this secret technique is used, even if Lin Xian has 50% sword intent, it will be difficult for him to resist. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the figure that looked like a clone. He quickly used his eye technique to sense, but he found that the doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as Oh Yonkwin's. How is this possible? Just as he was surprised, Oh Yonkwin and the purple figure quickly rushed over, turning into two purple rays of light. He waved the star extinction sword, and the sword chi drew a half-moon arc in front of him, forcing the two to retreat. However, the two of them attacked from the front and back, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. They actually suppressed Lin Xian tightly. Everyone was stunned. Just when they thought that Lin Xian would win, such a situation actually occurred. As expected of eldest senior brother, he even has such a secret technique. It seems that Lin Xian will lose for sure. That's for sure. This secret technique is equivalent to the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Xian is, it is impossible for him to resist two spirit transformation realm martial artists. However, although this secret technique is powerful, it must have a certain limit. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Some people guessed that it might not take too long. Indeed, Oh Yonkwin's attacks were fierce, and he looked like he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had just mastered the purple extreme diffusing light technique, so he could only use it for a short time. However, this was enough. After all, no one could resist the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand. Oh Yonkwin and his doppelganger used two secret techniques at the same time, attacking Lin Xian from the left and right. If this attack hit, Lin Xian would lose half of his life, even if he didn't die. The referee elder's expression became serious. He was ready to help at any time. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian sighed and grasped the hilt of the Wind Shadow sword. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his trump card. However, facing such an attack, he had no choice but to do so. It was either the 70% sword intent or the Wind Shadow sword. After thinking about it, he decided to use the Wind Shadow sword. After all, the Wind Shadow sword was easy to recognize. Moreover, he wanted to hide his 70% sword intent as a final killing move. Seeing that the huge purple palm was about to wrap Lin Xian quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow sword. With two swords in hand, Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and spun like a whirlwind. A terrifying sword light stirred up the surroundings. The sword light flashed and filled the entire stage. In an instant, Lin Xian's doppelganger appeared on the other side of the stage. Boom! The terrifying sword light disappeared, and the two purple palms split apart. Not only that, the doppelganger was split into two and quickly disappeared. Oh Yonkwin's iron-blooded battle robe was also torn apart. The terrifying sword intent pierced through his inner armor and left a sword mark. However, Lin Xian was very careful. The sword mark only stayed on the surface and didn't hurt Oh Yonkwin. Oh Yonkwin's body stiffened and cold sweat flowed out of his forehead. In that instant, although he saw the sword chi's path and tried his best to resist, the sword chi was too terrifying. It instantly pierced through his defense. Everyone was stunned. They didn't see the entire process. They only saw the stage being surrounded by the purple aura. In the next moment, the shocking sword light enveloped the entire stage. Although they didn't see the entire process of the battle, they saw the result clearly. Lin Xian was unharmed, but there was a sword mark on Ouyang chest. The winner was immediately determined. The referee elder was also stunned. That sword strike just now gave him a breathtaking feeling. Chapter 442. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this result. The elders in the stand stared at the green jade sword in Lin Xian's hand. Is that sword a high-grade spirit-grade treasure? Yeah. Why does it look so familiar? It looks like the evil king sword. Iron Hand looked at the Wind Shadow sword and slowly said, "That's right. It should be the Wind Shadow sword. I didn't expect this little guy to obtain it." What? It really is the Wind Shadow sword. No wonder he could defeat Ouyang. The elders exclaimed. High-grade spirit-grade treasures were very precious in the Dragonstar country. Moreover, the terrifying attack bonus allowed the owner to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ouyang stared at the Wind Shadow sword in Lin Xian's hand with a face full of unwillingness. However, a loss was a loss, so he could only leave in anger. Damn, I didn't expect Lin Xian to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kind of treasure is rare, even in the great sects. Ouyang actually lost, but it wasn't an unjust loss. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to compete with a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kid is really lucky to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. The group of people discussed spiritedly. They all attributed Lin Xian's victory to the Wind Shadow sword. However, they didn't know that the Wind Shadow sword was only one of Lin Xian's many trump cards. Even without the Wind Shadow sword, Lin Xian could still win the competition. However, he didn't want to reveal his other trump cards. With the end of the competition, the Azure Dragon Association's spot challenge also came to an end. Lin Xian became the biggest dark horse and took first place. He had obtained the Azure Dragon Association spot, and there was also a mysterious prize waiting for him. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone was curious about this mysterious prize. However, no matter how much they guessed, they still didn't know what it was. After the competition, Lin Xian was called away by Lord Iron Hand. Iron Hand stared at Lin Xian in the ancient study. To be honest, I didn't expect you to reach this point. Before this, I didn't even think that you could get a spot in the Azure Dragon Society. The rest will depend on your performance at the Azure Dragon Gathering. I'll do my best to get a good ranking, Lin Xian said. With your current strength, it is indeed not possible for you to obtain the Azure Dragon Chi. If you can enter the top 100 this time, you might be able to break into the top 30 next time, Iron Arms said. Azure Dragon Chi? Impossible? Lin Xian was stunned. In the entire Azure Dragon Society, there are only 72 people who can obtain true Dragon Chi. These people are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Iron Arms continued. In the history of the Great Banner sect, the best result was only to reach the top 50. As for the rest, it would be hard for them to even reach the top 100. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he had expected. After all, he was aiming for first place. I want to know the strength of the top few martial artists of the Azure Dragon Association. Iron Arms was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ask such a question. In his opinion, Lin Xian was biting off more than he could chew. However, he still gave an explanation. There are 4 peerless geniuses in the entire Tianan region. These people all come from 5-star sects and have a very deep foundation. For example, the first place is Infinite Tyrant. He is the chief disciple of the Sky Dominator sect and has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It is even rumored that he once fought against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and didn't lose after hundreds of moves. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm. fought against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the first place to be so powerful and have reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Iron Arms continued. In addition to Infinite Tyrant, there is also the Myriad Sword Sex Zhou Jianying. Last time, her sword intent had already reached 70%. This time, it must be even more terrifying. It is rumored that she is very close to reaching the large success stage. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Association is far more difficult than you think. Lin Xian took a deep breath. These geniuses were indeed beyond his expectations. No wonder Iron Arms didn't have much hope for him. With his current level, he would probably be defeated in one move if he met these people. Although you can't fight against these geniuses, if your cultivation improves a little more, you can still obtain a spot in the Azure Dragon Association. Azure Dragon Association was the title given to the top 72 martial artists. These people could enjoy the aura of the Azure Dragon, so they were called Azure Dragon Geniuses. Also, you don't have to be too discouraged. Your talent is extraordinary. I believe you will be able to shine in the next Azure Dragon Association. Regarding Lin Xian's talent, Iron Hand still acknowledged it. At such a young age, he had already comprehended 50% sword intent, and also had the concept of wind. This kind of talent was really rare. My cultivation improves a little more. Lin Xian was puzzled. The reason he improved so quickly was because of the nefarious monarch crystal. Otherwise, even if he was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to improve his cultivation in such a short time. Seeing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, Iron Arm smiled and said, "Come with me." The two of them walked towards the depths of the Great Banner Sect. The back mountain was the Great Banner Sect's forbidden area. Besides Iron Arms, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, Iron Arms led Lin Xian into the forbidden area. Passing through a dark cave, the two of them arrived at the underground world. Below them was a huge palace. The decorations were almost the same as the Great Banner Sect's main hall. Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't know why Iron Arms would bring him here. Iron Arms pushed open the blood-red door and led Lin Xian in. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian felt a bone-piercing chill, as if he had entered a 10,000-year-old ice cave. "You're here?" A weak voice sounded. This voice carried a trace of exhaustion. "Sect Master, are you okay?" Iron Arms asked with concern. "Sect Master?" Lin Xian was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. In front of him, there was a blue throne. It emitted a cold air that could be felt from far away. And on top of the ice throne, there was a woman lazily leaning on it. The woman's face was cold, and there was endless exhaustion between her eyebrows. Her exquisite body was leaning on the ice throne. Vaguely, there was a trace of a black flame jumping about. This person is actually the Great Banner Sect's sect master. Lin Xian was shocked. While living here, he had learned that Iron Arms was the Great Banner Sect's vice sect master. However, he had never heard of the sect master. Not only him, but many of the disciples didn't know. Even the core disciples had never seen her before. Lin Xian never would have thought that the mysterious Great Banner Sect's sect master was actually a woman. Moreover, she looked very weak. "This person is injured, and it's not light." Wine Lord transmitted. "Do you see that black flame? That kind of flame can probably even burn a spirit-connecting realm martial artist to death." It can even burn a spirit-connecting realm martial artist to death. Xian Zai was shocked. He carefully looked at the black flame. With his outstanding soul, he could clearly feel the terror of the flame. He really didn't know how this woman had survived. Fortunately, she has the blue ice throne. Otherwise, she would have already been burned to death. Lin Xian took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Junior Lin Xian greets Senior." Chapter 443. Iron Hand explained with a smile. He is not Ouyang Kuan. He defeated Ouyang Kuan in this competition and won first place. Oh, the cold woman's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Lin Xian again. Late, harmonious spirit realm, comprehending sword intent. This aura. There is even a concept of wind. He is indeed a genius. Lin Xian was shocked. The woman only glanced at him, and she could see through him. Perhaps even a late spirit detecting expert like Iron Hand could not do this. Sanfeng, since you brought him here, there should be no problem. Can you bring him to the immortal transformation pool? The cold woman's voice was lazy, as if she was unwilling to say more. All right, I will bring him to the immortal transformation pool. Sanfeng. At this moment, Lin Xian was shocked again. This woman actually called Iron Hand Sanfeng. Could it be Jiang Sanfeng? Lin Xian suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Iron Hand to the bronze door at the side. Inside was a completely different world. There was a pool with a diameter of about 10 meters in the middle. It was shrouded in multicolored light and colorful mist. As soon as they entered, they could feel a rich spirit energy rushing towards them. Such rich spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. This energy was not much weaker than the energy inside the evil king's crystal. Could this be the reward for the first place? Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. This was the immortal transformation pool. It only opened once every 10 years. It contained pure energy that could help a cultivator increase their realm. Go and soak yourself in it. I will bring you out after 3 days. Lin Xian quickly nodded. He could not wait any longer. If everything went well, his cultivation could increase again. This was very important to him. After all, he needed to increase his cultivation after hearing about the strength of the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. Iron Hand left and closed the bronze door. Lin Xian quickly entered the immortal transformation pool and began to absorb the energy inside. Strands of pure energy quickly entered his body. Under the effect of the longevity arc, these strands of energy turned into spirit energy in his body. 2 days later, Lin Xian's cultivation increased greatly, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder Iron Hand had said that the prize for the first place could affect the Azure Dragon Association's ranking. At this rate, it was very likely that he would break through again and reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It was only natural that an increase of 2 levels would affect the Azure Dragon Society's ranking. However, this sort of fortune was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. After all, the immortal transformation pool was only opened once every 10 years, and only the champion of the great sex were able to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Lin Xian had won first place. Otherwise, he would not have had a chance. There's only 1 day left. I must absorb as much as I can and try to break through again. Humph, brat, no matter how hard you try, you will only be able to reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to obtain the true dragon chi with your current cultivation. Even if he managed to squeeze into the Azure Dragon genius, I'm afraid that his weak true dragon chi wouldn't be able to lock onto the great dragon sword's position. Wine Lord said, "Then what should we do?" Lin Xian said, "Right now, I can only do my best to improve my cultivation and strive to squeeze into the top 72. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't talented enough. His talent was already heaven-defying. However, his cultivation time was too short. If one were to count seriously, it would only be 2 years. Moreover, he didn't have a powerful sect to rely on. All the resources and treasures he had were obtained by risking his life. As for those peerless geniuses, they were nurtured by their sex the moment they were born. They never lacked any heavenly treasures. In addition, many of those geniuses had participated in the previous immortal transformation. Compared to these geniuses, Lin Xian's foundation was still too weak. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked. There is a way, but it depends on whether you dare to do it. Or not. Wine Lord said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. As long as I can increase my cultivation, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. All right, then I'll tell you. Do you see the flame on the girl's body outside? As long as you absorb it, your strength will increase greatly. What? Absorb that black flame? Lin Xian widened his eyes. With his current strength, a wisp of the black flame could burn him to ashes. Wine Lord, are you sure you don't want to burn me to death? Lin Xian's face fell. With me here, how could I burn you to death? Wine Lord said, however, the moment you absorb, it will be painful. If you can't endure it, all your previous efforts will be wasted. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. All right, I'll teach you the secret technique now. Use this method to reach the spirit transformation realm first, then absorb the black flame. Wine Lord quickly said. Relax your mind and don't resist. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and emptied his soul. The next moment, he was pulled by a mysterious force and his consciousness temporarily left his body. His vision blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in front of Wine Lord. In front of him, Wine Lord leaned against the divine tree with a wine gourd in one hand. He looked very carefree. Little Xian, we meet again. This is? Inside the mysterious little sword, Lin Xian was shocked. He had been here once before, and that was when he first learned of Wine Lord's existence. Little Xian, since you'll find the great dragon sword sooner or later, there's no harm in telling you some things in advance. Wine Lord's black hair fluttered, and his slightly lazy face looked very serious at this moment. Of the 5 swords in the world, whoever obtains one is honored. One of them is the great dragon sword, which represents an offensive saint technique. It can be said to be the most offensive. Aside from it, there are 4 other divine swords. One of them is the devouring sword, which was originally controlled by me. The devouring sword is said to be able to devour everything in the world. Legend has it that when evolved to the extreme, it can even devour time and space. Later, due to some reasons, my physical body fell, and only my remnant soul came here. Now, I only have the incomplete devouring sword in my hand, but it should be enough to pass to you. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Jiu Ye's origin to be so shocking. He actually controlled one of the 5 swords in the world. But if you pass it to me, what will you do? Lin Xian asked. Although he longed for power, he did not want anything to happen to Wine Lord. In my current state, I'm afraid I'll die if I leave the space. Rather than that, I'd rather pass on the devouring sword to you. In the past, your cultivation was too weak. If you expose these things too early, it would be disadvantageous to you. Now, for the sake of the great dragon sword, I have no choice but to pass it to you in advance. Wine Lord. Lin Xian's eyes were moist. All this time, it was Wine Lord who had selflessly helped him. This kindness was like a father's love, and he would never forget it. All right, it's not like we're parting forever. Why are you so sad? Wine Lord said. Besides, I'm passing it to you with selfish motives. If you can find the reincarnation sword in the future, I hope you can do me a favor. Chapter 444. All right, let's get down to business. I'll teach you the devouring sword now. With that, Wine Lord pointed his finger at Lin Xian's forehead. Instantly, countless black vortexes appeared in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura. An indescribable rhythm resounded, as if it was the sound of the great Tao. Countless terrifying scenes surrounded Lin Xian. Inside the cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the immortal transformation pond with his palms facing the sky. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey swam happily in the pond, continuously drinking the spiritual liquid in the pond. Suddenly, a vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows, and it grew bigger and bigger. The black vortex rotated, forming a strange suction force, rapidly absorbing the spiritual liquid in the pond. In an instant, 1/3 of the spiritual liquid was sucked into the black vortex. Lin Xian's aura increased rapidly, and soon he reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, his aura was still increasing rapidly. Boom! Lin Xian's aura exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave behind him. In the next moment, his cultivation reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like two swords that cut through the void. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the sword god, exceptionally sharp. Following his awakening, the black vortex on his forehead didn't disappear, but became even more violent. However, his cultivation didn't increase this time. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey cried out anxiously. It opened its little mouth and crazily absorbed the spiritual liquid. There wasn't much spiritual liquid left in the immortal transformation pond, and with Lin Xian and the snow-white little monkey's absorption, it quickly reached the bottom. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey entered the demonic beast pouch. Lin Xian also withdrew the black vortex and slowly stood up from the immortal transformation pond. This was because he felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. Without a doubt, only Iron Arm could enter this secret palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, Iron Arm pushed open the bronze door and entered. However, when he saw the dried-up, immortal transformation pond, he was stunned. In the past, generations of geniuses had come here to absorb, but at most, they could only reduce the spiritual liquid by 1/3. How could there be someone like Lin Xian who had absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pool? Tai Shou felt a burst of pain in his heart. That was a strange treasure of the Great Flag sect. It was extremely mystical and could increase a martial artist cultivation for a short period of time. Now that the treasure had been sucked dry, it would take decades for it to recover. Seeing Iron Arm's pained expression, Lin Xian faintly smiled. I can see that the sect master's body is being tortured by the black flames. I have a way to get rid of the black flames. What? You have a way? Iron Arms was shocked, but soon he looked over with a suspicious gaze. Do you really have a way? He couldn't be blamed for not believing it. It was just that the black flames had tortured the sect master for hundreds of years. Over the past 100 years, sect Master Lung had used all kinds of methods but was unable to remove it. He could only use the ice throne to suppress it. One could only imagine how terrifying the black flames were. But now a young man actually told him that he had a way to get rid of the black flames. Of course, Iron Hand didn't believe him. This black flame is abnormally strange and violent. I'm afraid that only the Black Dragon clan of the Demon Clan has such power. What? Iron Arms exclaimed. Of course, not only do I know, but I can also help Sect Master get rid of the black flames. Come with me. Iron Arms was too excited. For the past 100 years, Sect Master Lung had been tortured by the black flames countless times. Moreover, their Great Flag sect had fallen from a 5-star sect to a 4-star sect. If their sect master could get rid of the black flames and recover his strength, then Great Flag sect would be able to become a 5-star sect again. At that time, they would become the only overlord of the Dragon Star country, and all of their hopes were placed on Lin Xian. Soon, Iron Arms led Lin Xian out of the bronze cave and into the main hall. Reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm in 3 days is not bad. Sect Master Lung's lazy voice sounded. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. He hit his cultivation base again. In everyone's eyes, he was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. his real cultivation base had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and his strength was comparable to a mid-stage spirit transformation realm warrior. Even if he met a late-stage spirit transformation realm warrior, he would still have the strength to fight. Of course, he could still fight an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior, but there was still a gap between him and the four peerless geniuses. Sect Master, I have good news for you, Iron Arms said excitedly. There is hope to get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. All right, San Feng, after so many years, I have heard such words many times. Don't say it again. Sect Master Lung shook his head slightly. You should focus on preparing the Azure Dragon Association. If I can get more Azure Dragon True Chi this time, I might be able to suppress the black dragon flame again. Sect Master, what Lord Iron Arms said is true. I might be able to help you get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. You? Sect Master Lung didn't believe him. Young man, it's better to be down to earth. She thought Lin Xian was a bootlicker. However, Lin Xian's next words made her sit up in shock. Do you feel the most pain every day during the Z hour and the most relaxed during the Chen hour? What? Sect Master Lung was speechless. When she opened her eyes, a terrifying pressure filled the hall. San Feng, Sect Master, I didn't tell him these things. Iron Arms was equally shocked. However, he was very happy. The more Lin Xian said, the more capable he was. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Lin Xian was shocked. This aura had probably surpassed the spirit detecting realm. What is this woman's cultivation level? He was puzzled. Honorable realm. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Above the spirit detecting realm is the honorable realm. This woman has long reached the honorable realm. However, after being tortured by the black dragon flame for all these years, I'm afraid she only has 10 or 20% of her strength left. Honorable realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was the true overlord of a region. The sect that the honorable realm belonged to was a 5-star sect. The top forces in the entire South Horizon region were also those enormous 5-star sections. Can you really cure it? Sect Master Lung's body trembled slightly. The aura in the entire hall was violent. The terrifying pressure made Iron Arms break out in cold sweat. However, under such circumstances, the black flames in Sect Master Lung's body suddenly counterattacked. Her body was instantly enveloped by the black flames. Not good. Iron Arm's expression changed drastically. He instantly took out a broken iron blood flag and pressed it against the black flames. On the ice throne, a terrifying icy aura was emitted, suppressing the black dragon flame. However, the black dragon flame was abnormally violent. It seized the moment when Sect Master Lung lost control and counterattacked crazily. Seeing that Sect Master Lung was about to be unable to hold on, Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent resonated. A low dragon roar was heard. Suddenly, the black flames seemed to be frightened. It quickly retreated and burrowed into Sect Master Lung's body again. Chapter 445. Lin Xian's aura actually suppressed the black dragon flame. Sect Master Lung and Iron Arms were stunned. At this moment, Sect Master Lung's chest heaved up and down as she gripped the ice throne with both hands. It had been 100 years, almost 100 years. She finally had hope. Taking a deep breath, Sect Master Lung calmed down. She raised her hand slightly and took out a scroll. This is a divine sword visualization painting. It's a treasure that I obtained from the ancient ruins. This visualization painting is a treasure for a swordsman. If you can help me get rid of the black dragon flame, I'll give you this treasure. Divine sword visualization paintings. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Since it was obtained from the ancient ruins, it must be extraordinary. He did not think too much about it. After all, he had absorbed the black dragon flame, and it was beneficial to him. He did not expect Sect Master Lung to give him a divine sword visualization painting. How could he miss out on such a treasure? Thank you, Sect Master. I'll do my best. Then Lin Xian came before the ice throne and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, I hope you don't resist during the process of absorbing the black dragon flame. Otherwise, the black dragon flame will be dormant in your body, and you won't be able to absorb it completely. Sect Master Lung nodded. In the next moment, she withdrew her spiritual power and left the ice throne with light steps. Lin Xian sat on the ice throne and was ready to take action at any time. Sure enough, when Sect Master Lung gave up resisting, the black dragon flame in her body suddenly flourished and enveloped her instantly. Buzz! A black vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows and produced a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped the black dragon eye. In just a moment, more than half of the black dragon flame was sucked away. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled, and countless black dragon flames enveloped his body. A stinging, burning sensation came, making him feel like he was better off dead. It was as if his soul had been ignited. Lin Xian nearly lost his mind and lost control. Fortunately, he had comprehended the dragon sword essence, and his will was extraordinary. Maintaining a trace of clarity, he controlled the black vortex with all his strength. Soon, all the black dragon flame was sucked into the vortex. After these black dragon flames left Sect Master Lung's body, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly spread the great dragon sword intent to every part of his body. Moreover, he used the cold energy of the frozen throne to suppress the black dragon flames. The sword of devouring unleashed its power and sucked away all the black flames. Although it was only for a moment, the pain made him feel as if he had experienced tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. The black dragon flames were completely devoured by the sword of devouring. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he had wavered in the slightest, the black flames would have burned him to ashes. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life. Sect Leader Lung smiled. Beside him, Iron Arms also said gratefully, Young Master Lin, you are the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect. Seniors, you're exaggerating. Lin Xian smiled faintly and left the ice-ceiling throne. Young Master Lin, this is the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. It should be able to give you some inspiration. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian took the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram and left the underground palace with Iron Arms. In the following days, Lin Xian began to increase his strength with all his might. In the mysterious space of the small sword in his body, there were two more things. One was the spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool, and the other was a ball of black flames. The violent black dragon flames were abnormally quiet, as if they were afraid of something. The spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool was only effective for harmonious spirit realm warriors. After Lin Xian entered the spirit transformation realm, it lost its effect. However, he planned to use the spiritual liquid to help the Snow White Little Monkey and Little Gold increase their strength. Little Gold was also a mutated beast. With the help of the spiritual liquid, it quickly grew into an 8th-rank demonic beast. At this moment, 3 purple gold lines condensed behind Little Gold's back. Its aura was abnormally strong. Lin Xian put it away with satisfaction and turned to look at the Snow White Little Monkey. After the Snow White Little Monkey consumed the liquid, its appearance didn't change much. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. The little monkey's origin was very mysterious. Even the 3-headed pig wasn't its opponent. Wuji, the Snow White Little Monkey rubbed its head against Lin Xian's face. It seemed to be more intelligent. After playing with the Snow White Little Monkey for a while, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword again. This time, he planned to refine the black dragon flames. However, the process was very difficult and might take a long time. After all, the black dragon flames could even burn venerables to death. He had to be careful. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the sword of devouring in addition to the great dragon sword intent. Although it was broken, it was more than enough to resist the black dragon flames. Taking out a strand of black flames from the black dragon flames, Lin Xian absorbed it into his body and began to absorb the terrifying and violent energy. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and felt his aura become stronger. He let out a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. Instead, he took out a scroll. It was the divine sword visualization diagram. On the scroll, a long sword was drawn. It was very lifelike, as if it was going to fly out of the scroll. Lin Xian looked at it and felt a strange concept. It was as if he was looking at some ancient battles after a long time. He withdrew from the divine sword visualization diagram. This time, he felt a lot of things. Just like that, time passed quickly as he cultivated and comprehended. It was less than a month before the Azure Dragon Association. All the major forces had already begun their preparations. Dragonrise Nation, 6 major forces for major families. A total of 40 geniuses would participate in the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association would be held in the ancient Azure Dragon City. It was far away and required a teleportation array. This kind of long-distance teleportation array was very ancient and didn't exist in the Dragonstar Nation. They would need to go to the nearby 5-star Heavenly Fire Sect. Therefore, the geniuses of the Dragonstar Nation would first go to the Northern Teleportation Array to the Heavenly Fire Sect. Then they would go to the Azure Dragon City through the ancient teleportation array of the Heavenly Fire Sect, Daki Gate. Everyone gathered at the Martial Arts Square. Ouyang Kun and the others had arrived early. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? I don't know. He shouldn't miss it. Humph. He's so arrogant. I wonder what reward he got this time. A group of people discussed. Look, he's here. Everyone turned around and saw a figure quickly approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Martial Arts Square. You're late. Ouyang Kun's voice was cold, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The first place should have belonged to him, but Lin Xian came out of nowhere and made him lose face. Not only that, but he also took away the mysterious reward. Sorry, I've been cultivating recently and delayed some time, Lin Xian said with a smile. Cultivating? Humph. Let me see the results of your recent cultivation. Ouyang Kun sneered and suddenly attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used extreme purple light speed. His real body and doppelganger flew out quickly, and the merciless purple hand slapped toward Lin Xian. His aura was 30% stronger than before. As expected of eldest senior brother, he can still increase his strength in such a short time. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in danger. Chapter 446. Lin Xian smirked. He didn't even pull out his sword. Instead, he used his fingers as a sword and drew an illusory sword shadow in front of him. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture, and his sword art had become more profound. A sword light slashed out and turned into countless sword chi, breaking the extreme purple light splitting art. Boom. Ouyang Kun retreated awkwardly with a pale face. What? He forced Ouyang Kun back in one move? He didn't even pull out his wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was able to win last time because of his wind shadow sword, but this time he defeated Ouyang Kun without even pulling out his sword. This kind of improvement was heaven-defying. They were already shocked by Ouyang Kun's improvement, but compared to Lin Xian, it was not even worth mentioning. Ouyang Kun's face was pale with fear. He was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. This kind of disparity made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Hee Lin Xian, what kind of reward did you get? Hua Fei asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. He channeled his spirit energy and a vast aura gushed out. This is peak harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ouyang Kuen's voice trembled. 1 month. In just 1 month, he went from late harmonious spirit realm to peak harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the 4 peerless geniuses couldn't do it. Is this the reward for the first place? Hua Fei widened his eyes. Lin Xian smiled and didn't explain. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Even Ouyang Kuen didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xian already had the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. Now that his cultivation had increased, it would only take 1 move for him to kill Ouyang Kuen. Lin Xian didn't show off his cultivation to show off. He just didn't want to be defeated by others. His goal had already jumped away from these people. Only the peerless geniuses in the Azure Dragon assembly could make his blood boil. Not long after, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, 3 Jiao dragons roared ferociously. The bronze chariot floated in the air, exuding a savage aura. Greetings, Sir Iron Hand. The 5 of you, follow me to the northern teleportation platform. Iron Hand's voice came from the bronze chariot. Immediately, Lin Xian's group of 5 rose into the air, rushing towards the bronze war chariot. Apart from Lin Xian's group of 5, Iron Arms and 2 other elders were also going to the Azure Dragon Society. The group stepped onto the bronze chariot and quickly flew towards the teleportation formation in the north of the Dragon Star Nation. There, all the young warriors of the Dragon Star Kingdom headed for the Heavenly Fire Sect. The teleportation array in the north of the Dragon Star Nation was located in a huge desert. Half of the 6 great forces and 4 great clans had already arrived. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the 6 great factions seemed quite calm because they had the same status as the Great Banner Sect. However, the people of the 4 great families were quite nervous. This was especially so for the Jiang family's elder, who looked at the bronze war chariot with a complicated expression. Big Brother Lin. Among the Jiang family warriors, Jiang Yuding cried out. Beside her, a 5-colored peacock also called out to Lin Xianming. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The snow-white peacock on his shoulder was also jumping happily. Sister Ting, do you know that person? A white-robed youth near Jiang Yuding had a solemn expression. He lifted his gaze slightly and looked at Lin Xian, but he realized that he could not see the latter's cultivation level. Yes, Big Brother Lin saved him, and before. He's my benefactor, Jiang Yuding said happily. Lin Xian and the others walked out of the bronze war chariot and landed in an empty space below. While the crowd was sizing them up, Lin Xian was also observing the young warriors around him. These people had extraordinary strength and powerful auras. A few of them were as strong as Ouyang Kuen. They were probably the chief disciples of other factions. Little Brother Lin, a simple and honest voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around. You really came. This youth was the companion that Lin Xian had met in Qingshan City, Dongfang Xiong. At this moment, Dongfang Xiong still had a simple and honest expression, but his aura was even more powerful. His aura was much stronger than Ouyang Kuen's. This is the power of bloodline. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Dongfang Xiong to have the power of bloodline. This kind of talent was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The 2 of them were talking when a mocking voice sounded. Ouyang Kuen, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're still the same. It looks like you won't be able to become a spirit transformation realm warrior in this lifetime. Lin Xian turned around and saw a group of young men walking over. They were currently teasing Ouyang Kuen. Ouyang Kuen cried out, Spirit transformation realm. You've actually entered the spirit transformation realm. Spirit transformation realm. The surrounding warriors all looked over. The Great Flag Sect disciples were even more shocked to be able to enter the spirit transformation realm at this age. He was definitely a genius. One had to know that in the entire Dragonstar Nation, only this youth had reached the spirit transformation realm. Who is this person? Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the white-robed youth with a hint of interest. His cultivation was also at the spirit transformation realm, but he hid it so no one knew. This person is called Zhao Kuang. He's from the Dragonstar Nation's royal family, Hua Fei explained. Like Ouyang Kuan, he had also participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. However, his ranking was higher than Ouyang Kuan's, and he had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. He probably had a chance to compete for the Azure Dragon Society's spot. This person is very strong. Dong Fangxiong's expression was also serious. Soon, all the participants arrived. At this moment, Zhao Kuang stood in the center and spoke loudly. This time, you're not only representing your sect, but also the Dragonstar Nation. Therefore, I'll be leading the team this time. What? You'll be leading the team? Everyone was in an uproar. Although he said he was leading the team, he was actually becoming the number one person in the Dragonstar Nation. You're leading the team? Why? Someone was unconvinced. Everyone present was a genius and was very proud. How could they be willing to admit defeat? Because of my strength, Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. The aura of the spirit transformation realm erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. A heart-palpitating aura pressed down in all directions, causing the expressions of the geniuses to change slightly. Other than Lin Xian, everyone felt a sense of oppression. Whoever is unconvinced can come up and challenge me. Zhao Kuang's gaze swept past everyone. His cold gaze shocked many people. One had to know that Zhao Kuang was an old man who had participated in the Azure Dragon Society once. He was very experienced, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. With this kind of strength and identity, he could suppress the geniuses of the other factions. I'm not convinced. Someone stood out. It's that monster from the Star Ocean sect. It's said that he's only 20 years old this year and can already defeat the older generation of spirit transformation realm cultivators. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. The monster from the Star Ocean sect walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. What's so great about the spirit transformation realm? I've killed many spirit transformation realm cultivators. Chapter 447. Everyone thought that Zhao Kuang was arrogant, but they didn't expect the Star Ocean sect to be even more arrogant. He dared to say that Zhao Kuang was old. Although Zhao Kuang had participated in the last Azure Dragon Assembly, his real age was only around 30 years old. He was considered very young among the 4 to 500 years old spirit transforming realm cultivators. I will use facts to prove that you are indeed old. The Star Ocean sect genius was very confident, presumptuous, arrogant. The royal disciple shouted coldly. Zhao Kuang stopped the disciple behind him and said with a playful smile, "Since you don't want to admit defeat, I will play with you." Everyone was excited and looked at the field nervously. Lin Xian frowned and asked doubtfully, "Won't the upper echelons of the sect do anything?" Hua Fei shook her head playfully. "They won't, as long as no one dies. These are all genius disciples. Too strict of a discipline will restrict their nature." "That's true." Lin Xian nodded and looked at the field. The Star Ocean sect genius shook his arms 9 times, and a star appeared in the sky. A vast and boundless qi gushed out and rushed toward Zhao Kuang along with his swinging palm. "Suppress!" Zhao Kuang's hand fell, and his terrifying palm enlarged, forming a green lotus that covered the sky. This was the strength of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator. He could not simply control the surrounding spiritual chi, but his body could also merge with the spiritual chi to attack. The huge green lotus was 100 meters tall, with crystal-clear petals. It spun rapidly and created a terrifying impact. Even 10 harmonious spirit realm cultivators would not be able to resist such power. Boom! The vast starlight and the green lotus collided, and the terrifying energy shook the surroundings. Everyone was shocked. This power was far beyond their own. As expected of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator, his spiritual chi usage is too brilliant, Hua Fei said with envy. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. The Star Ocean Sect genius was suppressed, but he didn't show any signs of losing. The Star Ocean Sect genius was extraordinary to be able to resist Zhao Kuang. One should know that geniuses were able to fight above their level. For example, Zhao Kuang was an early spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, his strength was comparable to an ordinary mid-spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, the Star Ocean Sect's monstrous genius was able to resist until now with his peak harmonious spirit cultivation base. Humph! Green Lotus Mountain, Zhao Kuang harumphed coldly, being unable to capture a harmonious spirit warrior after such a long time made him lose face. The gigantic lotus blossomed, covering the sky and forming a green mist. On the other side, the monster from the Star Ocean Sect was cloaked in the radiance of the stars. Behind him was a vast ocean, rolling up thousands of waves. The waves merged with the starlight, forming the power of the sea of stars that rushed into the sky. Boom! The void trembled, almost shattering. Zhao Kuang took a step back and frowned. The monster from the Star Ocean Sect kept retreating. However, he quickly transferred the force to the ground and didn't suffer much damage. Humph! What are you talking about? A spirit realm expert is only SO. The Stellar Ocean Sect monster refused to accept this and wanted to fight with his life on the line. The starry sky above his head spun and formed a terrifying energy. All right, save your strength for the Azure Dragon Assembly. A terrifying giant hand appeared, stopping the competition. Lin Xian raised his head and discovered that it was the upper echelons of the Star Ocean Sect. Although the competition did not continue, at the last moment, that terrifying aura formed by the Star Ocean Sect freak made them fearful. Anyone else can continue to challenge me, Zhao Kuang said coldly. Everyone was silent. Zhao Kuang's strength was very strong. They had no chance of winning at all. Even if they forced a draw, it would be meaningless. The Zhao clan is the royal family. Moreover, Brother Zhao is a spirit transformation realm expert. It's natural for him to lead the team. The disciple of the Red Leaf clan was the first to express his opinion. With this example, the other forces agreed. In the end, only the Dragon Elephant Sect and Great Flag Sect didn't agree. What do you mean by this? Zhao Kuang looked at the disciples of the two sections. I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong stood up with a silly smile. The disciple of the Dragon Elephant Sect shrugged and didn't stop Dongfang Xiong's actions. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually someone who dared to challenge Zhao Kuang. Another one courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Brother Xiong, do your best. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm confident. Dongfang Xiong walked onto the stage. Take my fist. With that, a terrifying fist swung out. Boom. With one punch, the entire ground cracked, and all the air in front of him was sucked out. Damn, what kind of strength is this? So terrifying. Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang swept his palm and formed a green lotus in front of him. Bang! The iron fist smashed into the green lotus. It was as if two mountains had collided, causing the ground to tremble. Spirit energy surged, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph! It's useless! Zhao Kuang was wrapped in the green lotus, and his face was filled with disdain. Dragon Elephant Fist! Dongfang Xiong roared, and used the ultimate technique of the Dragon Elephant sect. A terrifying force surged out and collided with the green lotus, causing wave-like ripples to appear. Cracks that resembled a spider web appeared on the surface of the crystal-clear lotus flower. Furthermore, the cracks rapidly expanded and covered the entire petal. What? He actually cracked the petal of the green lotus. The disciple of the Zhao clan screamed in horror. This green lotus was formed from a cultivation technique. Their Zhao clan's cultivation technique was an earth-grade martial art. The moment the green lotus appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. Coupled with the use of a genius like Zhao Kuang, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to break it. However, Dongfang Xiong had actually cracked the green lotus with just his physical strength. It was too terrifying. Die for me, green lotus condense. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy as the spirit energy in his body surged out. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling light and gradually condensed as if a real green lotus had been reborn. The huge green lotus petal was like a sharp, heavenly blade as it slashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Not good. That kid is in danger. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. Damn. That kid actually took it head-on. He's courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He used his eye technique and could vaguely see the blood in Dongfang Xiong's body surging. There was a layer of faint golden light in his body. This is the power of bloodline? Lin Xian was shocked. The bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body was much stronger than those of the bloodline disciples he had seen before. Even he felt a sense of apprehension. A layer of golden light appeared in Dongfang Xiong's body. He circulated his bloodline power and punched the green lotus. A terrifying force shook the surroundings like an earthquake. Boom! In the sky, the green lotus condensed from an earth-grade martial art was split in half by the punch and fell to the ground. Zhao Guang's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated and used the divine lotus fist to force Dongfang Xiong back. Boom! 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 Dongfang Xiong retreated, creating several deep pits in the ground. Chapter 448. Everyone was stunned. Although Dongfang Xiong was pushed back in the end, the scene of him exploding the green lotus with one punch was deeply imprinted in their minds, especially the Zhao family members. The corners of their mouths twitched, and their faces were filled with fear. What lotus? It's as hard as a turtle shell. Dongfang Xiong rubbed his fist and sat down beside Lin Xian with a silly smile. Old Li, does that youth have that kind of bloodline? At this moment, the upper echelons of the major factions were communicating with their divine senses. The one who spoke was an elder of the royal family. Elder Li of the Dragon Elephant sect smiled and said, "You will know in the future whether or not he has that kind of bloodline. However, that kid from your Zhao family is not very good. He actually tied with 2 rising stars in a row." Humph! The royal family elder coldly snorted, but he had to admit that those 2 youths did have the qualifications to fight against Zhao Kuang. The new generation surpasses the old. It can be imagined that it won't be long before this world belongs to the young. Iron Hand sighed. Humph! What young? The royal family elder sneered. Your great banner sect's leader this time isn't very good. It's far worse than the previous years. Is it bad? You will know when the time comes. Iron Hand smiled indifferently. He had seen Lin Xian's terror before. Even now, he still couldn't figure out the youth's background. However, in his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Xian to defeat Zhao Kuang. Below, after the battle between Dong Fangxiong and Zhao Kuang, only the Great Banner sect was left. Zhao Kuang looked at Ouyang Kun with a playful expression. What is the meaning of your Great Banner sect? What? You want to challenge me? His words are full of disdain. Ouyang Kun's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists, but then he put them down. He had sparred with Zhao Kuang several times, but he lost every time. Now that Zhao Kuang had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, the gap between them would be even greater. If I get the first place reward, I will definitely be able to enter the transcendent realm. Ouyang Kun's heart was filled with anger. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a strange sneer. He decided to provoke Zhao Kuang and give Lin Xian a good beating. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. I have no objection to you being the leader, Ouyang Kun said in a deep voice. However, this is the leader of the Great Flag sect, not me. Even if you ask me, it's useless. What? Not you? The surrounding disciples were stunned. They all knew Ouyang Kun's strength. He was definitely able to suppress the other disciples of the Great Banner sect. The smile on Zhao Kuang's face froze as he stared at Ouyang Kun. You dare to trick me? Ouyang Kun shrugged his shoulders. He's the first in this competition. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Then he pointed at Lin Xian. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian, but they soon revealed suspicious expressions. Even Zhao Kuang sneered. Him? He's still a teenager, right? Is there no one else in your great sect? You're all cowards. The others also roared with laughter. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too young. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, the aura on his body was very faint. They weren't sure of his cultivation, but they guessed that he was at most a late, harmonious spirit realm. However, they soon stopped laughing because all the geniuses of the Great Banner sect were looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Could it be that this teenager is the leader this time? Everyone was stunned. It's really you? Zhao Kuang looked down at Lin Xian. The Great Banner sect is really declining. They actually let a young brat be their leader. What a joke. All right, I'll be the leader of the Dragon Star country this time. Zhao Kuang turned around and said loudly. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian stared at Zhao Kuang's back and narrowed his eyes. Originally, he didn't plan to take action, but this Zhao Kuang was too arrogant. It was fine if he raised his status, but he shouldn't have stepped on the head of the Great Banner sect. Since you're the leader, shouldn't you ask for our Great Banner sect's opinion? Lin Xian stood up and asked coldly. The disciples of the Great Banner sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Indeed, Zhao Kuang's words made them sullen. However, the gap between them made them unable to take action. But Lin Xian stood up at the crucial moment. He was the hero of the Great Banner sect. However, he sneered in his heart, what an idiot daring to go against Zhao Kuang. Let's see how you'll die this time. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out his palm and a green lotus appeared, pressing down mercilessly. The void trembled as a terrifying spiritual energy enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the spiritual energy. Little brother Lin, do your best. I have faith in you. Dong Fangxiong cheered from the side. Lin Xian looked at the green lotus above his head and narrowed his eyes. Fuck, this brat is scared silly. He's not even moving. Too weak. Why did the Great Banner sect send someone like him? Zhao Kuang sneered and pressed his palm down mercilessly. Boom. Lin Xian's body was penetrated. The disciples of the Great Banner sect exclaimed. They thought that Lin Xian was dead, but soon they were stunned. because the figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. He dodged? When did he dodge? Everyone was shocked. They didn't see it clearly at all. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't see it either. Damn brat. Why is he so fast? He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he used the green lotus to cover his body. Just as he finished his defensive measures, Lin Xian instantly appeared behind him. He waved his arm, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the violent sword chi slashed on the green lotus, emitting a sonorous sound. That terrifying force caused Zhao Kuang to stagger. Die for me. His face was sinister. He didn't expect to suffer a loss. He waved his palm, and 2 green lotus petals slashed into the void. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Kuang again. He waved his arm and slashed out another thunderous sword chi. Green Lotus Mountain. Ooh! Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Zhao Kuang couldn't catch him at all and could only passively defend. Fortunately, his Green Lotus technique was an earth-grade martial art. It was tough and sturdy. The terrifying lightning struck the Green Lotus, causing countless sparks to fly. It's useless. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. You're too weak. You can't break my defense at all. Zhao Kuang laughed loudly. The surrounding air vibrated, forming countless lotuses that bloomed in the air. The terrifying aura interweaved into a large net that quickly fell. However, Lin Xian sneered. You can't break my defense? Are you sure? The lightning sword light disappeared. Lin Xian waved his arm and stabbed out with sword chi. Wind Emperor's sword. This sword contained a terrifying sword intent. It pierced through the green lotus defense and stabbed into his chest. Bang! Zhao Kuang's body stiffened. The green lotus illusion on his body quickly faded. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. Chapter 449. The elder of the royal family was shocked, but when he sensed that Zhao Kuang had only suffered superficial injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. Do you still think the disciples of the Daji sect are bad? Iron Hand mocked. You. The elder of the royal family looked at Iron Hand coldly and snorted. Iron Hand didn't care and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. With the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could enter the top 100 of the Azure Dragon Society. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have a trump card. When the time came, it was very likely that he would enter the top 72. Below, the crowd was stunned. It took a long time for them to exclaim, I'm not dreaming, right? Zhao Kuang was injured. Oh my God! Who is this kid? His sword chi is so terrifying. When did the Daji sect have such a heaven-defying genius? The monsters of the Star Ocean sect looked at Lin Xian with fighting spirit in their eyes. The people of the Dragon Elephant sect had strange expressions. Anyone who was with Dongfang Xiong must be a monster. Lin Xian returned to the Daji sect with a smile. He looked at Ouyang Kuan with a sharp gaze. Ouyang Kuan's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed down his back. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made his heart tremble. To be able to injure Zhao Kuang, this kind of strength was enough to kill him. From now on, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. Brother Lin, good job, Dongfang Xiong shouted. Hua Fei and the other disciples also cheered. Zhao Kuang's face darkened and his body trembled. His aura quickly surged, and a green lotus appeared behind him. Kid, how dare you injure me? As the first person to break through to the spirit transformation realm in the Dragonstar country, he thought that he was a peerless genius and wanted to lead the young martial artists of the Dragonstar country. However, he didn't expect to be injured by Lin Xian. He couldn't bear it. He had to kill Lin Xian to calm the anger in his heart. Are you sure you want to fight? Lin Xian was fearless. He slit his fingers and grabbed the black scabbard. A wave of sword chi rushed into the sky. Terrifying sword intent surged, as if countless sword lights had passed through everyone's hearts. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if there was a divine sword hanging above their heads that could fall at any time. This is sword intent. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. A swordsman who had comprehended sword essence was definitely a terrifying existence. Zhao Kuang was also shocked. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Xian, who had comprehended sword intent. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. Just as the battle was about to break out, a resounding voice sounded from the sky. All right, everyone stop. Whatever grudges you have, wait until the Azure Dragon Assembly, the royal elder said in a low voice. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance made him feel uncertain. He didn't want Zhao Kuang to get injured at this time. Hearing this, Zhao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart was in his mouth again. Lin Xian, are you willing to be the leader of the Dragon Star Kingdom? Iron Arms asked. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. He was indeed not interested. Being the leader would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he had to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram and absorb the energy of the black dragon flames. There was no extra time at all. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, everyone's expression was strange. This guy really didn't care at all? However, the royal elder heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, let Zhao Kuang be the leader. No one objected. Lin Xian didn't object, so the others naturally couldn't say anything. However, after this battle, everyone's opinion of Lin Xian and Dakemen had completely changed. Even the royal family didn't dare to easily cause trouble for Dakemen. Hua Fei and the others felt very happy when they felt the respectful gazes around them. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have such a status. Zhao Kuang was going crazy. He wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. He was now the leader of Longxing Kingdom, but he couldn't feel happy. This feeling was like he was picking up trash that Lin Xian didn't want. Arrogant brat. Wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. I'll let you know my true strength. This storm passed quickly. Not long after, many participants stood on the teleportation platform. With a flash of white light, these people disappeared. Heavenly Fire Sect, a 5-star sect, the true overlord of the Tianen region. There were not only experts in the sect, but there were also terrifying existences like supremacies. Moreover, their younger generation was very powerful. Among them, the most dazzling genius was Heavenly Fire Crown Prince Jin Wudao. He was one of the 4 peerless prodigies and ranked 3rd in the previous Azure Dragon meeting. Every title was so dazzling that people of the same generation couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, there was a huge teleportation array near Heavenly Fire Sect. With a flash of white light, a group of figures appeared. Lin Xian's spiritual power vibrated, and he quickly woke up. Immediately after, he felt a scorching aura rushing towards him. This heat wave was very shocking, making him wonder if he was teleported wrongly. He looked up in surprise and saw that the surroundings were fiery red. In the distance, there was a towering volcano that pierced the clouds. Flames rose from it, making for a terrifying scene. Flaming Mountain, where Heavenly Fire Sect was located. The disciples of Heavenly Fire Sect all cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques. On Flaming Mountain, it could speed up their cultivation. At this moment, disciples from many countries had arrived near Flaming Mountain. Near Heavenly Fire Sect, there were 4 strong countries and dozens of large countries. In addition, there were also some powerful families and sections. Dragonstar Strong Country was one of the 4 strong countries, so their arrival attracted the attention of many people. especially Heavenly Wind Strong Country, which didn't have a good relationship with Dragonstar Strong Country. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Lin Xian and the others. Zhao Kuang. This time, I'll beat you until you can't get up. The leader of Heavenly Wind Strong Country was a purple-haired youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhao Kuang. Lin Xian looked over and found that the purple-haired youth's cultivation was also at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Other than the purple-haired youth, the other cultivators of Heavenly Wind Strong Country were about the same as Dragonstar Strong Country. Xiling, this time I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. Arguments like this happened everywhere in the vicinity. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and closed his eyes to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again. Another group of cultivators walked out. Everyone looked over, and soon Dragonstar Strong Country and the other strong countries lost interest. The Sky Mountain Empire's martialists who walked out of the teleportation array were not weak, but they were still lacking compared to the Dragonstar Empire. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Strong Country's cultivators felt the powerful aura around them, and their expressions were a little unnatural. Feng you're still young. After this experience, you'll definitely be able to achieve good results next time. Ling Fengzi nodded. As a genius of Black Wind's sect, he had high hopes placed on him. However, when he came here, he realized how weak he was. He even saw several young cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. This kind of cultivation was an overlord in Heavenly Mountain Strong Country. Chapter 450. Ling Fengzi's body froze because he saw Lin Xian. For a moment, he had the urge to rush over. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was in Longxing Nation, he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible! How did he get the Longxing Nation's quota? Ling Fengzi could not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Black Wind sect elder beside him was also stunned. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, Lin Xian's portrait and deeds were widely known in Sky Hill Nation. Back then, their Black Wind sect had even pursued Lin Xian with all their might. Who would have thought that in less than a year's time, Lin Xian would actually attend the Azure Dragon Genius Assembly? Furthermore, he was a genius from Longxing Nation. For a moment, he even had the urge to run. If Lin Xian discovered them, their Black Wind sect might very well be annihilated. One had to know that Black Wind sect was merely a 3-star sect and was considered an overlord in Sky Hill Nation. However, such a force was not even worth a fart in Longxing Nation. Longxing Nation's 6 major forces all had the strength of 4-star sections. It was far from what they could compare to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Xian was currently resting with his eyes closed and did not see them at all. Ling Fengzi and the rest carried a flustered mentality as they quietly arrived in the crowd. Lin Xian closed his eyes and split a trace of his soul spirit to observe the surroundings. He also summoned the snow-white monkey to watch over him. Most of his energy was placed on comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram. The more he comprehended the diagram, the more profound he felt it was. In addition to Wine Lord's guidance from the side, Lin Xian's attainments in Sword Dao became more and more valiant. The Dao of the sword was ever-changing, and there were countless branches within it. For example, some pursued power, some pursued speed, and some pursued unpredictability. These were all Sword Daos, but the forms they displayed were vastly different. Lin Xian had the Strength-type Thunderclap 3000 and the Speed-type Wind Emperor's 1 sword. His Great Dragon Sword Intent was an attack-type sword intent. Once the sword intent was unleashed, it was invincible and could destroy everything. The Sword of Devourer, on the other hand, was a little strange. Although its attack power was inferior to the Great Dragon Sword, it had reached the pinnacle in other aspects. Lin Xian was in the middle of comprehending when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. This was because he could feel a powerful intent coming from the teleportation array. What a sharp concept! This was saber intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array. After a short while, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and one figure after another appeared. Terrifying and violent saber intent spread out in all directions, like sharp saber radiance cutting through the void. Everyone looked at the teleportation platform in shock. Two old men walked out of the teleportation platform first. The two of them had ordinary looks and stooped figures, like old men in their twilight years. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Twin blades, heaven and earth, these two old men have also come out. Iron Arms was shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. The two of them were not weaker than Iron Arms. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could defeat Iron Arms. This is the Godly Knife sect, the top of the 4-star sections. All their disciples are saber cultivators, and their attack power is terrifying. Hua Fei explained from the side. The Godly Knife sect. Lin Xian looked up. On the teleportation platform, two people from the younger generation stood in front. The person on the left had a smirk on his face and a long blue saber hanging from his waist. This young man looked gentle, but the aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Next to him was a young man with a cold expression. He carried a long crimson saber on his back, and his saber intent was shocking. Lung Yidao. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect to meet an old friend here. Lung Yidao was from the snow-seeking sect in the state of Great Xia. He had comprehended saber intent a long time ago. After the state of Great Xia changed, he fled the state of Great Xia. He did not expect to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect. Let's go, junior brother. These people are too weak, the smirking youth said. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to refute him. The Godly Knife sect was a top 4-star sect, and its foundation was far beyond that of other sections. Moreover, this martial artist named Han Fei was one of the 5 talents. His strength was beyond imagination. In the last Green Dragon Society, there were 4 peerless geniuses who dominated the crowd. After them, there were 5 talents. They were slightly weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses, but each of them was a legendary existence. They were far from being comparable to the others. Lung Yidao nodded. He knew the strength of the senior brother. He was afraid that no one present could take a blow from him. He took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at the crowd and saw a person, he stopped. Hey, junior brother, why did you stop? Han Fei turned around. Lung Yidao looked at the crowd with a trace of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowd was stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, the young martial artists of the Dragon Star Kingdom were shocked. Lung Yidao's gaze was so sharp that they could not bear it. Brother Lung, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. I knew that a genius like you wouldn't be absent from the Green Dragon Society. Lung Yidao's voice was cold even when he saw an acquaintance. Genius, the disciples of the Godly Knife sect exclaimed. They knew that Lung Yidao's talent was second only to Han Fei. Now, he called another person a genius. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei smiled and looked at Lin Xian with great interest. His eyes were as bright as divine light. Ha! Not bad. He was not affected. Han Fei was stunned. His knife intent was very powerful. Ordinary people could not resist his gaze, but Lin Xian was not affected at all. This was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Junior brother, your old friend is very good. I like him. Han Fei smiled like a child. Brother Lin, can you fight with me? Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. Of course. Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Boom! Two auras erupted quickly and collided in the sky. Sword intent and saber intent were both concepts with extremely sharp offensive power. Once these two concepts appeared, it immediately caused the surroundings to fall silent. The surrounding martial artists turned pale and trembled. The aura was very fierce, as if it could destroy them with just a trace. What a terrifying knife intent. I'm afraid it's almost on par with Han Fei. The Godly Knife sect is amazing. They have two peerless swordsmen. Who is that kid? His sword intent is so terrifying. It's not weak at all. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. In the crowd, the people of the Black Wind sect were frightened. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. They could not resist at all. Ling Fengzi was even trembling. A year ago, Lin Xian could not defeat him. But now, he was afraid that he could kill him with a sword chi. In the field, the two did not continue to fight. Instead, they quickly withdrew their auras. Brother Lin, I hope I can fight with you at the Green Dragon Society, Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. He had wanted to fight with Lin Xian for a long time, but he never had the chance. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.